député d'Argentin et la Petite Nation va nous mener dans l'hymne national.
Yes, sir. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common, car ton bras c'est porter l'épée et c'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members.
Déclaration des députés. Le député d'Oakville, North Burlington.
What started as an idea.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout ce qui avait commencé au départ par une idée de Michael Rubinoff est devenu la comédie musicale canadienne la plus populaire de l'histoire. Come From Away a terminé dimanche sa tournée de 5 ans à Broadway, mais l'histoire des 7000 passagers d'avion qui ont atterri à Gander lorsque l'espace aérien américain a été fermé après le 11 septembre 2001 et qui ont été pris en charge avec amour à Gander et dans les environs continuera à réchauffer le cœur dans les productions du monde entier. Je suis fière de dire que j'étais là depuis le début.
It was first workshopped at Sheridan.
Écrite par Irene Sankoff et David Hine, la pièce a été écrite au Sheridan College d'Oakville en 2012.
Come From Away is a great.
Et ces thématiques de gentillesse et d'accueil des étrangers dans le besoin interpellent plus que jamais. Je suis rendue à Gander récemment et j'ai entendu parler des retombées économiques que cette comédie musicale avait eues sur la province. À toutes les personnes qui ont contribué, merci. Le Canada est fier de vous.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Le député de Langley-Aldergrove.
To be perfectly clear, I'm a Vancouver Canuck.
Tout d'abord, je tiens à dire que je suis un fan des Canucks de Vancouver. Mais aujourd'hui, je veux dire quelque chose de positif au sujet des sénateurs d'Ottawa.
A special thank you.
Je tiens à remercier Wade Redden.
Made it his mission to visit sick kids at Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. One of those sick kids was my then young nephew, 13-year-old Julian, who was fighting cancer. Julian has fond memories of those visits. Such a small gesture for an NHL star had such a huge impact on a kid's life. Today, 25 years later, Julian is a healthy, happy, vibrant 38-year-old man, husband, father of 3 children. Wow. Just the other day, Wade and Julian had a reunion at the Canadian Tire Centre at the home opening game against the Montreal Canadiens. It was a very happy reunion. A big shout out to the Senators, to Mr. Redden, and to Chio for working with our sick kids.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to celebrate the launch of my new all-accessible website, compliant with Canada's accessibility guidelines, which can now be used by more people in our communities and across Canada. The new design can be optimized for a wide range of impairments, including visual, auditory, motor, and cognitive skills. My website features a seizure-safe profile, a vision-impaired profile, ADHD-friendly profile, cognitive disability profile, and keyboard navigation and screen readers. Mr. Speaker, ensuring that everyone has equal access and opportunity to contact me or my website is extremely important to my team. And I hope that by initiating this change, other MPs will begin to follow suit and ensure that users with impairments and other limitations can experience their websites the same as any other user. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les...
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts.
Mr. Speaker, 35 years ago in Vieux-Boucherville, Charles Desmarteaux Sr. founded the La Relève newspaper, which was daring given that there was another weekly that was well established in the area, La Seigneurie, which had been in the market for more than 20 years. The rivalry continued until 2018, despite the difficult environment for the information media which suffer against the web giants. Despite all this, La Relève managed to survive. Today, Charles Desmarteaux Jr. has taken over and is continuing to make the newspaper a success by producing quality information while caring about the locals. People in the riding care about the newspaper and are proud of it. I myself delivered papers for that newspaper, so I feel like I'm part of its success. I'd like to congratulate its passionate and dedicated employees. Congratulations. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, on October 1st, it was National Seniors Day, and I was very pleased to be surrounded by some heads even grayer than mine. We have always cared deeply about supporting our seniors. That is why we increased OAS by 10% for people over 75. We have increased the New Horizons for Seniors program by $20 million. We will be bringing in free dental care for seniors as of 2023. We are investing $6 billion in improving home care. We have allocated $20 million in dementia research and created a tax credit for renovating a multi-generational home. So we are creating measures to limit the impact of inflation on everyone, especially our seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
It is with a heavy heart that I rise today to acknowledge the sudden passing of a man who impacted many lives for the better, who improved his community, and who did so with kindness and flair. I have stated before that the people of Miramichi have long been known for our large personalities, our sense of humor, and our ability to turn a phrase. Evlock Jilk stood out, and he will be fondly remembered as a legend and an institution on our river. Evlock was born on April 4th, 1948 in Blissfield, New Brunswick, a loving husband and father, an avid golfer, a proud Legion member, and an accomplished fisherman who is passionate about the Miramichi River, the people and communities who live along it, and the Atlantic salmon who call it home. The river at home feels a little empty since his passing. The unfortunate curse of a personality as large as his is that silence he leaves behind. I would like to express my deepest condolences and these words of comfort to his wife Eleanor and his children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
When Sharon Harley prepares for her day, she slips a photo of her late husband Charlie into her uniform and she heads out to the same spot she's worked since 1977, the McDonald's on Upper Gate and Mohawk in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. A familiar and friendly face to many, Sharon turned 75 this year, and she credits her job with keeping her active and engaged with friends and community. Sharon is the social connector for many seniors who live in the area. She draws them in to socialize over coffee and food and great company. It's critical for seniors to stay healthy and remain involved in their community. So 2 days shy of International Day of the Older Person, I was thrilled to present Sharon with 2 certificates. One commemorating her 75th birthday, the other acknowledging her incredible 45-year career at McDonald's. Congratulations, Sharon.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in this House to pay tribute to 2 Canadian heroes who have tragically lost their lives as members of Municipal Police Service in the GTA. Constable Andrew Hong of the Toronto Police Service was shot and killed in an ambush on September the 12th in Mississauga. He leaves behind 2 teenage children and will be forever remembered as a larger-than-life personality who got along with everyone and cared deeply for his community. Constable Travis Gillespie of the York Regional Police was killed in a collision with an alleged impaired driver on September 14th. He has been remembered by friends, family, and co-worker as someone who demonstrated true leadership by leading from the front and always showing strength for the team. Emergency service personnel around Canada put their lives on the line every day to protect their communities and keep Canadians safe. As a retired police officer of HoC Regional Police and someone who currently has a son-in-law in policing, I offer my sincere condolences to the family, friends affected by these tragedies. We will always remember their sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to pay tribute to a long-standing member of the Speaker's team who has decided to take a well-deserved retirement from this institution. Becoming a bit of an institution herself, Heather Bradley has served 5 speakers as Director of Communications. Both you and I have benefited from her wisdom and her expertise. MPs are elected as members of a political party and sit as a caucus, and as such, each member has a tremendous amount of support when it comes to communications. But speakers leave those teams and no longer can count on that network. So the need to have an effective communications director is all the more important. Heather was an absolute joy to work with. Her extensive knowledge of the precinct, members, and historical precedents are invaluable. Her ability to interact with journalists and the trust she had built with all parties over the years was essential in assisting the Speaker, a non-partisan office in the backdrop of a highly partisan environment. I could always count on her for excellent advice from issues at the board to the modernization of disclosure. She was there for Parliament's big move out of Centre Block and, of course, the tragic shooting that occurred there. She was always calm, thoughtful, and rational, and had an impeccable track record of honesty and transparency. Heather, I'd like to thank you for your many years of service to our Parliament through your support of speakers dating back to 1994. To her husband, Mike, her boys, Nick, Jake, and Sam, thanks for lending her to us. We are all the better for it, and all the best in your retirement, Heather.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to recognize the contribution of beer and brewing in Canada on this 4th annual Canadian Beer Day. Brewing beer here from locally grown barley and other grains predates Confederation by over 200 years and remains a source of pride for Canadians as a symbol of Canada around the world. Widely known as a drink of moderation and social gathering, beer helps bring neighbors together and is part of celebrations of important life milestones. Canadian beer is now brewed from coast to coast to coast in communities large and small and is a true Canadian agri-food success story that should be celebrated and protected for future generations. Je remercie Bose, Wood Brothers.
I'd like to thank Bose Wood Brothers, Etienne Brûlé, and Castle Brooks, all local breweries in our riding, for their excellent beer.
Cheers to beer's economic, social, and community contributions, and happy Canadian Beer Day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Not on. Canadian Beer Day is the occasion to celebrate Canadian beer and the men and women who brew it, sell it, deliver it, serve it, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, enjoy it. From the prairie farmer to your neighborhood pub staff, the production and sale of beer helps support over 149,000 jobs in Canada. 88% of the beer consumed in Canada is brewed in Canada. Sharing a beer with one's friends is one of life's great pleasures, and it should remain affordable activity for generations to come. But, and sadly, this is no April Fool's joke, every April 1st, your favorite pint will be hit with the automatic Liberal escalator tax. Even without a vote in this place, beer is going to get more expensive. So raise a glass and thank a Liberal for making it more expensive today. You may not believe it, but it's Trudeau. So if everyone would raise their glass and cheers the Liberals for making beer more expensive. Cheers, I guess.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members that using another member's name in the House is not permitted. Try, when you're referring to someone, by their title or by their riding, and if you're going to try to be clever, try to be a little bit less obvious. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you. The new Conservative leader will put people first. Their paychecks, their homes, and their countries. Canada has the third largest oil reserves in the world, and yet due to Liberal policies, we import 130,000 barrels of oil a day because Liberals prefer to support dirty dictator oil to responsible Canadian energy. Conservatives understand that when Fort McMurray works, Alberta works, and when Alberta works, Canada works. Only Conservatives are fighting for pipelines and energy corridors to secure the long-term viability of Alberta energy and to get Alberta energy to the world.
That's right.
Conservatives will repeal Liberal anti-energy laws and replace them with a law that will protect our environment, consult First Nations, and get things built. We will support economic reconciliation with Indigenous communities, and within 5 years, we will set a goal to end dirty dictator oil in Canada altogether. We will not back down from politicians in this country and in this chamber who seek to landlock and firewall our energy, leaving our workers without jobs. Canada and the world needs Alberta energy.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, on October 1st, people around the world protested in solidarity with Iranian voices. These people have been protesting ever since the tragic death of Mahsa Amini,
who called for freedom and justice. Mahsa Amini was a vibrant 22-year-old Iranian woman. She was arrested by Iran's morality police and died a short while after while in custody. Selon Amnesty International, plus de 75...
According to Amnesty International, more than 75 people have been killed.
1,200 have been arrested. The government has cut off internet access. Iranians' voices will not be silenced. They are being heard clearly, loudly across the globe. We must support them. We do support them in their struggle for freedom and justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Savannah Picoyac moved from my riding to Ottawa in pursuit of becoming a nurse. Savannah was murdered before the school year began. We all have failed her, her family, and all Indigenous girls, women, and Two-Spirit people. Words of empathy are not enough. As parliamentarians, we need to do better. We must work in our constituencies to seek justice for Savannah and for all missing and murdered Indigenous girls, women, and Two-Spirit people. As parliamentarians, we need to take action. As parliamentarians, we all must take steps to end genocide. We must heed to the calls for justice as recommended by the MMIWG Commission.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, André Ferretti, a longtime activist for independence, passed away on Thursday. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to offer my condolences to her children, Lucia and Vincent, as well as to all of her loved ones. She was born André Bertrand in a working-class neighborhood of Montreal. Very early, she discovered the guiding principle of her life, freedom for the Quebec people, which led her to join the Rassemblement pour l'Indépendance Nationale in 1963. All of her life, she fought to make Quebec a country, as well as the freedom that exists in words, which she discovered with Miron and Aquin and other authors, and which she developed in her own writing. Freedom for workers who were doubly exploited at the time, as laborers and as Quebecers. Freedom for women in politics and elsewhere. She was named Patriot of the Year in 1979, and she also received many literary awards. Now, let us remember André Ferretti, sovereignist, writer, activist, and free women.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put the people first. Their paychecks, their savings in their country. After years of government mismanagement, Liberal-made backlogs, it's time to get the gatekeepers out of our immigration system. Conservatives are bringing hope to doctors and to nurses and newcomers who are dreaming of coming to our country but are blocked from working in their profession simply because of the country they come from. We'll team up with provinces to fix the broken foreign credential recognition system by guaranteeing within 60 days an immigrant applying for work in their profession will get an answer based on merit, not based on their country of origin. As Canada faces a labour shortage, we need to empower workers to fill in the gaps of our workforce. Red tape and bureaucracy should not stop a newcomer from achieving their dreams.
That's right.
Enough talking, enough empty rhetoric, enough broken promises. It's time to remove the gatekeepers, get more doctors, get more nurses, more skilled workers, and more inflation-protected paycheck for our hardworking and skilled immigrants.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a resident of my community of Ottawa Centre who has been an invaluable resource to the House of Commons. Je parle de Madame Heather Bradley.
I'm speaking of Heather Bradley, Director of Communications at the Speaker's Office, who, after 28 years of service, is now leaving for her well-deserved retirement.
I'm on Parliament Hill. Heather Bradley has served 5 speakers over 10 parliaments. She has seen it all, Speaker, and despite the often hectic pace of this House, she has been calm, competent, and always kind. Notre succès en tant que parlementaire.
Our success as parliamentarians depends on the staff that support us. And Mrs. Bradley was one of the best.
You leave behind a legacy of excellence and hundreds of grateful colleagues who will miss you. Merci beaucoup.
Here, here, here.
I'd like to take a moment to add to the remarks of honourable members in recognition of Heather Bradley's upcoming retirement. Dans mon rôle, j'ai eu le privilège.
In my role, I had the privilege to be advised by this remarkable professional. She was wise, intelligent, and diplomatic.
That singular gift of great leadership to steer you in the right direction without you feeling pushed in any way.
Heather's leadership also led to greater transparency and effectiveness in our communications.
Elle a aidé les présidents de cette Chambre à être plus efficaces.
She helped the speakers of this House to be more effective in their role and better informed about parliamentary processes and traditions.
Heather almost always had the answers, and if not, she knew exactly who to talk to, and her contact list was amazing. A veritable who's who of Parliament Hill. Thank you for your decades of service, Heather. I hope that retirement brings you time to enjoy your beautiful family and many friends, as well as time to reflect on the legacy of excellence, kindness, and everything else that you've brought to this place. Thank you. Merci. Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Selon le Journal de Montréal.
The Journal de Montréal stated that students who are struck with food inflation are resorting ever more to food banks. A recent poll shows that 51%, that is, the majority of Canadians, find it difficult to feed themselves. But the carbon tax is a tax on food because it is a tax on farmers, producers, and truckers who then deliver our food. So how much will groceries cost families when the Prime Minister will implement the triple carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, students and families from coast to coast to coast know very well that climate change is real and that it needs to be countered. They also need assistance to pay for gas and for groceries, and that is the reason for which our price on pollution gives more money back to families who need it than it costs. That is the reason for which we continue to put families first in order to protect the future. In the Atlantic provinces, we've seen how climate change can have a great effect on our country. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Fair over the weekend, and a farm family told me that they spent $12,645 on carbon taxes in July alone. Now, obviously, that gets passed on to customers. $12,645 in 1 month. Now the Prime Minister wants to triple the tax on that family, which they'll have to pass on, and even higher food prices, which have already gone up more than at any time in 40 years. How much will this family have to spend on carbon taxes when the Prime Minister triples them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't seem to understand that clever slogans don't help families. Investments in Canadians help families. Checks help families. That's why we were so pleased when he reversed his earlier opposition to our GST tax credit and is now supporting that direct support for Canadian families. Why will he now not move forward and support our investments to support low-income rental families, families with rental, and low-income families with dental costs for their kids? Will he support rental and dental for low-income Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Feeding people is not a clever slogan. It is a necessity of life. This family spent $12,645 on carbon taxes in a single month. But it's still not enough for this Prime Minister. He wants to triple the tax, increasing the cost for that farmer, which then has to pass it on to the customer, which means that more of our food will be produced abroad and shipped up here, polluting more our environment by shipping, training, and trucking that food. Again, will he answer the question, how much will this family have to spend on carbon taxes once he's tripled them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just got back from Atlantic Canada, where people are reeling from the impacts of Hurricane Fiona. And the reality is these 100-year storms are going to be arriving with greater and greater frequency. We know that climate change is real, and it takes real plans and supports to fight climate change. And that's what we've been working on for the past 7 years, Mr. Speaker. At the same time as we've moved forward with ensuring that it is not free to pollute anywhere in this country, we are putting more money back in average families' pockets with the climate rebate. This is the focus that we need to continue to take for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
One, his climate rebate comes nowhere near $12,645 for this farm family. Two, his carbon tax has not hit a single solitary emissions reduction target. It has not worked. And three, in the month of July, when this family was paying $12,645 in his carbon tax, supposedly for the environment, the Prime Minister jumped on his private jet 20 times. High carbon hypocrisy. He can't tell us how much the tax will cost. Will he tell us how much carbon he emitted in that month of July when he was raising
the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you don't have to convince Albertans or Saskatchewanians who've dealt with wildfires that climate change is real. You don't have to convince British Columbians who've seen record levels of floods that climate change is real. You certainly don't have to convince Atlantic Canadians who are rebuilding after yet another storm of the century that climate change is real. People know we need to take action on that, and that's exactly what this government has done by putting a price on pollution to ensure it's no longer free to pollute anywhere in the country and given more money back to families that need it. When is the Conservative leader going to get serious on climate change?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister hasn't gotten serious on climate change. He has a tax plan not a climate plan that has raised money for his government but has not reduced emissions or hit targets.
Right.
Now, this Prime Minister has the audacity to call this farm family polluters while he jets around in his private jet across the country. What the effect of his plan will be is to drive up domestic food production costs, drive that production out of our country to more polluting lands where it has to be transported longer distances. Why does he want to drive prices and emissions up and farm production and opportunity down?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition came up with, put as much energy into building a plan to fight climate change as he does into concocting elaborate theories and attacks, we might be better off. We might be able to compare a real climate plan from the Conservatives to what the government has been doing for the past 7 years. But he would prefer to focus on me than focus on Canadians and their future. We're going to stay focused on fighting climate change and putting more money back in Canadians' pockets. That's what Canadians expect. That's what we're going to keep doing.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Monday, Quebec gave itself a majority government. This new government is asking more powers in immigration. Some ask for all powers, and some ask for every single power to be provincial. First tableau, more power for immigration. The Quebec lieutenant said that yesterday Quebec has all the powers they need. French is receding. English is proceeding. Is that a successful language policy for the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable colleague knows full well, this government has always been there to protect French throughout the country and within Quebec. And I look forward to working with Premier Legault on the matter with regards to immigration. Quebec has all the tools it needs. If it wants more francophone immigrants, if it wants to accept more immigrants, well, they have the tools necessary to do so, and we will happily work with them to ensure that we meet labour shortages so that we have increasing communities and that we protect French at the same time. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, the Prime Minister has said, well, we will not concede any powers in immigration to Quebec. The only thing that the government wants, the only thing that we want more in Quebec is immigration, yes, but they should be happily and harmoniously integrated in French. Why not discuss with this Premier who has 3/4 of seats in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The government of Quebec has enough control over immigration to double the number of immigrants that they can accept now. We are very much open to working with them if they want to. If they want to bring more francophone immigrants, we are here to help them. We know that companies throughout Quebec are facing labour shortages. We know this for economic growth, and we know that immigrants bring a deep wealth to Quebec and Quebec culture, and we will always be here to work hand in hand to improve all Quebecers' life. It's ever more difficult for people to pay for their bills. On the one hand, we have the Minister for the Environment who seeks to protect the profits of big oil and gas. On the other hand, we have the CEO of Shell saying that the government needs to force big oil and gas companies to pay their just parts to help people. So how can the Prime Minister explain? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, building an economy that works for everyone has always been this government's absolute priority. And we have always wanted to do so by asking the richest to do a little bit more and to reduce tax burdens for the middle class. And that is what we did with our first measures as a government, and that is what we continue to do every single day. And what we have done over the past 7 years, we will always be here to ask a bit more from the richest, and we will always be here to help the middle class and create more prosperity and opportunities for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
More interested in protecting the profits of big oil and gas than helping people in need. The cost of gas is going up by 10 cents a litre today. Quote, Governments need to tax energy producers to help the poorest people deal with the soaring cost of fuel, end quote. Who do you think said that? Definitely not the leader of the Conservative Party. Certainly not the Minister of the Environment. This was the CEO of Shell. How is it possible that the CEO of Shell is more interested in helping people deal with the cost of fuel than the Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that oil and gas industry is making record profits right now, but we also recognize that they need to be investing in the clean transition. They need to be reducing their carbon emissions and preparing for Canada to be that source of energy in a net zero world. That is what Canada can do, and that's where we're going to continue to ensure that successful corporations pay their fair share of taxes, and that we continue to support low-income Canadians and middle-class Canadians, including with our measures on a GST rebate, our measures on rental and dental supports for Canadians. We look forward to working with all parties on those issues.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge. I don't think the Honourable Member for Lethbridge had a musical intro there, so we'll rule that out. Let's start that one again. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
In 2018, the government was made aware of a horrific allegation. It was an allegation with regards to gang rape against 8 members of the HoC Canada team. This government was made aware, but chose to do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Canadian tax dollars continued to flow to the organization. Zero accountability was put in place. It was swept under the rug. That is until 4 years later. Why did this government fail to act when it first came to light?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always taken allegations of sexual misconduct seriously in any organizations. We have always acted, and we will continue to do so. What Canadians are seeing continuing to come out of HoC Canada is absolutely unacceptable. Parents across the country, like myself, who's had kids in hockey, parents, families, young kids, we care about hockey in this country. We know we need to see a better organization than that. HoC Canada's tone deafness to the fact that they have lost the confidence of Canadians needs to end, which is why we stopped funding them, which is why we're calling for change.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
With all due respect, I didn't ask as to whether or not there was still support for hockey in this country. I recognize that that's a national sport and we're proudly behind it. However, we should not be proudly behind the behavior that has been exhibited by members of the team. And so I'm asking the Prime Minister, why for 4 years did this feminist government, or I should say so-called feminist government, do absolutely nothing when they had the power to do something and the information in their hands? Nothing.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Already imposed some of the strictest penalties and limits on funding towards HoC Canada. Right now, it is for HoC Canada to understand that they have completely lost any trust or faith by Canadians in it, and the organization must be transformed, or like we're seeing with Hockey Quebec, saying that they're not going to engage with HoC Canada anymore. More and more organizations across the country are simply going to turn their back on this organization that is not worthy of building strong futures for our kids.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Michelle and Jeanette, they farm in beautiful Embrun, Ontario, but a quarter of their fuel prices was carbon taxes. If the Liberals triple that carbon tax, they have said that they're going to be paying $18,000 a year. Wow. Now, unlike what the Prime Minister is saying, that is not revenue neutral. They will get pennies back through the Liberal rebate. I've heard from farmers across this country that have said if the Liberals triple the carbon tax, it will bankrupt them. Will the Prime Minister cancel his plans to triple this tax on Canadian farm families like Michelle and Jeanette?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country, including farmers, are dealing with more and more extreme weather events. Climate change is real, and we need to tackle it together. The way we are doing that is by putting a price on pollution and returning the costs of that to average families across the country. On top of that, we're working with the agricultural industry that recognizes how important it is to protect our environment, to protect our planet, and we're ensuring that families, and including farm families, can continue to succeed in coming years, even as we fight against climate change. Why don't Conservatives believe in climate change?
The honourable member for Foothills.
The Prime Minister realizes that they will not succeed. The biggest threat facing our farmers is the triple threat offered by the Liberals: fertilizer tariffs, higher interest rates, higher carbon taxes. This has put thousands of family farms on the brink of insolvency. Even Canadian consumers understand the threat of the triple threat, as grocery prices are up 10%, and this is driving food costs even higher. Does the Prime Minister understand? By tripling the carbon tax, the end result will be no fertilizer, no farms, and no food.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative Party wanted to help Canadians, they should do what they've done on the GST tax credit, reversing their position to support our support for families, and do the same with our low-income supports for renters and our supports for families on costs of dental care for kids. These two measures are concrete and will help Canadian families. The Leader of the Opposition flip-flopped and is now supporting the GST proposal. Will he now support renters and the dental support that Canadians need? That is something tangible we should all be able to agree on helping.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint.
The honourable member for Charbot-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister likes making Canadians think that Canada can do nothing to fight inflation, but then Laval University is being forced to cancel construction of a new building because of rising construction costs. In addition, families across Quebec are cutting back on groceries to pay other bills, and the Prime Minister wants to triple the carbon tax. If he wants to truly help Canadians, will he cut this increase in this carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Quebecers, like all Canadians, understand that it is important to fight against climate change. We have a plan that is doing exactly that. I look forward to maybe one day perhaps hear the Conservative plan. But if the Conservatives really want to help Canadian families, then they should not only support our GST credit, they should also support our rental and dental plan. We're here to help Canadians. Will the Conservatives support us and work with us to help Canadians? The honourable member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we see that the government's plan simply does not work. His own government's report has just announced that food inflation is at 11%. Almost 9 million Canadians are now cutting back on the amount of food that they buy because of inflation, and the vast majority are women. 2.5 million Canadians are skipping meals and paying for groceries with a credit card without knowing when they will be able to pay for them. Will the Prime Minister commit to not raising taxes on Quebecers and Canadians on the 1st of January? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know how Canadians are suffering from inflation, which is a global phenomenon. And that is the reason for which that we are helping them concretely with the GST credit that finally the Conservatives decided to support after having criticised it. And now we'll ask if the Conservatives will also support our rental assistance and our dental assistance for those who need it the most. We know how this is concrete help that will help Canadians. Will Conservatives finally support us on the matter? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roxham Road is first and foremost a humanitarian issue. The humanitarian option, would it not be to officially welcome migrants without arresting them at regular border posts, without delivering them onto bandits and passers? Investing $500 million into Immigration Canada and the CBSA, instead of expulsing them, after they've successfully implanted themselves into Quebec. Well, wouldn't all that be the more humanitarian thing to do? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Canada is a generous and values-based country that is open to the world. We make sure that at every step the values that are the very foundation of Canada continue to be respected. Yes, we work every single day with the American government to improve the Third Safe Party Agreement. We are currently ensuring that when people come to Canada, they follow the rules, and we follow the rules by protecting them. We are here to support Quebec. That is working very hard with Roxham Road, and we will continue to be there to defend our values and our system. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the presence of the MP for Richmond-Athabasca. There are three big political players in Quebec now. With regards to immigration and French, the Prime Minister is a minority there as well. Roxham Road. Is it not a humanitarian issue that sometimes give the government a ideological comfort when it is a way for the government to give contracts to its best buddies? Before the Right Honourable Prime Minister answers, I would like to remind members that we are not allowed to refer to someone directly in the House. We're only allowed to name them through their riding. Noting their presence is not something that is allowed to be done because sometimes members have other obligations out of the House. It's not that MPs aren't working outside of the House, but they are doing something else. A presence or not in the House does not mean that they are doing their job. And so one cannot refer to the presence of another MP. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has one of the best immigration systems in the world. What's more, we have a population and a parliament that is very much in favour of immigration. That is a strong asset on this planet. In this geopolitical global situation, there are labour shortages, for example, and we need to create population growth, and we will welcome ever more immigrants to Canada. The reality is that we have to do so in a just and rigorous way, anchored in our values, and that is always what we try to do. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prices hit $2.40 a litre in Vancouver. They just jumped 10 cents a litre in one day in other markets. And what's the NDP Liberal solution? More price gouging. The costly coalition voted to triple the tax on gasoline and other essentials. The biggest price gougers in Canada are these two parties that form this costly coalition. When they do triple the tax, how much will it cost to buy a litre of gas across Canada?
Hey, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, 6 years ago, this government moved forward to make sure that pollution was no longer free anywhere in this country. That is a core part of fighting climate change. But at the same time as we move forward with a price on pollution across the country, we ensured that we return more money than the average family pays out with that price on pollution in the areas in which it applies. That is how we ensure we are fighting climate change and putting more money in Canadians' pockets who need it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's factually false. His own parliamentary budget officer said that in the 4 provinces where the rebates exist, 60% of people pay more in carbon tax costs than they get back in rebates. And in 6 provinces out of 10, they don't get any rebate at all, even though the federal government will force those provinces to triple the tax after a vote by the costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals. How much will Eastern Canadian rural families be forced to pay in higher taxes on their home heating when this Prime Minister triples the carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You know what Eastern Canadians are seeing right now, what they told me? They told me they're worried for the fact that there are going to be more intense storms in the coming years, that their kids and their grandkids are going to face a world in which extreme weather events are increasingly frequent, which will threaten not just their communities, not just their way of life, but their very future. The fact is, we need to continue to step up in the fight against climate change, something Conservative politicians don't seem to understand, and the model that we have of putting a price on pollution returns more money every year to families who need it. That's the model we have. That's how we're helping Canadians as we fight climate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It isn't working. He hasn't hit a single solitary climate target since he brought in this tax. According to the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland, rural families will have seen an 80% increase in their home heating costs when the carbon tax kicks in there. 40% of Atlantic Canadians live in energy poverty. The Prime Minister can insult these people and call them polluters while he jets around in his private jet. Or he can recognize that heating your home in January in rural Newfoundland is a basic necessity. How much will he impose in extra costs on those families when he trickles?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians want to see a better future for their kids and for their grandkids. And that only happens if we continue to not just fight against climate change, but invest in the jobs and the transformation of our economies that is going to be needed to ensure good careers for them, good opportunities for those communities and families. That's what our plan to fight climate change does. The Conservative Party chooses to deny climate change exists and refuses to put forward a plan to fight climate change. That's not what Atlantic Canadians, or indeed any Canadians, need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister does not have a climate plan. He has a tax plan. His climate promises have failed every single year. And now, with his tax hike on farmers, I asked him how much that farm family would have to pay. He didn't have an answer. Well, here's the answer. That family will pay more, which means more of the food production will be sent other ways to other countries where they have lower environmental standards. That food will then have to be shipped, trained, and trucked back to Canada at higher pollution, and we will be more dependent on foreign farmers. Why is it this Prime Minister wants to drive pollution up, farm production out, and jobs down?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You could just as well ask why the Leader of the Opposition wants to make pollution free again. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that farm families, like all families across the country, are worried about their kids and their kids' future. They're worried about the land that sustains us and this extraordinary country that provides us all so much. That's why we need to be better stewards of the land altogether, which is why we're moving forward with a strong plan to fight climate change that includes supports for farm families, supports for agricultural industry, as we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, as we create good jobs and a good future for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It is clear that wages have absolutely not kept up with inflation, and there is no evidence to suggest that high wages in any way contribute to inflation. But there is mounting evidence that corporate greed is driving up the cost of living. Given that, it is outrageous for the Bank of Canada to tell employers not to increase workers' wages. So my question is to the Prime Minister, does he agree with the Bank of Canada that employers shouldn't be increasing wages to keep up with inflation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how much inflation, this global phenomenon, is hurting Canadian families, and that's why it's important to get inflation under control. That's why, with our measures to put forward to support Canadians, whether it's with the GST rebate that's delivering for Canadians across this country, whether it's support for low-income rentals, whether it's support for families with low incomes who want to get dental care for their kids, we know that those will be real supports for Canadians while at the same time not driving up or contributing to further inflation. We need to make sure we're getting inflation down as quickly as possible. That is the focus that the Bank of Canada has given. That's the focus that this government.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Since the Prime Minister is unclear on where he stands, let me speak directly to workers and let you know we stand on your side for better wages. If the only response response to the inflation, if the only response to the cost of living going up is for the Bank of Canada to increase interest rates, that will only mean more pain. More pain for families paying their mortgage, more pain for people buying their groceries on a credit card. We know that corporate greed is driving up the cost of living. So will the Prime Minister tackle corporate greed?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I know the leader of the New Democrats cares about our institutions, and I know he didn't mean to slight the independence of the Bank of Canada. We have strong and rigorous institutions in this country that make determinations around how to best serve and fight inflation, and we support them in their independent work. At the same time, in this House, we have a responsibility to be delivering for Canadians, which is why we're moving forward with a GST credit that's going to help millions of Canadian families, moving forward with support for renters and dental support for low-income families that I certainly hope, like the NDP, the Conservatives will choose to support.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Fiona was a stark reminder of the work we need to do here in this chamber, and an example that in times of crisis, Canadians come together. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that these once-in-a-generation storms are happening nearly every year. Our oceans are warming, and comments like the one from the Conservative member from Battleford, Lloydminster, who asked why carbon price did not prevent Hurricane Fiona, are not rooted in reality. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please address why we need to fight climate change?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for St. John's East for her question and her passionate advocacy for all Newfoundlanders. Mr. Speaker, I spoke with a number of Atlantic Canadians and Quebecers since the storm whose lives have been forever altered by Hurricane Fiona. Their feedback to me was clear. We have to use every tool we have and work together to fight climate change, even as we support them and rebuild in their provinces. In order for us to continue the fight against climate change, the leader of the Conservative Party needs to accept some core facts, like that climate change is real and we have to keep doing more to fight it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is the IRGC a terrorist group? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We continue to move forward in holding the IRGC to account, including by putting sanctions on some of their, the number of their top leaders to ensure that they cannot take safe haven or buy property in Canada. We will continue to hold this bloodthirsty regime to account as young Iranians and the people around the world stand with them in defense of their fundamental rights and freedoms.
And the Leader of the Opposition.
We don't need drama. We don't need acting. We need action. This group killed 55 Canadian citizens whose only crime was to get on a plane whereafter they were shot out of the sky by a terrorist organization that can still legally operate in Canada because the Prime Minister has not put them on the list of terrorists. So again, yes or no? Is the IRGC a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the strongest sanctions in the world against the bloodthirsty regime in Iran. We have stood with the families of PS 752 over the past 1,000 days to ensure accountability and justice. Of course, the Iranian government continues to resist any calls for accountability and justice. We will continue to hold them to account, including on the international stage. We have listed the IRGC Quds Force as a terrorist organization. We will continue to sanction the leadership of the IRGC as we make sure that they are fully accountable for the crimes they're committing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I asked a simple yes or no question. The Prime Minister has as his primary job to protect our citizens. 55 of them were murdered by this terrorist group, which shot their plane out of the sky, a civilian aircraft. Does the Prime Minister believe that the group that fired that missile and killed our people is a terrorist group? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have listed we have recognized that Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We have seen listed the IRGC Quds Force. We have just recently moved forward with strengthened sanctions against IRGC leadership to ensure that they cannot find safe haven in Canada. But I will also say, having sat with families of the PS 752 victims, it was not just 55 Canadian citizens. There was close to 150 or more people on their way to Canada, permanent residents, students, who we also grieve for every single day and who we stand with as we hold this Iranian government to account, and will continue to.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I asked a simple yes or no question. The Prime Minister has had 1,001 days to think about the answer. His officials informed him that this group murdered our citizens. And yet, by failing to list the group as terrorist, he's allowing them to raise money, coordinate, plan, operate, and recruit right here on Canadian soil. They are not banned from doing any of those things. One last time. Will the Prime Minister show some respect and actually answer a question? Is this a terrorist group? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have clearly identified Iran as a state supporter of terrorism. We have moved forward with strong sanctions against the leadership and the responsible people in the IRGC to prevent them from benefiting from the crimes they commit or purchasing or holding property in Canada. We will continue to stand up in support of the Iranian people who are so bravely contesting and protesting against this bloodthirsty regime. The young women who are waving their hijabs in the face of these criminals, the strength that they are showing every single day in standing up for their rights is something that all Canadians stand with together.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HoC Canada has set up not one, but at least 2 funds to cover sexual assault cases. We all agree this is unacceptable. Last June, we all agreed to support a block motion calling for an independent inquiry into the way HoC Canada handles these complaints. An independent inquiry would shed light on what happened and also provide recommendations that could apply to all sports and their federations. Will the Prime Minister finally launch this independent inquiry, or are we going to have to wait and put up with this organization that's out of touch? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Everyone knows that what HoC Canada is doing is unacceptable. It's inconceivable that the leadership there thinks they can continue to operate in the same way. Their federal funding has been cut off, and organizations like Hockey Quebec have already cut ties with HoC Canada. I think the only people who think there's a future for HoC Canada are the people in the organization, because Canadians have lost confidence in the organization. They need to wake up and be replaced. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the Prime Minister, what he's saying. The Hockey Quebec has disavowed HoC Canada and suspended their financial contribution to pressure the organization to clean up its act. The Prime Minister should up the ante, too. He should launch an independent public inquiry into HoC Canada's handling of sexual assault cases. They need to know that everything they've done will be found out and made public. And in order to get this done, I have to insist, when will the Prime Minister call for an independent inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, HoC Canada no longer has any credibility or legitimacy as Prime Minister and as a parent. We're all proud of our national winter sport, and we will always make it very clear that what Hockey Canada has done is unacceptable, and the sooner they get it, that the jig is up, the better it'll be for all our children so they can continue to play hockey and parents can put their confidence in the organizations.
Speaker, this government has pledged only a third of a probable over $1 billion for the cleanup after Hurricane Fiona. The residents of Cumberland Colchester are calling our office every day to try to understand the process of obtaining funding. Once again, the government of inaction and no planning has no answer. On the East Coast, we are tough, but people need this support now, Mr. Speaker. When will this Prime Minister have a concrete plan for Atlantic Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to sit down with Premier Houston of Nova Scotia just yesterday to reassure him of how disaster assistance works in this country. Unfortunately, as a country, we're getting better at it, whether it's because of wildfires or floods across the country. The federal government is there to backstop up to 90% in some cases of the expenditures put out by the provinces on disasters like these ones. We will be there. We will be there to support Atlantic Canadians. As I've said it, we put forward $300 million in funding for places that are not covered and issues that are not covered by the DPAA, but we will be there across the board to support it.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Atlantic Canadians need help now, not 2 years from now. The Prime Minister's sad, inadequate hurricane relief program will not even cover the cost of rebuilding wharfs. If the Prime Minister had a fisheries minister, he would know that the most immediate problem is income loss for lobster fishermen in the Northumberland Strait. That's because the season is over now and they cannot fish again until the winter fishery. Why is there no immediate emergency income relief support for fishermen in Nova Scotia, PEI, and New Brunswick?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that all Canadians and everyone in this House stands united in our support for Atlantic Canadians right now. It's not a moment for partisan disagreement. It's a moment to be there for Canadians. And what I have said repeatedly to Atlantic Canadians and to their premiers is that we are there as partners. We are flowing money now. We will be flowing money for the years to come. The federal government is there to help rebuild. We will do everything necessary in order to get people's lives back in order. That's a promise I made directly to folks on the ground. That's a promise I'm happy to repeat here in this House.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister announced a third of the funding, over twice the time needed, to rebuild industries and infrastructure in the wake of Fiona's devastation. Small craft harbours alone needs $500 million to rebuild and fortify, while fish harvesters need at least $50 million to cover their losses and damages. Not to mention what's needed to rebuild tourism and agriculture. Why is this Prime Minister letting down Atlantic Canadians who've put so much trust in him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I got to sit down with people like Sean and Amy, who had a house from 2 blocks away, have the roof ripped off and landed on the side of their house. I talked to Brenda, who lost her antique shop. I talked to Mitch, who saw his seafood shop completely devastated by rising waves. And I made a commitment that we would be there. With my $300 million announcement yesterday, we're announcing that we're going to be there right away, including for things that aren't covered by the already existing disaster financial assistance agreement. We will be there to fund the province's efforts to close to 90%. We will be there to help rebuild.
L'honorable député de Dorval. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the National Action Day for women, youth, racialized people, and 2 SLGBTQIA people. They are victims of violence more than any other Canadians. families and survivors are calling on the government to support their quest for justice. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House about the steps taken to put an end to this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Dorval-LaSalle-Lachine for her question and her hard work. Women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ plus people have the right to feel safe in the communities where they live. We will always support these communities and families in dealing with this crisis, and we will continue to work on concrete action to and remain sensitive to the trauma for those who have suffered and are still suffering.
Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to just put your hand over your heart, light up Parliament, and say we stand with Gina Massa Amini and the victims of Flight PS752 and their families. We know the Liberals are soft on crime. Now we know that they're also soft on terrorism. As Liberals continue to let the IRGC agents plan, organize, and raise money here in Canada, these are the same people that killed our people. The Prime Minister is denying victims of Iran's brutal regime justice. Does the Prime Minister believe the IRGC is a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the strongest sanctions against Iran of any country in the world. We've recognized Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism. We've moved forward with strong and meaningful sanctions against the leadership of the IRGC, and we will continue to do more. Over the past 1,000 days, we have stood with the families of the victims of PS752. We have worked with the international community, including at the ICJ and ICAO and other places, to ensure accountability for Iran. We will not rest until this regime is held to account for its bloodthirsty, murderous actions.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The brutal murder of Gina Massa Amini, the massacre of Flight 752, and the long list of human rights violations of the IRGC requires more than just symbolic sanctions.
That's right.
The IRGC is a terrorist organization that brutalizes Iranians and citizens of other countries. It is currently allowed to organize and raise money here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, once again, does the Prime Minister believe that the IRGC is a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Some of the strongest sanctions in the world against the Iranian regime. We've continued to recognize Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism, and we will continue to ensure that the IRGC leadership does not find safe haven for their money, for their properties, or themselves in Canada. We know we need to continue to do more, and we will, as Canada and people around the world stand with the girls and women in Iran who are standing up against this regime, in memory of Massa Amini, in memory of the PS752 victims, in memory of all those this bloodthirsty regime has murdered.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on January 8th, 2020, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps shot down a civilian airliner, Flight 752, killing 55 Canadian citizens and 30 residents of this country. My question to the Prime Minister is very simple. Does he believe that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The IRGC is an arm of the Iranian military. Iran is a country that we have recognized as a state sponsor of terrorism. We have continued to move forward on strong sanctions against IRGC leadership to ensure that they can't find safe haven in Canada, that they cannot find a safe place for their money or their fundraising in Canada. We will continue to work with the international community to get justice for the victims of PS752, to support for the families, to hold this murderous regime to account.
Honorable Député de... The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, with the hurricanes and droughts and so on, farmers' mental health has taken a real hit and made life difficult for a lot of people. Mental Illness Awareness Week gives us a chance to talk about mental health and recognize that the pandemic has affected a lot of already marginalized people like young people, women, Indigenous communities, 2S LGBTQIA plus people, racialized people, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Can the Prime Minister inform this House what our government's doing to improve the mental health of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Pontiac for her hard work and her good question. Our government is committed to working with to make mental health care treated as an integral part of our universal healthcare system. And that's why we launched the Wellness Together portal and the Hope for Wellness helpline and are making preparations to get ready for the launch of the 988 hotline next year. We're working with our partners to offer these services to Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Yesterday, Indigenous families, communities across Turtle Island grieved and demanded answers for their missing loved ones. Families have been calling for justice and urgent action from this government. Instead of doing everything they can to ensure no more lives are lost, the Liberals have been doing the bare minimum. They have spent only a fraction of the funding they promised for violence prevention initiatives and have barely implemented the calls for justice from the MMIW 2S report. The Liberals have been in power now 7 years. When will they finally start delivering the justice Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks deserve?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts remain with survivors and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI plus people. Addressing this ongoing violence requires living up to our goals as a country and living up to all the calls for justice. We're taking a whole-of-government approach supported by an over $2 billion investment in concrete measures to keep people safe and close to $2 billion investment to support Indigenous housing needs. We understand that there is always more to do, and we will continue to work urgently on it alongside Indigenous peoples.
L'honorable député de Richmond. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week there's not just one but two funds at Hockey Canada for sexual abuse cases. Funds that come from young players' registration fees. Despite the fact that all MPs from all parties are appalled and offended, despite everything that's already been done about this, the leadership still doesn't seem to get it. Can the Prime Minister speak for all Canadians here and now and officially ask all Hockey Canada executives and directors to resign to make way for real culture change in that organization? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for his question. We all agree as Canadians we're frustrated and upset by the behavior and the insensitivity of Hockey Canada, faced with the concerns of Canadians, parents, and survivors all across the country. And that's why Hockey Canada has lost the confidence not only of this government, not only of Canadian parents, but also of other organizations that are affiliated like Hockey Quebec. I know that in the future, more organizations are going to say, enough's enough, we're going to stop dealing with Hockey Canada, and maybe then they will understand that the jig is up for Hockey Canada. That's all the time we have today. L'honorable député de...
Point of order, honourable member for Pontiac.
Rappel au règlement, oui. When we have strong, capable women minister, and the MP from South Shore, St. Margaret, is saying we don't have a fishery minister, I'm shocked.
I'm afraid that's not a point of order. That is more debate, so we're going to let that rest. I don't see any other ones. Oh, a point of order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Just to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the standing orders say we must not speak disrespectfully of each other here as other members. I'm not suggesting I question your ruling, but in light of Standing Order 16, I think that might have been within the rubric of a point of order.
I think the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island has a point, and it's a good point of order. And I just want to remind everyone, when we're referring to each other, we do so with respect and dignity so that we can keep decorum in this chamber and have Canadians respect the work that we do for them. It being 3:20, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 4th, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Health. Convoquez les députés.
Call on the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Health presented Friday, April 29, 2022, be concurred in. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fraguscados.
Mr. Fraguscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmall.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Miss Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Alice.
Mr. Alboutef.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire. Correction. Mr. Falk Provencher. Correction.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Miss Lewis. Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Brunel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur
Beaulieu.
Oh, excuse-moi. Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-des-Gagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-des-Gagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney. Oh, sorry. Miss Idlout.
Madame Idlout.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zorillo.
Miss Zorillo.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to the order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-237 under private members' business.
The question is the following one. Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Ms. LaRouche, moved that Bill C-237, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, and the Canada Health Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Ah, okay.
Oui, normalement, ils ont commencé. All those on my left, or sorry, on my right, in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Chambers.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Zerillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Falk Battlefords Lloydsminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my left.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Cramp Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Oh, that's good. Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Première rangée à ma...
First row on my left.
Monsieur Deltel.
Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mrs. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Subiri.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sobara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Miss Latenzio.
Miss Latenzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Frediscatos.
Mr. Fagiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Second row on my right.
Miss Duncan, the Tobycoat North.
Miss Duncan, the Tobycoat North.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Carey. Casey, correction.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr.
First
Macaulay
row on my
Cardigan.
right.
Mr. Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Chager.
Miss Traeger.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Matheson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before continuing the proceeding.
inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 32, 32. Nays contre 292, 292.
I declare the motion defeated.
Thank you. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-230 under private members' business. The question is the following one.
Mrs. Block, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, moved that Bill C-230, an act to amend the criminal code, intimidation of health care professionals, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the item.
Mrs. Block.
Nous procédons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
My left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provenche.
Mr. Falk Provenche.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Miss Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Calkins. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Upal. Mr. Moore. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Schmale.
All those at my right in favor of the motion. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui se...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rang.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Première rangée.
First row.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Maljono Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Miss Valdez.
Valdez.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Miss Latenzio.
Mr. Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Miss Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Second row on my right.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Monsieur Scarpalegio.
Mr. Scarpalegio.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 208, 208.
I declare the motion defeated. I'm going to have Mr. D'Entremont take this, so he'll be 2 seconds. Thank you, sir.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-244 under private members' business. The question is the following one. Mr. Meow, seconded by Mr. May, Cambridge, move that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Sponsor of the item.
Mr. Meow.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Miss Latenzio.
Mr. Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Au quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Monsieur Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fargascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Miss May Saanich Golf Islands.
May Saanich Golf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row at my right.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenberg.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Mr. Anand Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
First row at my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion. Sixth row.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Miss Lewis Kitchener, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Tomey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zorillo.
Miss Zorillo.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair de Gagny.
Madame Sinclair de Gagny.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Miss Rampole Gardner.
Mr. Rampole Gardner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kamich.
Mr. Kamich.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Alboutef.
Mr. Alboutier.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Louis Essex.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertel.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Studd.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Miss Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
All those at my right opposed to the motion. 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1. All good there? All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Back row and to the front. There you go. The House will wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were unable to vote due to technical issues, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
I don't see anybody there. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Now, you got it for a few more minutes?
Pardon me?
Order. If I can have your attention. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport or reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
House, in both official languages, the following report of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the meeting with the Organizer for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the third part of the 2022 Ordinary Session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe from June 20th to June 24th, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Okay. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners, and I'm honored to stand to present their petition, are calling for gender parity, particularly in this place, the House of Commons. With 50% of our population being female, only 30% of us as MPs are also women. So obviously we are not properly represented in the House. We are a long way from the top of the list around the world of parliaments that actually properly reflect the participation of women. The Sustainable Development Goals, which Canada has signed on to, specifically call in Goal 5 for gender parity and empowerment of all women and girls. The petitioners have a novel approach, Mr. Speaker. They think that, and they propose to this House of Commons for our consideration, that only parties who have recognized the importance of full gender parity and have a gender parity as reflected in their slate of candidates in the upcoming election should be able to receive official party status. By tying electoral success to the representation of women in this place, the petitioners believe we can finally confirm publicly and make steps towards reaching the goal of gender parity in the House of Commons by the year 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
I have a petition today from many Canadians who are concerned about the lack of conscience rights for medical professionals. They strongly supported the aim of Bill C-230, and so it is truly disappointing that this Liberal government does not respect the rights of many. As I said in my speech on this matter last week, I truly believe as a society we must find a way to give Canadians something without taking something away from others. Protection of conscience rights does just this by ensuring lawmakers can, in good conscience, give access to certain medical procedures without unjustly compromising the existing freedoms exercised by others. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise today to present a petition calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and other medical professions. Of course, Canadians are calling for protection because there are incidences of coercion or intimidation with regards to medical assistance in dying and making sure that those services are provided. Not every practitioner should be obliged or forced to make this recommendation, and so Canadians are calling for their protection going forward. They are asking that Section 2A of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects freedom of conscience, be respected in this regard.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Go here today. The first one is in regards to we'll just go right to it. I rise to present a petition calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and other medical professionals from coercion or intimidation to participate in medical assistance in dying. Petitioners note that coercion, intimidation, or other forms of pressure intended to force physicians and healthcare workers to become parties in assistance in dying is a violation of fundamental freedoms of conscience. That Section 2A of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedom of conscience. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents who are concerned about the amount of gophers or Richardson ground squirrels that are devastating agricultural lands. They're petitioning Health Canada to review the fact that they're banning the use of strychnine, especially while there is no suitable replacement for this important tool that farmers have to control the population of the Richardson ground squirrel, which, when it's used properly, is the most effective and efficient and economical means to deal with this particular issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
It's difficult to follow gophers, but I rise today to present a petition on behalf of 90 Canadians calling on the Government of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and other medical professionals from coercion or intimidation to participate in euthanasia. Petitioners note that coercion, intimidation, and other forms of pressure intended to force physicians and healthcare workers to become parties in euthanasia is a violation of their fundamental freedoms of conscience. They also note that Section 2A of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedom of conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to present two petitions today. The first petition, the petitioners are expressing concern with the recent Supreme Court decision of Bissonnette, in which the court struck down consecutive parole ineligibility periods, a law passed by the previous Harper Conservative government to ensure that the worst of the worst killers never see the light of day. They note that the government has tools at their disposal and are calling on the government to use those tools, most specifically the invocation of the notwithstanding clause, to override what they consider to be an unjust decision. The second petition that I wish to present, Mr. Speaker, is one in which petitioners are calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience rights for physicians and other medical professionals who are being subjected to coercion and intimidation to participate in medical assistance in dying. Such a law is consistent with protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms guaranteed to all Canadians under Section 2A of the Charter, that being freedom of conscience, which is being infringed upon. And it is disappointing the government voted down a bill that would have protected those rights in law just a few moments ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I today table a petition on behalf of constituents of mine from Courtenay, and they're citing that the government, that over 30,000 Canadians have died since 2016 due to preventable drug poisoning resulting from a toxic drug supply. And they cite that those that died as a result of the preventable drug toxicity crisis were loved and valued citizens of this country our children, siblings, spouses, parents, family members, clients, and friends, Mr. Speaker. And they cite that our current drug policy has proven to be ineffective in the prevention of substance use and exacerbates its harmful effects. They cite that the war on drugs has resulted in widespread stigma towards those who use controlled substances, and the war on drugs has allowed organized crime to be the sole provider of substances, and that problematic substance use is a health issue and is not resolved through criminalizing personal possession and consumption. They call on the government to reform drug policy to decriminalize simple possession, provide a path for expungement of conviction of records for those convicted of simple possession, and with urgency, implement a health-based national strategy for providing access to a regulated, safer supply of drugs, and expand trauma-informed treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services and public education and awareness campaigns throughout Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, I have a petition in support of Bill C-230. The petitioners are come from across Canada. We're concerned about doctors and healthcare professionals who might be coerced in engaging or supporting euthanasia against their conscience, and they want these conscience rights and second options to be protected. The petitioners note that doctors deserve the freedom of conscience, and they note how the Canadian Medical Association has confirmed that conscience protection would not be a limit to their use. Also, they did prescribe how during this special joint committee for physicians' assistants dying, witnesses stated that conscience rights should be protected by the government in the response to the Carter decision. The petitioners are calling on Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code protection of conscience rights for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation so that they wouldn't have to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have one petition to present today. I am pleased to be presenting a petition in support of an initiative from my colleague that we just voted on. Unfortunately, it was voted down, but I was pleased that all Conservative members stood strong in support of protecting conscience rights. This petition recognizes conscience protections that exist in our charter. At the same time, the reality that in certain provinces, substantively, conscience is not actually protected in that physicians may be forced to refer for or provide services that go against their deeply held conscientious beliefs, whether those beliefs have their origin in a faith tradition or whether they don't have their origin in a faith tradition. Protection of conscience should be available for all, regardless of the origin or philosophical basis of those beliefs. Petitioners want to call on Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to refer or provide for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed again and so ordered. Now we have a request for an emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have given notice under Standing Order 52, subsection 2, seeking leave today, Wednesday, October 5th, to request an emergency debate on the mental health and substance use crisis in Canada. Yesterday, the Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction released a joint report on the continuing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health of Canadians, which detailed some alarming findings. According to polling conducted for the report, 35% of respondents reported moderate to severe mental health concerns. It also found that fewer than 1 in 3 people with current mental health concerns and fewer than 1 in 4 with problematic substance use access services, Mr. Speaker. And the report identified key barriers to accessing services as financial constraints, not having readily available help, not knowing how and where to get help, and long wait lists. The report identified financial concerns as a top stressor during the pandemic and discussed the links between income and unemployment with mental health concerns. With the rapidly rising cost of living and speculation of an impending recession, there is a real risk the mental health and substance use crisis will worsen in the months ahead. We also know that medical professionals have been raising the alarm for months that our health care system is on the brink of collapse. And as we head into colder months when the burden on hospitals and healthcare workers is expected to increase, a worsening mental health and substance use crisis will only push our healthcare closer to the edge, our healthcare system. The mental health crisis has been referred to as a parallel pandemic, but Parliament has not had a debate on how to respond. As such, I believe an urgent debate by parliamentarians is warranted on what steps should be taken to support the mental health of Canadians and reduce the social and economic impacts of this crisis.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Courtney Alberni for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-30, Cost of Living Relief Act, number 1, targeted tax relief.
Before going to the next member who will be debating, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 50 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to rise and speak in the second reading of Bill C-30. Bill C-30 really addresses the cost of living for many Canadians by looking at targeted relief programs. And that includes, in this case and this bill and the previous bill, looking at tax relief and increasing the HST for those that are low-income earners or making under the $39,000 threshold per year, and also the implementation of the dental care benefits. We know on this side of the House that Canadians are having a difficult time right now. Many of them are certainly feeling the rising cost of living. No matter where you live in this country, I, who live in the north, are probably seeing those costs escalating at a higher rate and by a larger margin, as many others in northern Canada can attest to. But it's happening throughout the country. So whether it's higher food prices or higher prices on other commodities, especially building materials, for example, I've heard so many people talking about not being able to do maintenance and repairs on their homes because of the doubling and tripling costs of building materials. I've heard many stories from families who are living on low-income levels who are having difficulty meeting the food security needs within their families. And also, the one we hear quite often is the rising cost of fuel services, the cost of vehicles, and the purchasing of all commodities in people's life. And those that travel and have kids that participate in many events across the country in sports and theater and student exchanges and participation, all of these things are costing more every single day. So we know that the affordability is getting more difficult for many families, but we also know there is a limit as a government in terms of what you can do. But we've introduced a targeted measures that we hope will make it a little easier for so many families in this country. So those targeted measures, which will be an investment of over $12 billion in new supports for families. One of those I want to talk about today is the doubling of the GST credit for 6 months as it is proposed right now in this bill. By doing that, what we're allowing is for many families who are on lower incomes to have that extra money that will allow them to help meet some of the demands and needs of household costs that they're currently having to deal with. I know, for example, there are many families across my riding, and especially many seniors, that live on the low-income spectrum of running their homes and running their families. And I know that this will make a huge difference for them. Having that extra money coming in over that 6-month period will certainly help them be able to get to the next level of where they need to be. The investment in the HST rebate program and giving extra money back to those low-income families will mean an extra $2.5 billion of investments by the Government of Canada that will go into low-income families that need it and seniors. It will help them through this critical period of time. And it is a necessary investment for the government right now. And I know we often take tremendous criticism on this side of the House because we're investing in programs that are supporting food security, heat security, supporting children, supporting families. But we don't make any apologies for this because we know that in the time in which we are, this financial assistance is totally necessary. I hear from so many seniors in my riding that live on low income levels that are experiencing the challenges in higher food prices and just the ordinary cost of running their homes. And I know that this plan of doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months is going to make a huge difference to them. The other thing we're doing with regard to the Cost of Living Relief Act is we're also bringing into Canada dental benefit. And this is a benefit that will allow many families who have no health insurance coverage for dental care to be able to get the dental services they need for their children under the age of 12. So this is a program that will phase in over the next couple of years. But the first phase of the program, which will be implemented immediately, will be provided to Canadians who don't have health insurance policies, that have an income of less than $90,000 annually, and have children under the age of 12 years old. So those children will be able to access dental services as a result of this particular legislation, and specifically at this point for children under the age of 12, for families who don't have dental care that have an income of $90,000 a year or less. And of course, under the Canada Dental Benefit, there's going to be direct payments that will be made, and those direct payments over a 2-year period will allow you to claim back up to $1,300 per child for dental care services that will start this year. The next phase of the program obviously is to ensure that seniors have dental coverage and that other Canadians have the coverage they need for dental care depending on their income levels. So it is expected that under this particular program, over 500,000 Canadian children will benefit from this particular program, which is nearly $1 billion been targeted to provide this particular service. And I know a lot of people are wondering how the benefit will work, how it will be paid out, and how long it will take from the first stage of the government's plan to deliver dental coverage for families to get to the next level of care, which will be for seniors. So I want to confirm that the provinces and territories and the private industry have all been engaged with regard to the timelines and the longevity of the program, how it will roll out, and the government remains committed to implementing this dental care program. I know that this is going to have a huge impact on many families and children. I remember growing up in the north in a community where we had no dental services and we had to fly out. and we would go to a hospital with a toothache when you were a child, and the first thing they do would be to pluck your teeth and not provide any other dental care. And we've moved way beyond that in Canada, and looking after the dental needs of kids helps prevent other diseases, helps prevent other illnesses. I know I'm going to run out of time, but I would like to tell a very short story, and that very short story is that I had a lady who was having many problems with her back, and they couldn't find out what it was, and they eventually determined that she had a disease of her teeth and gums that was affecting all of this in her body and causing infections that were causing so many other illnesses. And it just goes to show that once you look after your teeth and look after your dental hygiene, that it can provide much better health outcomes for children and for all people in populations. So I'm really happy to support this bill, to support the increase in HST for families that are earning $39,000 and under, and supporting dental care for kids under 12 in Canada. These are good moves that helps with affordability for many families, and I hope my colleagues will support the bill.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for her intervention today on this bill. I just have one question. As I've looked at parts of this, I'm curious to know how this bill will actually have a positive impact on the underprivileged, those who have a limited income, when the department, and in the act it says they're going to use tax filings from the CRA to make determination of who gets this funding, and yet reports that I've been seeing indicate that the concern for this bill is that those individuals who really need it won't get it because they're not going to be filing the CRA income tax returns. And I want to know what the Parliamentary Secretary thinks of that particular concern that Canadians have raised.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. And first of all, in order to provide the HST or GST supplement to Canadians, they have to be qualified for it. That means that they have to be under certain income thresholds in order to be eligible. Obviously, the real place to go is to check with CRA what their last income tax earnings were, and it will be based on that. What I can say is that from our projections, this will be able to support about 11 million Canadians with regard to additional income under the GST program.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's a straightforward bill. I think it's a good thing, which will help low-income people. It'll give them a bit of breathing space, it'll give them a bit of a break in dealing with inflation. And we know that seniors, retired seniors, are on a fixed income and they get the GIS. And if they applied last year for the CERB or other benefits, then their GIS could be clawed back. So I was wondering whether she thought that might be a good thing to help seniors not to cut their GIS. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to seniors, this is a really good question because I think we've all had to deal with this over the last few months. But first of all, any seniors that are under the threshold in terms of what their supplementary allowances are afforded to them in Canada based on their income, it did not change. While there was extra money paid out, extra benefits paid out, most of the people who were impacted were people who had other smaller pensions that were coming in on the side. So their cumulative income reached a different threshold level with that bump in payment. What I can say is this, is that very few seniors in this country who are dependent upon supplementary benefits have any room at all to make adjustments in their budgets. Their incomes are very fixed, and they have very little room in terms of other escalating costs that might be happening in their lives. I think increasing the GST for many of these people will be a tremendous help for them going forward.
Questions and comments? I have time for one more. The Honourable Member for Port Neil Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and good friend for her speech and certainly send strength to Newfoundlanders as they rebuild from Hurricane Fiona, and certainly we'll be there to support her efforts as well as New Democrats. Mr. Speaker, it's great in this House to see the Liberals come on board and support doubling of the GST tax credit. Even the Conservatives are actually getting on board, and the Bloc and all parties. So this is an exciting moment. But to hear her talk about dental care, which she voted against a year ago, it's great to hear the Liberals get on board with dental care. We need a healthcare system that's head to toe. When it comes to mental health, Mr. Speaker, mental health is health. 35% of respondents to the Mental Health Commission survey just yesterday that was announced, this is people across Canada, Mr. Speaker, said that they had mental health challenges. And 1 out of 3 of them didn't even access care because they couldn't afford it or they couldn't get access to it. Will the colleague tell us when they'll roll out their $4.5 billion mental health transfer that they promise Canadians to get them the help that they need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just very quickly, I appreciate the question from my colleague, but I want to correct him on something. If he's referring to the dental bill that came forward to the House by the former member for St. John's East, I did support that motion, so I want to correct that for the record. I also want to say that I support the bill that's here today. I support the motion at the time because I know the need for dental care in the riding that I represent and many other northern rural ridings across Canada. I know how important it is for families to have that kind of treatment for their children, and I'm happy to support the bill that's before us today.
Order. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni on health, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove on housing, and the Honourable Member for Bow River on health.
Le débat. Débat continue. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed and talented colleague from Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Charlevoix, Île d'Orléans. Mr. Speaker, for a little over 2 years now, we've been going through unprecedented times. This isn't the first pandemic, and it's not the first war experienced by the human race, and it's of course, not the first inflationary crisis we've ever experienced, but it's the first time that all three things have come together in this age of communications. The pandemic seems to have been the trigger, revealing weaknesses in supply chains, our reliance on foreign products, and flaws in our long-term political vision all around the world. This was compounded by the war in Ukraine, and that's not the only war going on right now. There are others in other countries in different forms with serious impacts on people. But the one in Ukraine is adding pressure to supply chains, especially agricultural and food supply chains. This pressure on supply chains is exacerbating already tragic situations in many countries, including in Africa. In Canada, this pressure is being felt in the form of higher input prices for farmers and higher consumer prices for the average person. It is possible to make a long list of things that led to this current inflationary crisis, because inflation is a rather complex phenomenon that's never caused by just one or two factors. Before I get into the heart of the matter, I'd like to point out another factor that increases the pressure on households, and that is the rise in the cost of housing, both for buying and renting. This increase is not insignificant and is in connection with the increasing population both in Quebec and in Canada, as well as it can be attributed to the decrease in housing starts for social and affordable housing. And social housing is also for people who have to spend more than 30% of their budget. It's also housing that's located in an environment where people can access services and support and have a meaningful community life. That's why social housing is so important. The current crisis makes me think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's important to put forward solutions with a promising long-term vision, solutions that are sustainable and predictable but still flexible. And we mustn't forget that this situation is not only having an impact now, but will continue for a long time if nothing's done. It will have an impact on the health system, the workplace, and on the community. So we all aspire to reach the top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, i.e., self-fulfillment and the ability to express our full potential, our creativity. But the current situation directly attacks the first two levels of the hierarchy, that is physiological or basic needs and the need for security. A society has everything to gain by ensuring that the majority of the population reaches at least the bottom rungs of Maslow's hierarchy, which are the need for esteem and for fulfillment. I say the majority because there are always times in a person's life when they need to refocus on the lower rungs of the hierarchy. But with a strong society, it is possible for that person to overcome the adversity they're going through and regain their self-esteem and fulfillment. A society has everything to gain because people who value themselves and who are fulfilled are people who are involved in their environment, both professionally, socially, and in their families. They're happier, less ill, they take better care of themselves and their loved ones. This has direct positive impacts on the healthcare environments, which are less overburdened, and on productivity in the workplace, and in turn on the national GDP and healthcare costs. If health care costs are kept lower, this leaves more room for the second largest budget of any government, and that is education. A self-respecting and self-fulfilling population is one that values education in all its forms and invests in its educational environment to enable future generations to value and fulfill themselves. But the pandemic first attacked the middle tier of the hierarchy, the tier that's about the need for love and belonging. Think of the children and seniors who felt alone and isolated. Think of the adults who get fulfillment through their jobs or through sports and who found themselves alone at home. Then the combination of the pandemic and inflation, it's the security needs and the basic needs that are under attack. What will be the impact? People are exhausted, stressed out about not being able to get by financially. Children are also stressed because they feel their parents' stress better than anyone else, even if their parents don't even talk openly about it with their children, because they'd rather let their kids experience the joy and beauty and generosity of childhood. The current solution in this bill, which is to boost the GST rebate, it's like a Band-Aid solution. It's temporary. It's welcome relief, but it's temporary. And it certainly will be helpful on the eve of the kind of purchases people will need to make before winter arrives. But it's a short-term solution, and we need medium and long-term solutions as well. If this isn't done, there will be dramatic impacts on the health and education systems, on workplaces, and on communities. People can't be allowed to become overwhelmed by the stress of trying to find ways to meet their basic needs, including the need for security. So coming back to Maslow's hierarchy, in order to enable people to reach the higher levels of the hierarchy by meeting their psychological and security needs, we need to take a holistic view and work on the root causes of problems in order to come up with sustainable solutions. Allow me to make a list of some possible solutions, and I do this humbly and quite simply. This is simply just food for thought that we can discuss further. Since 2016, 100,000 social housing units per year should have been built, but they weren't. We need to boost funding to make up for this shortfall. Afterwards, that funding must be maintained so that the kind of shortfall in construction doesn't recur. Quebec and Canada are welcoming places, but newcomers need access to adequate housing, not to mention the needs of First Nations, which are glaring, or those who've been here in Quebec and Canada for years already. Social housing has rents that represent less than 30% of the tenant's income. And to create such housing, it's preferable that it be managed by community organizations that specialize in housing rather than by private companies that specialize in turning a profit. Inflation has direct and dramatic impacts on people on fixed incomes. We have to think of those people, not just those 75 and over, but people 65 to 74. We need to have a tax credit to allow them to work if they want to, without double taxation through GIS and pension clawbacks. Finally, we have to think of the regions. Canada's made up of regions, and those regions need development. We need better systems of transportation, a railway system that's worthy of the 21st century. That would be fantastic. Companies are setting up in our regions, but they have trouble attracting people because the tax credits for recent grads aren't adequate. And we need an energy transition so that people can have access to electricity and heating without being constantly under the influence of speculation. So to conclude, the GST payment is a good thing for now, but we have a duty as elected officials to protect the dignity of the less fortunate in the long term. We have to stop thinking simply about opinion polls and surveys and so on. We need to be thinking about the next 10 to 50 years. Let us be visionary. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think Bill C-30 is a part of the solution. When we talk about how it is that we can assist people through inflation, the member made reference. There is no one issue, as she rightfully says, that causes inflation. One can talk about the war in Europe. We can talk about the pandemic and many other supply industries that are out there. There's a number of factors to it. Canada is doing relatively well in comparison to other countries. Having said that, there is a need for us to be able to respond. And C-30 is one of three pieces. There's C-30, the next one is C-31 for the dental and rent subsidy, but we also have the disability legislation. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts on those other two pieces of legislation, because they complement this particular piece and indirectly, if not directly, deals with some of her other concerns.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, we're not against this bill. We're not against it. But, as I said at the end of my speech, these are temporary solutions to a set of problems that goes much deeper and that requires a long-term vision, not just for the next few months. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. And, Mr. Speaker, it's great to see the Bloc come on board and doubling the GST, providing help to people right now. What I'm really concerned about in terms of discussion around people that need help are workers, ensuring seniors get the help they need. And I've heard the members speak in support of getting seniors the help they need because they don't have enough money saved, most of them rely on the CPP. And we hear conservatives that are fighting against increases to the CPP, calling it a payroll tax, Mr. Speaker, when in fact it's ensuring that people that are retiring have retirement security. It's deferred wages. Does my colleague agree that it's important that we increase the CPP and that it's not a payroll tax?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I am fortunate enough to be able to put a bit of money into an RRSP and a TFSA, but not everyone has that good fortune. So the CPP and so on, those benefits are there for people who've worked hard their whole lives to raise their kids, to put food on the table, and who were unable to save anything. Or maybe they did have some savings, but they had to withdraw those savings because their lives were particularly tough. So that's what the CPP is all about. It's a little bit of money that's been put aside. It's necessary. It's essential. It shouldn't be called a tax, because if so, then our RRSPs are a tax too. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou because she always has some sentences in her speeches that, to me, it's like they came out of a poem. They're very touching expressions. So in Quebec, we're the masters of the labor force. We have lots of industry councils and analyses that are done on labor needs. But the temporary program, the temporary workers program, is something that comes under Ottawa's jurisdiction. So it just doesn't make sense. It's not inconsistent. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much. Foreign workers are essential for our businesses. We all agree on that. What's not essential in times of labor shortages is to require companies to conduct studies to show that the worker is essential. Let's just agree on that. They are essential. We need to bring people in. We wouldn't bring them in if they were not needed. So Quebec needs 100% control over that jurisdiction when it comes to foreign workers, temporary foreign workers. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a tant à faire, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's so much to be done, and I feel privileged today to be able to speak to...
I am very pleased to rise today to discuss these important issues. People are already suffering from this pre-recession situation after the pandemic, as well as the Liberals' financial laxity. We've already seen businesses closing, and other businesses have reduced their hours. And many of them have had to increase their prices significantly. Then gas prices are also up, and that is making transportation and supplies more important, more significant rather, and that's inflation. Now inflation, poverty, and the feeling that things aren't changing. Here, we may find these notions very abstract. We are sheltered within these walls, but the situation is very real and tangible in our communities, and I urge you to take that into account. And then there are other factors which make things worse, like the failures of the EI system, and it's a real nightmare for hardworking people throughout the country. For several weeks, and more in a few days, workers in seasonal industries, like tourism, for example, will see their companies closing temporarily or definitively. Or the businesses will have to reduce their activities because there isn't enough tourism. These are people who are trained and competent, who will not be receiving the special assistance from the pandemic, and they are back to square one, or even worse. where they were before the pandemic with EI thresholds which disqualify seasonal workers. And yet these people are people who live in the regions and are consumers who are buying local thanks to EI, but if they don't have those benefits, they'll have to leave and go to big centers in order to be able to keep working. Because the fact that they're involuntarily not working and can't find another job will no longer mean that they can get compensation, even though both the employer and the employees paid in to EI. Some companies can no longer fill vacant positions in the regions because of the problems in transportation in these areas, or because people's experience and academic background don't correspond with available jobs. We can't ask, for example, a seasonal hotel worker to go work at a ski station. There are situations where someone can't just switch from one job to another. And as for the 70-kilometer requirement, some of these people don't have the money to buy a car, and there's no transit where they live. It's extremely shameful to make people go look for work if it means that actually getting to that work is starving them. And there's also repercussions from all this. So throughout the regions, due to the government's lack of assistance, people are leaving their homes, their social and family life, to go to the big city to find a non-seasonal job. How will seasonal tourism businesses make up for the exodus of these workers? These businesses will have to close their doors, no matter how excellent they are. And if the minister doesn't do something immediately, the workers will all be gone. And if these tourism businesses close, a fundamental element of our regional vitality will die. We need to call a spade a spade. There is a great deal of resiliency in our regions, but there is a limit to resilience, and we can't count on it forever. If you had plans to come relax in our beautiful regions, well, no, that won't be possible anymore. As much as you might have been looking forward to a wonderful B&B, personalized comfort, excellent food, no, it will all be gone. It's extremely unfortunate, both economically and on a human level. Especially when you consider that EI is supposed to be a fund that workers and employers contribute to, but that here, it's the government that is failing. I was talking about a hotel employee, someone competent and indispensable, who can't just go work on a ski slope. A sommelier who can't simply become a factory worker all of a sudden, or a single mother who needs that work schedule in order to be able to meet the needs of her family, so she can't become an orderly all of a sudden, but who can keep working in the hospitality sector. There are so many examples of people like that. And these people won't have income anymore because they won't be eligible for EI, and they can't fill these positions that are available seasonally. Now, Mr. Speaker, don't worry, I will get to C30 because there's an important connection here. It's all very well to pass these measures to make the Liberal government look good. We support them. In fact, some of our proposals were very simple, but there are some simple and immediate measures that we could take to prevent many families in the regions from finding themselves faced with penury, and measures that could also support tourism businesses. It's urgent. We hope that the Minister of Labour will listen to reason and immediately change the eligibility criteria for seasonal workers. It is an extremely important measure to help people. It's just as important as increasing the tax credit on the GST in the form of a check. Of course, checks are very popular in politics. Now, of course, our party will vote in favor of C30 because it will implement a measure that we had already proposed in our budgetary suggestions from last spring. The Liberals' platform, with its $100 billion in spending that was not consistent, had not taken that approach, but the Bloc Québécois is focusing on a green recovery. That's where we need to spend our money. We need to support families just like we did during the pandemic. Not to do so would lead to an even worse situation. This is when we really need to do something to encourage the economy to recover. We don't object to expenses as such, to spending as such. We are against waste. The Bloc Québécois has asked for assistance programs to be adjusted to make them more efficient and not have them simply be a wall-to-wall, vague manner of proceeding. The goal is to help workers and businesses while limiting spending. And the Liberals took way too long to adjust the programs. Same thing here with the recovery. Yes, it's good to have stimulus spending, but the spending needs to be targeted and thoughtful. It needs to help those who are actually affected by the situation. And the way to do that, I'll say this again, although I'm repeating myself, we need to do more about social housing, help seniors with their purchasing power, maintaining the independence of the central bank. We need to create a tax credit for new graduates, immigrants in the regions, help experienced workers with tax incentives. We need to strengthen the competitiveness regime, reduce our dependence on oil. And I'd just like to say to the residents of the most beautiful riding in the world, I'd like to tell them, along with everyone else in Quebec, that the Bloc Québécois will continue to insist on these factors with the government so that the minister finally understands that it is urgent to do something about the EI thresholds. Mr. Speaker,
On devrait peut-être l'écouter.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a real unique special touch to the conclusion of the speech, I must say. It's nice to hear, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc and, in fact, all members of the House are recognizing the true value of this legislation, supporting Canadians in all regions of the country. It's estimated 11 million Canadians will benefit by the passage of this legislation. I understand and hear the message that's coming from the Bloc in terms of that we have to take a look at ways in which we can make some changes more of a permanent. And the one that I would cite, even though I know they have a little bit of difficulty with, is the 10% increase to seniors 75 and over. And I appreciate there are some challenges that the Bloc have with that particular issue. But my question to the member is, as I posed to her colleague, is the fact that this is one piece of legislation which is complemented by other pieces of legislation referencing the dental, house rental, and the disability legislation, and if I can get her thoughts on those pieces.
The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I do try to personalize my speeches. Perhaps it's a bad habit, but I think that a little bit of singing adds something to this House. I'd like to rectify what my colleague said. We are not against helping seniors over 75, but we are concerned about those between 65 and 75. We want seniors to be supported from 65. Everyone knows that seniors are the people most impacted by the situation because they have a fixed income, and when that's paired with inflation, it's a disaster. So I'd like to ask my colleague to insist on that with his government.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention. And I was listening with interest when she was in particular talking about wanting to change the eligibility for seasonal workers. And I know that in my constituency office in Kelowna Lake Country, it's one of the issues that our team there is spending the most amount of time on, and it sounds like this member as well, where you have this very onerous, expensive, redundant process where every year, especially in the farming community, they have to go through this application process. They have the same people that come year after year after year after year, and yet they have to do this paperwork every year. And so I wanted to ask the member what her thoughts were on that, and maybe go into a little bit more detail what her thought process was.
The député de Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-Orléans, Charlevoix.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her constructive question, which adds something to my idea. I think what we need when it comes to reforming EI, we need to create a specific status for workers in a seasonal position. And I'm phrasing it that way because the worker isn't seasonal, it's their job that is seasonal. So I think we need to create a status for these workers in seasonal jobs with criteria that are a bit different than the usual criteria.
The Honourable Member of Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for, I think, a speech full of progressive ideas. I think the underlying question here is obviously Canadians are suffering with very high inflation, and one of the foundational questions that I have and we struggle with in the NDP is what's the cause of this problem? And we see unbelievable price increases both at the gas station, in the grocery stores, in the insurance industry. We see massive profits being made by corporations driving prices up. My honourable colleague talked about workers. Does she agree with the NDP that the inflation caused today is caused by greedflation, by corporations raising prices beyond a reasonable level, or does she blame workers in this country for causing this situation like the Liberal or the Conservatives do?
L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte de Beaupré.
The honourable member. That's a very broad question that deserves a broad answer. But as you will agree, Mr. Speaker, we don't have much time. I tend to agree with my colleague, but I fundamentally believe in our region's economic resilience, and that applies to our businesses and urban centers as well. We need a balance. We need to create a balance internally as well, not by allowing foreign investment to come make supply and production costs skyrocket. That's really the key point here. We really need to look inward and take care of our own business. That is how we can do something about inflation and mitigate it.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to inform the House that I will be sharing my time with the member from Louis Saint Laurent. Well, as always, I am proud to stand in the House with the privilege to represent the constituents of Peterborough-Kawartha. Today, I rise to speak to Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, meaning Canadians will get a one-time tax rebate. This bill amends the Income Tax Act to double the GST-HST credit for 6 months, increasing the maximum annual GST-HST credit amounts by 50% for the 2022-2023 benefit year. Bill C-30 is another one of this Liberal government's attempts at a flashy headline that really does nothing to address the core issues when it comes to our affordability crisis in this country. The Liberals want to think that they're saving Canadians, when in fact, it is the Liberal government who has put Canadians in this affordability crisis. Government supports should be and should offer real results for Canadians who need it most, especially when we find ourselves in this cost of living crisis. Now, the GST rebate proposal provides welcome, immediate relief that Conservatives will support, but let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, we do not support the incompetence of this Liberal government and their inability to manage the Canadian economy while Canadians suffer to put food on their table. There needs to be a long-term solution to address the real problem across our country. Inflationary deficits and taxes are driving up costs at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years. Mr. Speaker, just last week in the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, we had a witness from the Boys and Girls Club of Canada testify to the current ongoing study surrounding the mental health of young women and girls. Now, I asked if they believe our current cost of living crisis is affecting our kids. And the answer, and I quote, yes. We have multiple anecdotes of families who are reporting increased stress. We're hearing it from the kids. We're actually meeting with our clubs in the next 2 weeks, and I think we'll hear more of those stories where they've said food costs are a problem. Mr. Speaker, when moms, dads, and caregivers are stressed or worried about how to put food on the table or how to pay rent or how to keep the lights on, that tension is noticed by our kids. This Liberal government is downloading its inability to manage the economy to our children. Children do not need the burden of adult problems. They have endured so much these past few years, and they need to be children. Mr. Speaker, I've said it many times before in this House, the affordability crisis is a mental health crisis, and it is being exacerbated by the hurtful policies of this current government. Mr. Speaker, this government had the opportunity to support our Conservative motion to give Canadians a chance to breathe, to give them the break that they needed as we put forth our motion to stop the planned increased taxes on January 1st. But instead of giving Canadians a break, they voted to tax their hard-earned paychecks even more. The average Canadian family now spends more of its income on taxes, 43%, than it does on basic necessities such as food, shelter, and clothing combined, which is 36%. Now, by comparison, 34% of the average family's income went to pay taxes in 1961, while 57% went to the basic necessities. When families are spending more of their income on taxes than any other necessity, coupled with the current rate of inflation and affordability crisis, Mr. Speaker, something has got to give. Canadians are hanging on by a thread. Next Monday is Thanksgiving, and Christmas is just 81 days away. Now, with Canadians struggling to get by with the basic necessities, how are they ever expected to manage for the extra spending that the holidays require? The price of turkey up 15%. The price of potatoes up 22%. The price of cranberries up 12%. This one-time help proposed in this bill will give an average of $467 per family. So if you are an individual without a child and you are earning more than $49,200, you will get nothing. If you are a family of 2 adults, 2 kids, earning more than $58,500, you will get nothing. Mr. Speaker, when groceries are up almost 11%, when inflation is at a 40-year high, this is not acceptable. I want to read another message from Emily, who wrote to me. You know, it's interesting. I'm even starting to get worried. And we own our house, 1 car, little to no commute, 1 child, emergency account, early to mid-40s. My husband is a professional engineer making middle 6 figures, and we are starting to get a little nervous. So imagine others. Mr. Speaker, the impact of both parents having to work, not having a choice, the impact on our kids, the mental health crisis, it's out of control. The average family of 4 is now spending over $1,200 more each year to put food on the table. And this doesn't even consider the rising cost of gas with the government's carbon tax or the cost of housing. Mr. Speaker, you know who this stress and burden is passed down to when parents are stressed about paying for the necessities? Our kids, especially our teenage kids. Our future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Owen Charters of the Boys and Girls Club of Canada explains it best when he said, too often, and this is a quote, too often kids who come from underprivileged homes or homes where there's a single parent take on a burden that is like an adult at a very young age, and they worry about those adult issues. They may not always let their parents know, because part of being a responsible member of that family is not to let that burden fester on the other members of the family. We see that as a part of single-parent families, especially, or families where the parents are dysfunctional. Now, the irony in all of this today, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals want Canadians to believe that they are saving them, when in fact they are responsible for the problem. They want Canadians to think they are coming up with solutions when in fact they created this. Mr. Speaker, it's like cutting someone's leg, then offering a Band-Aid and patting yourself on the back for helping. It's ridiculous. The jig is up, and Canadians know what the Liberals are doing. This government continues to think more spending will help with the cost of living. Well, no, it doesn't work that way. How does taking home less from your hard-earned paycheck help the economy or mental health? How is tripling the carbon tax helping Canadians? It isn't. Mr. Speaker, you know what you need to make food and housing? Gas. You know what the Liberals want to do? Increase the tax on gas. So guess what? The already outrageous food and real estate prices are going to keep going up. Do you know what happens to people when they don't have hope? When they can't see a light at the end of the tunnel? They get depressed. They get anxious. They use drugs and alcohol to escape the pain, and they might even attempt suicide. Mr. Speaker, we will fight for the people. We will fight for their paychecks, and we will fight for this country. Canadians deserve better. The children deserve better. Our seniors deserve better. They gave their life to this country, and so many of them cannot even afford to buy milk. Mr. Speaker, we do not need to burden our children with adult problems, and they do not need to see their parents suffer. The Conservatives will keep pushing the Liberals to wake up and do the right, compassionate thing and stop their planned tax hikes. And I encourage all of the members on that side of the House to stand up to their government, because I know they are getting the same calls to their constituency office that we are getting. Canadians are suffering, and we were elected to bring their voice here, not take this voice to them. And it is wrong what this government is doing. It is wrong how they are making them suffer and not recognizing the pain that is happening in this country. Yes, I will support Bill C-30 because Canadians need a break, but I will not allow the Liberals to forget that the reason they need help is because of their inability to manage our economy. And I will continue, like all of my Conservative colleagues, to push this government to invest in development, not relief. And that starts with stop taxing Canadians and let them keep their hard-earned paychecks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear, the recounting of the increase in the price of things that the honourable member has mentioned. I'm wondering if she can reflect on the fact that there have been no tax increases, and yet a litre of gasoline out at the coast is $2.40 plus right now. Food is up, but there's been no additional tax on food, and yet the big oil companies are producing record profits, and the big grocery chains are producing record profits. So maybe she can tell the rest of us who's really responsible for the inflation that we're seeing on the two key things that are driving the inflation rate, food and petroleum products.
Tax on freight. Escalator tax.
The honourable member Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across the way. The government runs the country. The government is responsible for the economy. And I'm not sure how, with all of the things that member has addressed, the cost of gas, the cost of groceries, how increasing tax is going to help Canadians when they can't take home the paycheck that they went to work to get. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I agree very much with my honourable colleague that the current economic situation facing Canada is indeed concerning. We have a lack of energy sovereignty, as has been pointed out by my Conservative colleagues. We are failing to repatriate lost manufacturing jobs. We have a lack of affordable housing. In fact, I think a crisis in affordable housing. Yet it was Conservatives who opposed and dismantled Petro-Canada, Canada's national oil company, which would have helped achieve national energy security. It was Conservatives who signed neoliberal trade deals that saw capital flee Canada and all of the jobs to low-wage jurisdictions. And it was Conservatives who cancelled CMHC's social housing function a generation ago, helping to lead to the situation we face today. Why should Canadians have any faith that Conservatives could could fix the problems today when they played such an important role in creating the problems that we're facing now.
The Honourable Member Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are here to discuss Bill C-30 and a one-time tax rebate that is going to cost even more money to Canadians. Spending more money rather than investing in our country is not going to be the solution we need. Right now in my riding of Peterborough Kawartha, people are ready to build houses. They're ready to help with the housing crisis, and yet they have to wait months, sometimes years, because of the administrative, bureaucratic nonsense that prevents people from achieving what they need to do. The government needs to get out of the people's way, let them achieve their work, and let them earn their paychecks, not tax them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member from Peterborough Kawartha. You know, she really outlined and explained and showed the passion and compassion, specifically for seniors, but really specifically, Mr. Speaker, for our young adults and our teenagers. And I know I've got 3 teenagers, young adults, so I understand where she's coming from. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, with regard to the mental health, with regard to putting food on their table, putting fuel in their vehicles, would you agree would the honourable member agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister and the Liberals are out of touch with everyday Canadian families?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha, in about 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. Great question. Absolutely. And, you know, it would be amiss of me if I didn't acknowledge that this week is Mental Illness Awareness Week. And the Liberal government promised $4.5 billion to mental health transfers, and not one dime has been sent. Not one. When we have a mental health crisis in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, I'm the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Louis Saint Laurent, who was a Prime Minister in the 50s in Canada, who, in amongst other things, rebalanced the budget after the Second World War. Why have I made this historic reference? Because today I would like to talk about public finance and its direct impact on Canadian families and on this Liberal government's management over the past 7 minus 2 weeks, years. This management, which is far from their predecessor, Louis Saint Laurent, who managed to balance the budget after the Second World War. The bill we're studying today has to do with improving the cost of living. The way to do this is not by giving them money, but by leaving money in the first place in their pockets. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, these people have been in government for the past 7 years, and what have we seen? 7 years ago, during the 2015 election campaign, they committed to having 3 small deficits, then no deficits in 2019. The results were 3 big deficits, ever-growing deficits, and in 2019, zero deficit was simply just kicked aside. Mr. Speaker, that's what we are paying, what we're paying for today. Now, Mr. Speaker, some will say, well, we were confronted by the pandemic. Well, yes, but despite all of this, they had to responsibly manage the economy that we left after we were government. We left a balanced budget, the best G7 debt to GDP ratio. And what did this government do? Just spend left, right and centre. What we can see now is that inflation is everyone's #1 problem. This government didn't do what all industrial countries did, especially our G7 partners: Japan, France, the United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, and the United States of America, Joe Biden's USA. These 6 G7 countries over the past few months reduced their taxes and the tax burden on individuals. So all G7 countries did so, apart from Canada, apart from this Liberal government's Canada. That's not the right approach, Mr. Speaker. The more people have money in their pockets, well, the more the cost of living goes down. The more you print money, more inflation will go up. It's a fundamental part of economics. For months here, the official opposition asked the government to inspire itself from other G7 countries by reducing taxes, which it did not do. But what's even worse, Mr. Speaker, the very minimum that the government could do to alleviate people's tax burden in this inflationist era is to not increase people's payments in taxes. But, Mr. Speaker, on the 1st of January 2023, there will be an increase in employment insurance premiums. I forget the term. Employment insurance, yes. Sometimes I think in English and French, and I use the wrong language. Anyway, sometimes I get things wrong. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. This will affect anyone in any case. And yes, we agree with the idea of putting money aside when things are good. When things are good, not taking money out of taxpayers' pockets to make huge expenditures today. These are principles we have to follow. But even worse, on the 1st of April, this government seeks to increase the Liberal carbon tax. Not a slight increase, not a 100%, but a 200% increase, a triple of the gas tax. They want to triple their gas tax on their carbon tax, rather, on the 1st of April. Inflation is going up, and the government wants to make the best of this terrible situation for their own gains by increasing taxes. This is completely logical, Mr. Speaker. What planet do they live on? Not only do they do the opposite of what other G7 countries are doing, but even worse, they're increasing taxes 3 times. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, well, some say, well, hey, in Quebec, no. The Liberal carbon tax wasn't applicable to Quebec until now. Why? Because in Quebec there's already a cap and trade system. Once again, only the English term comes to mind. I should know the term in French because I voted for it at the Assemblée nationale. In any case, there's this principle in Quebec that means that the Liberal carbon tax wasn't applicable to Quebec because it was about the same revenue. But in 4 or 5 months, what will happen when this Liberal government will triple the Liberal carbon tax? We asked the question yesterday. My colleague asked the question, and what was the answer from the minister? Well, I need a briefing because I don't know how this works. The question is yes or no. Will tripling the carbon tax be applicable to Quebec? Can we have a clear answer? This does not bode well for the people of Quebec, and no doubt we will be able to talk about it with the new government in Quebec. Increasing taxes, increasing the tax burden is not the best way to alleviate people's financial issues. We need to leave more money in Canadians' pockets in the first place so they don't have to suffer from inflation. Of course, Mr. Speaker, numbers are evocative and they are concerning. 43% is the tax average, which is more than housing, rent. In all this debate, if there is one element that worries me the most, is the issue of food. If there is one fundamental good that we have to protect, it is, of course, food. We're not talking about a luxury. We're not talking about sweets. We're talking about a fundamental purpose, a fundamental part of life, which is eating and surviving. During last Friday's Truth and Reconciliation Day, I took part in an event at the Wendake Food Bank. I also was at the inauguration of a shared fridge in Val-Bélair. The reality is that these 2 elements, these 2 organizations that are there to be a crutch for people who may need it, all of them told me that people were asking more and more for food. Demand was far too high now. People who once donated were now asking for help. For a G7 country, this is completely illogical. Canada is rich in its humans, its resources, in its labor and the work that we all do. But now we have a G7 country where food bank can't meet people's needs. Well, that's not good news for anyone. when butter has gone up by 17%, bread by 17%, when pasta's gone up by 30%, when soup goes up by 20%, well, there we start. Then there, people's basic needs are no longer being met. 4 Canadians out of 5 need to reduce their food budget because of inflation. And that is something that is not good news. It's very concerning, and that is the reason for which, in a positive and constructive way, we have to directly attack the issue of inflation, which, yes, we recognize is a global issue. My friends across the way will say, well, it's not just in Canada there's inflation in the world. Well, exactly. And everywhere else, they reduce taxes, but not in Canada. Why? Because this government is a gluttonous government. They love taking people's money, even when it comes to their food budget. And so people will say, well, it has nothing to, food has nothing to do with gas and carbon. Well, the food that we get into our supermarkets don't fall from the sky. They were transported from somewhere. It came from somewhere. And likely was carbon consumed and energy consumed to bring it to your shelves. It often comes from petrol. And so the carbon tax has a direct impact on food. The same thing for production. In my riding, I have colleagues with rural ridings who tell me the real and dangerous and painful impact of this carbon tax on farmers and producers is especially felt and will be even more felt in April. We keep being watchdogs for the government to make sure that they do not triple the Liberal carbon tax. That is the reason for which, Mr. Speaker, we are very wary on the government's approach with regards to managing public funds, with regard to their management of this inflationary crisis, and we seriously invite them to revisit their position and reduce taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, less than a year ago, my Conservative friends actually campaigned knocking on doors telling Canadians that they actually supported a price on pollution. Well, a lot has happened. New leader in particular, and now the Conservatives are back as being climate deniers.
All hail the leader!
Mr. Speaker,
let's just keep the. I know it was. Let's just try to keep the doors closed. I mean, whatever happens on the floor of this chamber is okay. What happens in the lobbies is great. Just let's all try to keep the doors closed if we all can do it. So let's all work together for that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the bottom line is the Conservatives did have a flip-flop with their new leader. So many would say now all the Conservative MPs, they are breaking a promise dealing with the climate change. And that's fine. What I don't necessarily care for is when the Conservatives try to give misrepresentation of the facts. You know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said a majority of the constituents of Winnipeg North are actually getting more money back than they're paying into the price of pollution. Yet that's not what you would take that's being said here. My question to the member is, how does he and his colleagues justify telling their constituents that they no longer support a price on pollution when they campaigned on it? And why try to mislead Canadians when a majority of them are actually receiving more money as opposed to the so-called triple, double, or whatever they want to call it?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Year that I know the honourable colleague from Winnipeg North, and it's a real pleasure to sit with him, even if we totally disagree, especially on the fact, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Le directeur parlementaire.
The PBO, a month ago, tabled a document or released a document that says in black and white that 60% of Canadians are not getting as much as they're paying through the Liberal carbon tax. And during question period...
6 years ago, we tabled that reality, and we tabled to put a price on pollution. And the result, Mr. Speaker, the price is high, and the pollution is what? Is up. They never attain their target. Ils ont jamais atteint.
They never reached their target, and now they want to lecture us. Maybe once they've reached their targets, we can talk.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport,
Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I reassure you I won't sing my question. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the position of his new rather populist leader who talks about firing the head of the Bank of Canada when the bank is actually doing everything it needs to do to control inflation. So what's his position on the central bank? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'll refrain from making any musical jokes here, and I'll just answer my colleague's question. When it comes to inflation, what causes inflation at root is printing money. And that's why we Conservatives, what we think is most important is to leave more money in Canadians' pockets. That's the best thing you can do to fight inflation effectively. And what power does the government have? It's especially not to increase taxes. We've asked them to cut taxes for a year now, and they won't do it, even though other G7 countries, except for the Liberal government of Canada, all the other G7 countries are cutting taxes. And we asked them not to increase payroll taxes and other taxes, but they refuse to do that. The Liberals refuse to commit. Questions and comments?
Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And you were glad to see the Conservatives finally come on board to a New Democrat idea to doubling the GST credit for Canadians in a way to get money to the hands of the people most impacted and the most vulnerable to the high inflation that we're experiencing right now, Mr. Speaker. And we believe that as New Democrats, we need solutions that actually support families and help workers deal with the inflation and the rising cost of living. Now, Mr. Speaker, he talked about around the world, other countries doing things. He even mentioned Britain. No, the Brits they gave tax cuts to the rich and their economy crashed. Their pound has taken a nosedive. But one thing the Brits did do a good job of is they actually went after big oil and an excess profit tax, Mr. Speaker. Now, this week, the CEO of Shell here in Canada, he said, quote, governments need to tax energy producers to help people deal with the soaring cost of fuel. Now, this wasn't the leader of the official opposition, the Prime Minister, or the Minister of Environment, who are all standing up for big oil, the gatekeepers for big oil. This actually was a CEO of Shell, Mr. Speaker, citing the importance of making sure that energy producers pay what they owe to lower people's bills. It makes sense, and Canadians deserve better. Through you, Mr. Speaker, does my colleague not agree with the CEO of Shell and that they should pay their fair share instead of lean on?
All right, we're almost completely out of time, and I want to let the member answer. L'honorable député Louis Saint Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
The comment of my colleague from the NDP, and we shall pay respect to each and every idea. And so this is why, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about taxation, when we put a price on the pollution, the Liberals have the ambition to triple, not one, not two, but triple the price of pollution that they impose to Canadians. This is not the right thing to do, to triple a tax when we address the inflation crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be part of this debate and talk about a number of different issues. On C30, though, it is interesting to start this discussion by reminding, I think, Parliament in particular, because the public does remember this, that it was actually the Conservatives under Brian Mulroney that actually brought in the GST. And then it was actually then John Chrétien who campaigned against getting rid of the GST. And then later on, it was Stephen Harper that brought in the HST and added new taxes, including actually taxing your hospital visit parking. So I find it very ironic with regards to the blaming going back and forth that there is no, I guess, recognition to the fact that this taxing process creates at least a vehicle in the short term to get money to Canadians. And that's the real issue. It's not necessarily what is at stake for members of Parliament and their political parties. It's what's taking place in the public right now. In fact, in the public right now, not only is inflation an issue, it's been a series of cost of living problems that have taken place over a number of years, and why the NDP has been pushing for immediate solutions. And this is what this one is. It's not perfect by any means, but at least is going to provide some money, some relief, and in a way that's not going to drive inflation higher and get to the people that need some resources right away. I can't tell you how many emails that I have with regards to people that can't get by anymore. They have challenges with not only paying their rent, but also groceries and a series of things. And if you go back in recent history, Mr. Speaker, I think one of the biggest lies of the last number of years is going to be the quote, "We're in this together." I think that's one of the things that we're going to see economists and sociologists and others look back and then derive that there's winners and losers in this current restructuring of our economy in many respects because of COVID-19. What I would like to say, though, Mr. Speaker, is that there are solutions to some of these matters. One of the ones that we're proposing is the GST for the immediacy right now, but for the long term is the dental care program. And I'll get into a little bit more later, but I think that it's important to recognize that many communities right now are seeking solutions outside of even the federal government. Today, I couldn't be home for one of the most exciting projects that I've actually seen in a long time. It's taken years to get there, but shows that we could have been there as a federal government for social housing for many years, but others found a way. And today, we actually broke ground with the Windsor Islamic Association, having 5 brand new homes and more than 30 units that are going to take place for low and middle income seniors. It's going to be in the Windsor West with regards to across from our mosque, and it's been 20 years in the making. So there's a number of different people that were involved 20 years ago. Was Mr. and Mrs. Pierre, who were actually a part of this in terms of advocacy. And then also the neighborhood was involved with Dr. Ahmed, also Khalid Rana. And there was a number of different other individuals that moved this through the city systems, including Atik, and as well a number of other people that actually put this together. And I want to thank our local city councilors. When we couldn't even actually get this through, Councillor Jim Morrison worked very hard to actually get the community on side, which is very much a controversy at times with regards to new urban planning. Did a great job of that. Mayor Drew Dilkins and the rest of city council, all those individuals helped to make happen. And the Rosati Construction Group was very good today. And I think that this is one of the things that can inspire other type of housing units, because we're seeing these things wanting to take place greater across our country. But if Parliament's going to be bogged down in terms of basically not finding new creative solutions, then we're going to have challenges. And Bill C-30 is going to actually provide some rent relief. It's going to provide some GST.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was so engrossed in the excellent speech of my colleague that I didn't want to interrupt, but I think he has forgotten to indicate that he's splitting his time with the member for Vancouver Kingsway in his speech. Would ask him.
I like when we talk about ourselves in third person. The honourable member for Windsor West. I'm sure he has an update for us there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I am splitting my time with the member for Vancouver Kingsway, and I talked about dental care, and I was supposed to mention that at that time at the very beginning, because I'll return to that subject later on. So it is referenced early in my speech, and appreciate that intervention because I didn't officially recognize I'm splitting my time. So if I could continue, if that's fine, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time?
Of course, please continue.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I want to kind of move on towards is with regards to some of the conditions that we actually have put ourselves in with regards to inflation and actually competition and the lack that we there have. There's been a number of members that have referenced gas pricing that's taken place. Well, I can tell you this House in the past, with the credit of Dan McTagg, former Liberal, and Paul Crett, a former Bloc member, and I worked on it with them as well, too. We actually passed a gas monitoring agency, and that was supposed to be implemented, but it wasn't under then Paul Martin. So what ends up happening is we have lack of competition in this country because there's been a lack of refinery development, and we don't even have the same reporting process that the United States has. And that's one of the key things that actually is creating, I think, a lot of uncertainty and some frustration among Canadians consumers, is that we don't even have a good advocate for that. The Competition Bureau has some powers, but very little. And at the same time, what we're witnessing is gas prices going up with very little explanation, and more importantly, less accountability. And that has an actual entire cascading effect on our entire economy. And you look at the specifics related to this, how many more refineries had to be closed in Canada? Montreal, Oakville, a number of others that have actually gone, one in Vancouver. So these are the things that were taking place, is vertical integration in the industries. And a country like Canada is facing the same challenges when it comes to telecoms and others. Like right now, we have actually additional potential charges that are going to take place on credit cards right now, and also on taxes, where TELUS wants to introduce an extra tax on Canadians. So all these things start to eat away at the pocketbook of Canadians. So as much as we do with regards to using the GST in this instance, then it's also going to be lost with regards to increased services and fees. At Industry Committee, we looked at the issues with regards to the food and issues and the costing and food workers during the pandemic. And what was interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the record profits that they were enjoying also included record bonuses for the CEOs. And it was amazing, because we can't do anything about this because of the lack of supports in our legislation, is that all of the major chains ended their pandemic pay for workers on the very same day. And that's as close to collusion as you can possibly get. And what was actually discussed at committee was the fact that the lawyers amongst them were okay because the actual CEOs could talk to each other under our current system. And this comes from an industry, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the Competition Bureau actually fined them for fixing the price of bread. They actually had to come to a settlement on that. So the number one staple for lower and to middle income Canadians, being bread, was actually price fixed by these organizations, similar to a cabal that would actually take advantage of people. And this is one of the problems that we have with regards to some of our industries where we have this vertical integration. I do want to talk a little bit, Mr. Speaker, on where we can actually find a difference of things, and that would be C31, our dental care bill, where the member for Vancouver Kingsway has done a great job. Often we talk about it in the terms of that helping the children that we have, and then later on it'll be seniors, persons with disabilities, and the general public. But as the industry critic, I can tell you our health care has always been a standard principled point to get investment for the auto industry, manufacturing, even during the darkest of times, is when we have the United States with different states or their federal government and other places like Mexico by lowering wages. All those competitive factors that go against investment in Canada was offset by us having a public healthcare system that was paid for. And that's one of the major controllables that we have. And when you think about the fact for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, SMEs have really struggled. And now their employees and even the actually people that own these businesses, who often don't have any benefits themselves or they have very basic ones, will now have that relief on them. When it comes to labor unions with large contract negotiations, it will also open up the door and also take pressure off for increased medicines and costs that actually can create some type of labor disruptions because they fight over the benefit programs. And so I know I only have 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the things I really wanted to highlight, though, is that these types of structural improvements are more important in the long term than Bill C-30 with regards to this is short term, but the long-term investment that we're going to get in this other package will be very significant. I know from the CEOs, the investors, and all the other different people, labor negotiators, that those types of infrastructure pieces that we have, including employment insurance, which needs a major rehaul, are things that will actually get investment in Canada or keep investment in Canada. That includes research, development, innovation. We have a terrible record for patent development to go to manufacturing. We have a terrible record of actually bringing products to market with regards to compared to the other part of the world. We have a terrible record of getting our university innovation together. But these are the assets that we have. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to say I appreciate the fact that C-30 is not necessarily the biggest solution that we have for this problem of structural inequality, but at the same time, it's a measure we can control right now. And C-31, the quicker we get through this as a House, means more investment, more innovation, and more jobs for Canadians, because it's a structural point that we need to compete.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the honourable member's comments. And a question for him. Our colleagues in the Conservative Party love tax cuts. And I wonder if he could analyze the benefits that come from tax cuts. Who actually benefits if they cut taxes, let's say, by 5% across the board?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank the member for the question. I mean, one of the things that we also even look at comparing ourselves to the Americans is Americans actually tax on worldwide profits. We don't do that here in Canada. So the tax cuts actually that can happen in Canada for some of the largest industries actually can go and get taxed in the United States and Washington to get the money and not Canada. You look at the oil and gas industry and others, they will benefit from that. So there is no doubt that we are out of step with regards to some of the other countries that are looking at corporate tax cuts and a number of different things. But I wish the Liberals would come on side for some of the larger corporations that are getting away scot-clean on some of these things, especially when you look at how much money, and it's amazing when you think about 10 years before this time, when you actually had investments into companies and all kinds of different support programs and all the things that we did through the pandemic. And meanwhile, there's no accountability for that right now because they're actually taking those profits and they're running with them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech because, he spoke a lot, especially in the first half of his speech. He spoke a lot about the oil companies. So I'd like to come back to that. Given the spike in gas prices by 24% from December to December. So that was a decisive factor in inflation. And given that the prices are set in New York and London, we have no control over oil prices. But given that there's a lot of fluctuation, perhaps we could try to get off our reliance on oil and have an energy transition that would shelter our economy from the volatile oil prices. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this idea that the Bloc is putting forward. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. And I thank my colleague for that, the question. It's really important. In fact, it's one of the reasons we need a national strategy because we can't do it province by province. And that's one of the reasons that refineries, whether they're in, Western Canada or whether they're in Eastern Canada or whether they're in Ontario that were closed, lack of competition. And that's been the biggest problem that we have with regards to it, vertical integration in the industry. So one of the things that we have to do is there's going to be investment in this industry is to get, cleaner and greener. But more importantly, transition. And that's why I think a lot of Alberta workers are also looking for options and real plans to deal with this. So it's a complicated issue, but at the same time, there's incredible possibilities, but it's going to require a national strategy.
In comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. He's always fighting for Canadians, trying to get them the help they need. Obviously, doubling the GST is something he's been advocating for. He talked about dental care. He talked about really important values around helping people when they need help. And we as New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, we want a healthcare system that's head to toe. Universal health care. So in terms of mental health, we know that a lot of our emergency rooms right now, doctors' offices are full of people that need help with mental health. In fact, 5 million Canadians can't even get access to a doctor, Mr. Speaker, and they're waiting for supports around mental health. The Liberal government made a $4.5 billion promise to get to Canadians so they could access mental health services. They haven't even rolled it out, Mr. Speaker. So I guess my question through my colleague is we know that over $50 billion is spent each year on mental health in the healthcare system. It's draining our healthcare system, $6 billion in lost productivity. Through you, my question to my colleague, does he agree that mental health needs to be a top priority so that we can have a true universal healthcare system?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you to my colleague, and his work on mental health has been critical. And we should do it for the right reasons to start with. But second of all, I'll give you economic reasons because right now countries are moving towards stealing some of Canada's, infrastructure that we've had to compete to gain jobs and investment through our healthcare system. Dental is now considered an asset, but the next one's going to be mental health. And we've heard enough testimony through our industry committee that right now Canadians are being poached with online services and investment. And so if we want to keep them in our country, want to keep them as Canadian workers, then we need to invest in that right now. It would work really well.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the people of Vancouver Kingsway and bring their voices to this place and reflect their experiences and how we can in this House best support they and their families and the businesses that operate in that wonderful riding that I'm privileged to represent. Tonight, I rise to speak on Bill C-30 called the Cost of Living Relief Act, number 1. Bill C-30 amends the Income Tax Act to double the goods and services tax / harmonized sales tax credit for 6 months, effectively increasing the maximum annual GST/HST credit amounts by 50% for the 2022-2023 benefit year. Now, what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that doubling the GST credit would provide about $2.5 billion in additional targeted support immediately to the roughly 11 million individuals and families who already receive the tax credit, including about half of Canadian families with children and more than half of Canadian seniors. To give you an example of the impact of this, single Canadians without children would receive up to an extra $234, and couples with 2 children up to an extra $467 this year. Seniors would receive an extra $225 on average immediately. Now, I want to stop at this point and say at once that this is an interim stopgap measure. By no means will this measure adjust or improve the systemic problems of the Canadian economy or address the long-standing inequities that exist in poor distribution of wealth in this country. In fact, a distribution of wealth that has gotten worse over the decades as wealth is concentrated in fewer and fewer hands and more people struggle in this country. That has been the unmistakable, undeniable trajectory of how wealth and income has been distributed in this country over the last 40 years. But given the horrible impacts of very, very unusually high inflation, New Democrats have been pushing for urgent action to address Canada's cost of living crisis for many months. We didn't just start this yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We've identified this problem and have been advocating and working hard and fighting for Canadians in this place for the last 6 months. Now, if the Liberals and Conservatives had supported the NDP's call last May to double the GST credit, which is when we did that in this House, eligible Canadians could have received up to $467 before the start of the summer. This money would already be in Canadians' hands if the 2 major parties in this House had had the same commitment to working people and marginalized Canadians that the NDP has in this country. Yet it's a fact. Not 6 months ago, both the Liberals and Conservatives voted against the very proposal before the House today to provide this essential relief to Canadians. Now, New Democrats are proposing that all parties work together to fast-track Bill C-30 through Parliament to ensure that people receive their increased GST rebate as soon as possible. But last week, Canadians were told by the Conservatives that they'll have to wait even longer for relief because the Conservatives refused to work evenings to get this urgently needed support out the door, and again opposed the NDP's offer to work on an expeditious basis because we recognize the urgency of the problem today. Now, New Democrats are delivering real results for Canadians beyond this. The Canadian dental benefit will deliver up to $1,300 to parents with children under 12 who do not have access to dental insurance. The top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, again proposed by the NDP in the last election platform, will deliver a $500 payment to 1.8 million renters who are struggling so mightily with the cost of housing. This more than doubles the government's original commitment, reaching twice as many Canadians as originally promised. And of course, doubling the GST credit will provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted support, again, to some of the poorest and most needy Canadians in our country from coast to coast to coast. Taken together, the result of these 3 NDP-driven proposals would mean that a family of 2 will receive between $3,000 and $4,000 due to NDP advocacy and hard work in this Parliament. That's the result of NDP working for Canadians. Now, by way of background, the GST tax credit helps offset the financial impact of the GST for low and modest income people and families. That's the whole purpose of it. The credit is paid quarterly in January, April, July, and December, with benefit years beginning in July. The total annual value of this credit depends on family size and income. For the 2022-2023 benefit year, eligible people can receive up to $467 for singles without children, $612 for married or common law partners, $612 for single parents, plus $161 for each child under the age of 19. Now, I want to pause for a moment because I have heard people in this House, mainly from the Conservative side, who have scoffed at the amount of money we're talking about here. They've said this isn't enough money, these are crumbs, this is an insufficient amount of money. Well, let me tell you something. To someone who's trying to live on $20,000 a year, or $25,000 a year, or $30,000 a year, $500 makes a big difference. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. It's easy for MPs to stand in this House who make $185,000 a year minimum, like the Conservatives have done in this House, and tell Canadians that $500 doesn't mean much to them. Well, I'll tell you, that might mean a child's hockey. That might mean a child's school lunches. That might mean clothing for children for a year. That's what $500 means to people who are earning between $20,000 and $40,000 a year. And that's meaningful. Now, the GST credit is indexed to inflation on an annual basis using CPI index data. But, of course, for this year, for the July 2022 to June 2023 benefit year, the value of that GST credit grew only by 2.4% because it was based on the CPI from 2020 to 2021. So because those increases are based on the inflation rate from the prior year, the current GST credit does not reflect the unusually high inflation that Canadians are experiencing now, somewhere in the, depending where you live, between 7 and 9%. So that's why getting this money is urgently needed to be gotten into the pockets of these needy Canadians as soon as possible. And the NDP will work hard to do that. Now, I want to pause for a moment and just speak a little bit about why we are where we're at, because there's different views on that in this House. Why are we experiencing inflation of 8 or 9%? Well, the New Democrats believe that this is inflation driven by prices. And of course, the data and the empirical evidence supports that. This is not driven by wages. Wages haven't gone up 8%. This is not driven by anything other than prices at the gas pump, in grocery stores, in insurance bills by companies in this country. Now, the other thing is that the Conservatives like to pretend that the inflation was caused by the deficit. That may play some role, but everybody who's been paying attention knows that when prices started to rise in this country, it started with the beginning of the COVID pandemic in 2020, when supply chains started to be interrupted around the world. Then we had the Ukraine-Russia war, which of course interfered with all sorts of supply chains and energy resources. And now corporations are clearly using the cover of this to drastically increase their profits and prices, taking advantage of the current situation. Whether it's the fire industry, the so-called finance, insurance, and real estate industry, or the oil and gas sector, or major grocery stores, the data from economists is clear. Their profits, not their revenue, their profits are at dramatically higher levels. In the case of the fire industry, up 24%. Now, nobody earning wages has received 24% more income. No. What would justify 24% price increase? Oil and gas companies in this country are reporting record profits. They've never made more money. And financial institutions and grocery stores, every Canadian, when they walk in the grocery store, can see what's happening with prices. So the answer here is not to blame workers. It's not to attack politically. The approach here is to attack the source of the problem, and that is making corporations pay for their excess profits so that that money can come to government and we can use that money productively for Canadians, for things like dental care and other programs that will make such a huge difference to Canadians' lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. And I know I got grasslands here, but I want to make sure I get it right. Cypress Hill, it's grassland.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his speech. And, I think as somebody who used to receive GST checks as well, I understand how important it is to get that relief back. It's money that you paid. You should get it back, especially when you're at that certain income threshold. A one-time payment, though, I do find, while it's people's money, getting it back in their hands is a good principle always. I always just wonder if the NDP would support making this increase or make an increase in GST payments more longer term, rather than a one-time payment, just increasing the actual amount of GST rebates that people are receiving.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague not only for sharing his experience, but also for the thoughtful question. You know, when the GST was first proposed in this country, the New Democrats opposed it. Why? Of course, it was proposed by Conservatives and Liberals. It's because it's a regressive tax. By definition, a 7%, as it was at the time, tax applied to everybody. A young single mother going to a store making $20,000 a year, paying the same tax as a billionaire walking in the same store buying the same object is clearly regressive. So bringing in a tax credit was an attempt to try to inject some progressivity back into the tax. So in theory, I think the suggestion by my honourable colleague is a good one, because I think we should be injecting progressivity into our tax system so that the amount of money that you pay in tax goes up commensurate with the amount of income you have.
Yeah. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Ports Kells. Click. Fleetwood Port Kells. There you go.
There we go. All right. Appreciated the honourable member's comments, particularly the notion of regressive taxation, where a tax applied to somebody earning $20,000 a year is a bigger hit than somebody who's earning $200,000 a year. But I wanted to kind of ask the honourable member to reverse that and talk about tax cuts that would affect individuals. If we followed the Conservative line and cut tax, which they've tried to do in the past, and you look at the relative income and the relative impact on people, who will benefit the most on a personal income tax basis from across-the-board tax cuts?
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, one of the benefits of being in this House for a period of time is I've gotten to see different approaches to government. I remember the Conservatives, when they're in power, were addicted to boutique tax cuts that were essentially vote buying. They would appeal to a certain group of people and give them a tax cut or a refundable tax cut to try to win their support. That's not the basis, in my opinion, for sound tax policy. The basis for sound taxes in any modern democracy should be based on a progressive system. And I noticed that the Conservatives, they're talking a lot about the current economic situation. They never, ever talk about the massive profits made by large corporations. They never, ever talk about the $30 billion that was in uncollected taxes from profitable corporations last year that is left on the table. And of course, what they do talk about is tax cuts which benefit the rich and the wealthy. And that's not an approach that can sustain a country like Canada, and it's unfair.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I know that the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader said earlier that this bill, in addition to two others, are part of a suite of measures which will help Canadians face rising inflation. That's fine, but there might be other solutions. One solution put forward by the Bloc Québécois is to value experienced workers. Some are retiring or retired, and they hesitate to go back to work because if they were to earn a bit more every year, they would end up losing it in taxes. We would propose a tax credit for them. This would help people deal with inflation, but this would also address labor shortages. Does my colleague agree with this proposal?
Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that creative solution. She's absolutely right that Canada is facing a labour shortage that's really unprecedented. And as health critic, I see this most acutely in the healthcare sector, where across this country, in every profession, we are having a shortage of workers and they're facing a crisis. So any measures, I think, that are fair, that are targeted at getting people back to the workforce. And I don't think any policy that, I think policies that encourage people to work and that are something that we should be looking at doing. Any policy that discourages someone from entering a workforce, I think is something that is unacceptable and should be changed. So happy to look at any proposal that the Bloc has in this regard.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Yellowhead has about 5 minutes to the next. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
And before I start speaking on Bill C-30, I actually want to start looking at what actually got us here today. When you start looking back in the history of this government, which started yet in 2015, there hasn't been a single budget yet that they've put forward that has been balanced. So you know, every year they keep borrowing more and more money. Not to mention the carbon tax, which I'll talk about that later as well, as how much that's increasing the cost of everything that we produce. But I'd like to tell you a little story about many times I'm going to the airport, I'll be having, the cab driver will be asking, geez, why are you going to the airport for? And I'll say, yeah, I'm going home. And it's like, oh, really? What do you do here in Ottawa? So I say, I'm an MP, and he puts a big smile on his face and he goes, oh, are you liberal? And I says, no, I'm from Alberta, so I'm a conservative. And he's like, oh, the party that cuts and slashes. And I said, well, that's one way of looking at it. But the way you really got to look at it is we live within our means. And I get a look on their face going, like, what is that supposed to mean? And like I explained it to him, every year, if you're driving a cab and you make $50,000 a year, for instance, but yet you spend $80,000, how long are you going to survive financially with borrowing or spending over $30,000? And the person goes, well, not very long. And I says, well, that's exactly what your government is doing year after year after year. And you can see this look on their face going, wow, this is actually going to have an impact on me. But unfortunately, they also get another kind of little smirk going, oh, that's okay though, because government finances don't work the same as personal finances. So it's okay for them to borrow. It's not going to have an effect on us. Well, I think Canadians now are really realizing just the effect that this borrowing year after year after year. And I know the government will talk about how, well, during COVID, we had to borrow so much money to do this. But yet, out of all the billions that they borrowed, half of that actually went to COVID measures. The other half went to various programs that they had initiated. So there is quite a disconnect on the information that they talk about. The next thing is with the inflation rate that we are at, it's hard to believe that they say wonderful catchphrases such, inflation is a global phenomenon. Like, where did this come from? We have no idea. It's just shocking. Like, and I can understand that because when you have a prime minister that says, I don't think about the financial program here, monetary policy, I don't even think about. Wow. That's what we get from a prime minister who's trying to run a country. Shameful. So it's no surprising that our inflation rate is growing year after year after year. And now Canadians are looking for reprieve. And what is there to offer but double the GST back? Yes, it's going to help families, a one-time payment. But really, the cost of everything that it's escalating, it's unbelievable how families are not able to survive at this rate. And not only families, I take a look at the seniors that I've spoken about. So many of them come to me and saying, what can we do? We had money in the bank, we had money in investments, and they just continually kept dropping the whole time. How can we survive? We planned into our 80s and 90s with no problems. But we've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last while because of the inflationary prices that are going on to this day. It's devastating what we're doing to Canadians here, and it's shameful of what the Liberals have done to this country. And that's what I'm here to talk about the most, is how they are not here to help Canadians. They love catchphrases. You take a look, $10 a day daycare, that's great for young families, doing nothing for my seniors though. So that's one of the things that I really need to talk about. I know, Mr. Speaker, my time is going quite short. I'm probably at 30 seconds now. So I'd like to thank the House for giving me this opportunity to speak on C-30. Thank you.
It being 6:20, pursuant to order made on Monday, October 3rd, 2022, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Madame Tassi, propose.
Ms. Freeland, sitting by Ms. Tassi, moved that Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancement to the goods and services tax, harmonized sales tax credit, be now read a third time and do pass.
A recognized party, President in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, and invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, October 3rd, the division stands deferred until Thursday, October 6th, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt two motions that I'm going to be proposing. The first one, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, later today the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing at the second reading stage, that during the debate no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair, and when no member rises to speak or at 10 p.m., whichever is earlier, the debate be deemed adjourned. The House shall adjourn until the next sitting day, and that the debate pursuant to Standing Order 38 not take place.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. We have another point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary.
And as referenced, the second unanimous consent request, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding paragraph E of the order made Monday, May 2, 2022, the deadline for the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying to submit to Parliament a final report of its review, including a statement of any recommended changes, be no later than Friday, February the 17th, 2023, and that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that the House has passed this order.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There, the motion is carried. And I believe the Parliamentary Secretary has another question or point of order.
620. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent to call it the appropriate time that we could begin private members' hour. I believe it's 6:25.
I believe we're there anyway, so I thank the member for that intervention. It being 6:23 or 6:24 almost, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
The Député, private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-253, Bank of Canada Accountability Act, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
I think we are starting with the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to talk about Bill C-253, which intends to amend the Bank of Canada Act to ensure that the Auditor General and that there be changes made to the Bank of Canada Act to have access to the Bank of Canada's activities. What this means, and it was moved by the member for Carleton, is that there can be an audit conducted by the Auditor General of, for instance, monies spent during the pandemic, which may have originated from the Bank of Canada printing money to fund it. Essentially, they wish to study and evaluate Canada's monetary policy through an audit conducted by the Auditor General. It will not surprise you to hear that the Bloc Québécois is respectful of Canadian institutions, as long as Quebec is part of Canada, including the Bank of Canada. Now, through my speech, I want to bring forward some nuances of the position of the Conservative Party and to describe our position relative to the Bank of Canada. Now, first nuance of the proposal put forward by the member for Regina. Currently, the Bank of Canada is exempt from oversight by the Auditor General. That is what was described, and the member for Regina said this, and I would like to move forward, or rather propose some nuances. An audit of the bank's activities and documents responsible for several financial matters. The Auditor General would therefore have access to reviewing the structure of the bank itself and its activities. The Auditor General, and it's important to say so, is not going to evaluate the quality of a particular policy, even less the quality of a monetary policy. Control measures are already in place for the Bank of Canada, and I'll remind you of some of them. According to the Bank of Canada Act, once a year, 2 independent firms must conduct an evaluation of the bank's accounts. The Minister of Finance can broaden these powers and demand special reports. The Bank of Canada already has an accountability process to the government, and the Bank of Canada has an accountability process through its committee, and that committee assesses the validity of its monetary policy. I sat at the Finance Committee. We received the Auditor General and the Bank of Canada. They can summon the Governor General. They can summon the leader of the bank. The government can make recommendations on policies. Committees can supervise internal and external audits, and they can assess the effectiveness of the bank when it comes to risk management, internal control, and governance, and communication of information. So you will see that there's already an accountability process for the Bank of Canada. Furthermore, other proposals put forward by the member for Regina have to do with relying on our Commonwealth partners like Australia and New Zealand and follow their example. Having looked at what those countries do, we see that the Auditor General of New Zealand can indeed audit their central bank. However, that role is limited to ensuring that the process is exempt of error. They cannot, in any case, make any judgments about the effectiveness or efficiency of the central bank. They need to obtain reasonable assurance that financial decisions don't have any significant errors. Whether it's fraud or errors. So once again, in these countries that apparently we should take an example from, the Auditor General there does not conduct an audit of monetary policy. In the UK, it's a little more complex. The Auditor General determines if the Bank of England has a sufficiently ambitious strategy to develop effective and reasonably costed services. But they do not have any judgments to make about the overall objectives of the central bank. So an audit of a monetary policy would not be done, not in any Commonwealth country. They never put forward, an opinion on these matters. In these 3 countries, the Auditor General can look at administrative integrity of a central bank, but not the effectiveness of its monetary policy. The Bloc Québécois is not against more accountability. We are entirely in favor of asking the right questions, especially of the Central Bank's committee. However, the Bloc opposes this bill because there's no way to really get at the heart of assessing a monetary policy through the Auditor General. It's not the Auditor General's role to do so. Now, a central bank needs to be independent. Even as an economist, I would never want to put put forward a new monetary policy, and it's an extremely complex exercise. Through monetary policy, a central bank contributes to determine pricing levels, for instance, has an impact on the employment rate in an economy. A central bank has a significant impact on an economy. However, the goals of stability for the medium and long term are completely different from a government's objectives, which are elected for a maximum of 4 years. A government has shorter-term objectives, especially in some cases. Long-term stability is another goal, and that's why a central bank must be entirely independent from a government. They have different goals. Long-term economic stability on the one hand versus budgetary policy on the other hand, which may be rather short-term. When increasing a prime rate, that can have an impact on the economy 18 months or 2 years later. We have a minority government that has a shelf life of potentially 2 years. At no time would the two have objectives that really line up. Budgetary policies are different from monetary policies, and that's why the central bank must remain independent. Without this independence, a government could choose short-term monetary policies that provide it advantages but is not optimal over the long term. Therefore, when it comes to the spectrum of the independence of a central bank, there's all kinds of different ways of going about it. There are different types of independence. There are different types of central banks. But the OECD illustrates that one good practice is for central banks to have a considerable power over the economy of their countries. And generally, they create conditions that favor economic stability through the use of monetary policy, decisions relative to the value of money, the amount of money circulating the economy, measures to take to ensure the stability of the inflation rate. We agree. The central bank has a role to play on inflation. We're going through an inflationary period right now. The central bank has a goal, and they had an agreement with the government to keep inflation at 2%. But the causes of inflation are more complex than one single monetary policy. In this case, there's a labor shortage, a shortage of materials, a shortage of semiconductors, supply problems that are affecting the entire world. No central bank can successfully tackle inflation. To conclude, I'll refer to my father, my favorite economist, who said that a monetary policy is just as complex as medicine. Economists are a bit like doctors. The difference is doctors have 7 billion patients to test medication, to test a new treatment. Economists only have one economy. So the central bank can make mistakes, but it's up to their oversight committees to look at those mistakes. It's not the Auditor General to do so. That's why we have institutions that are independent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The débat continue.
The debate continues.
On Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise at any point in the House of Commons. It's such an honor to be here. And today, specifically, we're talking about the member from Regina Capel's private member's business, which is called the Bank of Canada Accountability Act. I am a little confused about this bill, to be honest. I read it through and looked at the reality and can't quite understand why the member would pick this particular pathway to express his concerns about this country. I think of some of the private members' bills that I have tabled, and I'm really focused on things like a right to housing, making sure that seniors get their guaranteed income supplement, even if they get their taxes done a little bit late. I think, for me, people really matter. And I know that this member would argue that this is about accountability because it looks to having the Auditor General audit the Bank of Canada. And I'll get to that a little bit. But when I look at the role of the Auditor General, there is some significant and important work that is done in this country by that role. And You know, the first thing that it made me think about is earlier this year, the Auditor General of Canada presented a report called Processing Disability Benefits for Veterans. And I found that report to be incredibly helpful. The purpose of this report by the AG was to measure if Veterans Affairs Canada, or VAC as it is called, is taking steps to reduce the wait times for disability benefits. And if anybody's been paying attention to this House, we've heard for numerous years that many veterans in this country are applying for their disability benefit and they're waiting far, far too long. And that it's having a very profoundly negative experience on the veteran and on the people who love them most. So if we're going to look at how do we hold departments accountable, the Auditor General does important work, and this is a perfect example of it. The report said that veterans are still waiting too long for their compensation, that veterans are still waiting to get the benefits that they need just to get through their everyday life. And I hear this a lot. I hear this from veterans across the country who contact my office and let me know they're still waiting. I also get calls from the loved ones of veterans who are worried because the veteran that they love and hold dear are struggling profoundly because they don't have those supports. And I think this is an important conversation for this House because it often feels like the veteran served this country and just got nothing back. That they have to wait so long sort of takes away that commitment and sacrifice that they made and the value of it of this country. And that is something I hope all parliamentarians are hearing from the veterans in their riding and that they're standing up for them in this place. What the AG found was that the median waiting time was 39 weeks. So imagine that. You're a veteran, you've served the country, you have a disability based on that service, and you're waiting around 39 weeks for a decision to be made. Your family is waiting. The people and your loved ones that are surrounding you are caring for you, and you're not being able to get the supports that you need to be better, to be stronger, to take the next steps in your own evolution. The other thing that the AG pointed out is that VAC's data is so poor that it does not allow the department to realize or understand if the initiatives that they are taking are actually making an impact. That concerns me greatly, and I'm really glad the Auditor General was able to put that into a report, that we need to be looking at VAC and saying, it is time for you to figure out how to gather data so that we know that when you do something, it's actually working. Because at the end of the day, it is the veteran that matters. It is the people who love that veteran who matters. So we want to see those application processes speed up, but if you aren't collecting the right information, you can't verify if that's the truth. Finally, the AG pointed out that the department does not have a long-term strategy in terms of staffing. To the member sitting in the chair replacing the speaker right now, I just want to say how concerning that is. We all know, because we've heard from our communities, the businesses, the small businesses, people just trying to figure out how to find enough staff to do the things that they need. It is getting harder and harder to find people because we have a population of retirees that are leaving, because we don't have enough immigration, because we had a couple of years during COVID where we couldn't have people just coming into the country. Staffing is just becoming incredibly hard. To find out that Veterans Affairs doesn't have a strategy about how they're going to make sure that they have enough staff to serve the people who serve this country, I think that's shocking. So I thank the AG for doing this work, for having this report, because it tells us important things, and most importantly, it keeps that department accountable to all Canadians, Canadians that want to know that the veterans who serve this country are being served well on the other side. So the bill that we're looking at today, in my opinion, is simply not useful. The Bank of Canada already undergoes 2 external audits simultaneously by 2 separate firms. And the Auditor General, by the way, also has the authority to audit certain aspects of the Bank of Canada's affairs under the Financial Administration Act. So there is already a component that can be looked at. But my concern is that the Auditor General is being asked to do more and more without the resources to be able to do it, without having the resources to make sure that the incredible people that work in that department are paid properly and are looked after and can take on this level of accountability. And we know, funnily enough, that the Conservatives cut funding to the Auditor General. So I find it interesting that when they were in government, they cut the funding, but when they're over here on the opposition side, they're asking the Auditor General to just do more work without any more resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate accountability. I will always fight for more accountability and transparency, but this bill does not promise that, and it asks an already overworked department to do things that it does not have the capacity to do and that don't make any sense. So hopefully we'll see something that comes forward soon from this member that actually thinks about the needs of this people in this country. Thank you.
Le débat continue.
Debate continues. The Honourable Member for Rimouska, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege this evening of speaking on this bill, Bill C-253, Mr. Speaker. We'll try to summarize it simply for those who are watching and listening. It seeks to increase accountability with the Office of the Auditor General with the Bank of Canada, the central bank. So, Mr. Speaker, you won't be surprised that the Bloc is against this bill. I'll tell you why. We know, of course, the bill that was tabled by the member for Regina Capel, a member of the Conservative Party, talks a lot about inflation. They want to find who's the bad guy responsible for inflation. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the people are the causes of inflation, and I will suggest concrete solutions. Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-253, we need to understand that there are already mechanisms in the Bank of Canada Act that require accountability. So having it from the Auditor General is not the right way of proceeding, specifically because we want to keep the independence of the institution, the Bank of Canada. We want to preserve it from any political influence and not unnecessarily meddle in monetary policy the way some colleagues would wish. So, regarding the accountability that already exists under the Bank of Canada Act, there's the requirement that once per year, 2 firms, accounting firms, simultaneously conduct audits of the bank. So that's the first example. Then, we must understand that the Bank of Canada is the only federal crown corporation that is subject to this type of requirement. In addition, to ensure that there is accountability, there's oversight of the bank under the Act, which also allows the Minister of Finance to request special audits and reports. So you'll see, Mr. Speaker, there are already mechanisms in place. In addition, the Auditor General, or the Office of the Auditor General, can already play an oversight role over certain activities of the bank. They can review and audit the bank's activities and records through their roles as the government's financial agent and advisor on public debt management and manager of the exchange fund accounts. So, Mr. Speaker, here's the question. What would the Conservative proposal add in terms of real added value to the current situation with the mechanisms that I just gave you as examples? Mr. Speaker, I'll now speak about something that's very important to reflect on. It's the Conservative Party's position that we see in this bill. It's one that's worrisome. Beyond the legislative changes themselves, this bill is part of a broader ideological discourse within the Conservative Party. It's about questioning the competence of the Bank of Canada and undermining public confidence in it. And I'll go even further, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you directly, the Conservative Party's approach is disturbing and dangerous. It is clear that the Bank of Canada is a complex institution, even an abstract institution for the general public. Understanding its role, its responsibilities, the ins and outs of its decisions is only within the grasp of the most sophisticated economists. So, Mr. Speaker, this makes it a perfect scarecrow for a politician looking for an easy culprit to blame for our difficult economic climate. And with the inflation we've seen over the past year, record inflation. So it's clear the new leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Carleton, said during the leadership race that he was ready to fire the current governor of the bank. That's pretty incredible, Mr. Speaker. A party leader saying that, the leader of the official opposition. I don't think he had to look far for inspiration, just look to the south. So if a prime minister were to fire the governor of the central bank, the Bank of Canada, because he disagrees with his monetary policy, because a culprit had to be found for the inflationary crisis, well, the independence of this important institution would be dangerously undermined. Moreover, this would be irrational, I would say, and impulsive, and it could have devastating consequences for Canada's international image, stability, and also its attractiveness to investors, foreign investors. So, Mr. Speaker, you'll agree that firing the governor of the central bank doesn't look very serious. We need to look for the sources of crises, but it's not by firing the bank's governor that we could resolve inflation. I'm not saying here that we shouldn't criticize the role of the central bank. I'm saying that its decisions and those of its governor, yes, can be questioned. But saying you don't agree with inflation or the economic situation, well, it's irresponsible. In recent years, the Bank of Canada has performed well. So yes, I think the role of the Bank of Canada, it's possible to question it. But since the 1990s, since 1991, the Bank of Canada has decided to set a target at which for inflation, and it's always been between 1% and 3%. So yes, it's legitimate to question whether the monetary policy will adequately deal with the inflation Quebecers and Canadians are dealing with, and it's also legitimate to ask whether the central bank has been too generous with its ATM during the pandemic. However, we must also take the time to put things in context and to offer a bigger picture. We need to avoid intellectual shortcuts and avoid criticism. So it's about intellectual rigor and honesty towards our fellow citizens. And so we need to go beyond simplistic rhetoric. I'll put things in perspective. Why do we have inflation now? Well, the vast majority of the factors that influence inflation are external, beyond the control of the central bank. I'd say about 70% are external factors that are causing inflation. They're not necessarily something that can be controlled here in Canada. So, beyond monetary policy or what the Bank of Canada controls, well, there are supply chains that have been totally scrambled with the COVID-19 pandemic, with the war in Ukraine. That has increased inflationary pressure because of the impact on the grain and fuel markets. The central bank, well, I'll say once again, it's one of the banks that is very respected. And the inflation that Canada is experiencing is not unique to our economy. It's being felt in all OECD countries. So I repeat, it's legitimate to criticize the central bank and its governor, but it is dangerous and counterproductive to engage in discourse that attacks the very legitimacy of the institution. This is what the Conservatives are doing now with Bill C-253, which seems to feed this inflammatory rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will not play along with this, and that is why we will vote against this bill. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The honourable member or the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start my comments off by quoting today's Conservative Party leader. And this is something that he said earlier this year, and I quote, "I will fire the governor of the central bank to get inflation under control." Mr. Speaker, it is hard to believe that the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, his loyal opposition, would make such a bizarre comment. I am sure that there are many former Conservative leaders, or I should say prime ministers, that would have been shaking their head as the minister or as the critic of finance did, the member from Abbotsford, Mr. Speaker, when he provided his thoughts in regards to today's Conservative Party leader and the comments that he made. People need to understand that when you think of the Bank of Canada as an institution and the work that it has done for generations, for the leader of the Conservative Party today to undercut, to make the comments that he made is highly irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. And there are members of the Conservative Party today, I believe, that understand that. They won't say it because they saw what happened to the critic or the shadow minister of finance when he tried to provide assurances to Canadians that it was not an appropriate thing to be saying. At the very least, out loud. The Conservative leader might believe it in his mind, Mr. Speaker, but to share his internal thoughts, I think, caused a great deal of concern and damage, Mr. Speaker. And then it's compounded by not the former leader, but the former leader, the member that introduced the legislation. He is now the ultimate leader, as he says. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know who I'm talking about. I think Regina Wascana. Regina Coppell. Mr. Speaker, he is the one that's introducing another piece of legislation about the Bank of Canada, calling into question the need for accountability with the Bank of Canada. No, the Bank of Canada has not failed. It has served Canadians well. If I get heckled from the member across the way, Mr. Speaker, don't they understand the importance of having and respecting the independence of the Bank of Canada? Look at the years that it has put into effect sound policy. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the Bank of Canada is recognized not only within our borders, but internationally as an institution that has done exceptionally well for our country. Our previous governor went on to be a governor and play an important role outside of Canada, in Europe, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Bank of Canada isn't a new institution. You know, but you're talking back in the 30s. In fact, the very first building of the Bank of Canada was right across the street from the Parliament building, in the old Victoria building, where members of Parliament have offices today, Mr. Speaker. It's been there since the 30s. And it's been there for a good reason. We can talk about the importance of monetary policy, like, Mr. Speaker, the issues such as inflation. Remember the other wonderful idea that today's Conservative leader had on the inflation point? Remember this one, right? Instead of saying yes to Canadian currency, yes to the Canada banknotes that the Bank of Canada is ultimately responsible for, and it's the Bank of Canada that monitors our currency, Mr. Speaker. What does today's leader of the Conservative Party say? He has more faith in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. He has so much faith in that, Mr. Speaker. He didn't tell people to buy up Canadian currency. He told them to buy cryptocurrency. To opt out. The way you deal with inflation is you buy cryptocurrency. Wow, what a brainer of an idea that was, Mr. Speaker. Those individuals that followed that advice have lost 20% plus. Some as high as, no doubt, 50% as a result of following that advice. I don't know how many Conservative MPs followed that advice. Maybe the member from Saskatchewan, Fort Capel did. Close enough? Yeah, I wouldn't want to admit to that either. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what I see is policies that are coming from the Conservative Party, economic policies? Seriously? You want to talk about contrast? Look what the Conservatives are proposing for inflation, criticizing the Bank of Canada. Do they not realize that for generations the Bank of Canada has been held accountable? There's different ways in which that's done. There's actually independent audits that are conducted and provided to the government, Mr. Speaker. Do they not realize that there's reports? You know, I'll give them a tip. They can actually get copies of those reports. They can actually see what the Bank of Canada is doing. Provide assurances to the Conservatives that, look, those are independent private audits that are done every year on the Bank of Canada. Why is it necessary for this legislation, Mr. Speaker? If anything, the Conservative Party of Canada is doubling down on that bizarre idea to fire the governor of the Bank of Canada. Do they not realize the consequence of the type of statements that they are making? It actually hurts the Canadian economy. It puts, plants seeds of doubts and confidence in the Bank of Canada, because technically they are recognized as the official opposition. It's supposed to be the party in waiting. And hopefully it'll be many, many years, possibly decades, Mr. Speaker, that they'll be waiting in opposition. Just based on the type of things that we hear that are coming from the Conservative Party, Canadians need to be concerned about it, Mr. Speaker. I can assure members opposite, when I have the opportunity to talk about economic policy and issues, I don't hesitate to talk about some of the bizarre things that we hear coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. We need to establish and support the Bank of Canada's as much as we can in terms of building that confidence. You know, dealing with inflation, and we just spent a couple of hours earlier this afternoon, and we're going to spend more hours this evening talking about the issue of inflation. Is a government, whether it's the Prime Minister or I can tell you members from across this country, are concerned about inflation, and that is the reason why we have legislation such as Bill C-30 we were debating just an hour ago, and it's fortunately passed, Mr. Speaker. It took us a little while to convince the Conservatives to support it, but they did support it. Kudos for them, Mr. Speaker. In about an hour from now, we're going to be talking about Bill C-31, again, to deal with inflation. Conservatives still haven't come on side with that one. That one gives dental benefits for children under the age of 12. It also provides support for renters, Mr. Speaker, low-income renters. I would think that they would want to support that too, Mr. Speaker. We could pass that, and then we can maybe go on to 22 and talk about the disability legislation. Again, legislation that's making a difference, that's there to help Canadians in every region of our country, as opposed to bringing forward bizarre bills like the member has brought here before us today that reinforces statements that their current Conservative leader has put on the record with regards to the Bank of Canada and the lack of confidence that the Conservative Party has in it. Let's get behind good legislation and pass it, and maybe put a pass on this one, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Perfect. And I'd just like to begin by setting the record straight. I believe that Regina Capel and Winnipeg North are both beautiful areas and that they are blessed with many great constituents there. And to this member who preceded me, the member from Winnipeg North, we thank him for his service, and with every speech I look forward more and more to his retirement party. A little bit of
order. I don't know whether we should be talking about those kinds of things on the floor, but we all appreciate the member when he does stand and speak, though, doesn't he? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am pleased to be standing here today in all seriousness about a very serious issue, which of course is Bill C-253. This is an act which is to give the Auditor General the authority to, in her normal auditing cycle, to audit the Bank of Canada. Before we get into the role of the Bank of Canada and how important this legislation is, and indeed how important the Bank of Canada is, I think it's important to understand a little bit of the context between the economy and the government. I think it should be started out as a first principle of any discussion of the economy in a political context is that productivity comes from our workers and from our business owners. In other words, the goods that are produced, the services that are delivered, come from the private sector. And when our workers are more productive, when we're able to deliver services more efficiently and more effectively, by necessity, the wealth of the country increases. Now, what we have seen is that through monetary policy, which unfortunately our Prime Minister doesn't think about, and perhaps should have, given that we are in one of the worst monetary crises in the last 40 years. So a little forethought on monetary policy would have been perhaps helpful. But when we look at what monetary policy can do to an economy, is it can give an artificial temporary high to the economy. When the Bank of Canada prints money, or as we call it, quantitative easing, to fund the spending of a government or of any country, of any central bank, what happens is there is an initial exuberance as citizens see the money come to their bank accounts. However, that exuberance is nearly always, in fact always, replaced by a sense of extreme disillusionment as their bank accounts swell, but they realize quickly that the cost of everything has increased. And the troubling part about inflation is that it can be a self-perpetuating phenomenon, meaning that if you believe that there is inflation, there is inflation. And so that inflation can linger on for many, many years after the money has been printed. The true path to improving Canada's economy is, in fact, through increasing productivity. It is the only real cure for the affordability crisis because it actually increases consumers' ability to purchase. It increases the power of their wages. It increases the power of the pensions. It creates jobs, and dare I say it, I know my friends in the NDP will cringe, but it increases profits. Profits that can be used to invest back in the Canadian economy that would take us from where we are right now, last in the OECD in capital investment, which allows our economy to grow and allows for our future generations to be prosperous. However, well monetary policy, at the best of it, can push off bad things, can give us perhaps a temporary high. Monetary policy done wrong can have serious consequences. And that's why, really, the Bank of Canada's mandate, we'll go through 4 of its responsibilities, but its mandate traditionally has been, at least up until the last 2 years, has been that bulwark against inflation. Because inflation can have extreme corrosive impacts, not just on the economy, but actually on the fabric of society, right? Many revolutions, many civil disruptions have been created through the last 150, 200 years, and even before, because of rapid increasing in inflation. So inflation is a really serious issue that affects people. So if we just look at the Bank of Canada's mandates, they state they have 4 primary mandates. One is the supply of money. Their job is to keep the money circulating through the economy. Second is to promote safe, sound, and efficient financial systems. And third is to design the dollars, the notes, the coins that we all have, and going forward. And the fourth is to be the fiscal agent of the government, which means there's a necessary connection, because the more debt the government has, the more it needs to print. And so while there can be little doubt that there should be some independence, there's part of it where there is a connection, and there's just no two ways about that, between the government who spends the money and the bank who funds the spending, right? So that connection is there. For years, the leader of the official opposition has tried to put the people first by raising opposition and concern to the fact that this government kept spending money and the Bank of Canada kept printing money through quantitative easing to fund that extreme expenditures. He said early on that we would face inflation, and guess what? We were right. You know, the deputy finance minister, the deputy leader and finance minister of this government said, no, there won't be inflation. She said, believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, that there would be deflation, that should be our primary concern. Like, that's a 0 to 10 in your math test there. And you know what? Who else said that? Tiff Macklin, the governor of Bank of Canada, said, you know what? There is no inflation at first. And then, oh yeah, there's a little bit of inflation. Oh yeah, there's more than a little, but it's just transitory. Oh yeah, there's actually a lot of inflation, but it's really just transitory. Oh yeah, there's a lot of inflation, and guess what? It's going to be with us for a while. And there was one individual who was out in this House of Commons publicly ringing the bell about the concerns of inflation, and that was the leader of our party. And so he should be absolutely celebrated, and it is the Bank of Canada who got it wrong, not the leader of the official opposition. Now, I don't have to tell you about the real consequences monetary policy has, right? We have seen tremendous pain. We have seen the fact that 20% of Canadians are having to change their diet, that 20% more Canadians are going to food banks. So this has real impact. And so the need to have some type of oversight, some type of accountability is incredibly important and urgent, I would say, because we have seen here a massive failure of the Bank of Canada. Their number one job, their number one responsibility is to keep inflation under control. We have food inflation at 11% that will force children to go to bed hungry because they failed, and they failed on a tremendous scale. And so what we are not asking for here, there's been lots of talk about different things that we're asking for. All we're asking for is that there be an audit by the Auditor General. That's not compensating, that is not in any way compromising the independence of the Bank of Canada. All it is auditing. You want proof? Well, look at the Public Sector Investment Board. They are independent, and they have maintained their independence despite the fact that they are regularly audited by the Auditor General. And so it has been done. It can be done. This is nothing new. You can certainly audit an organization. In fact, by definition, an auditor is independent. They're separate from it. There's no way that it's compromising the independence of the Bank of Canada. That argument is just silly. I mean, that's the only word for it. The second argument that I've heard against this legislation is that there are already auditors. Well, those auditors, there are different levels of auditing and different ways of auditing. Those audits are generally just looking at the numbers. Do the numbers make sense? Is the governor of Bank of Canada walking out with a briefcase of cash? Well, no one believes that that's an issue. I believe that the Bank of Canada can add and do their math. I'm cool with that. But what the Auditor General does is they look at the overall effectiveness. And I had the great privilege of sitting on public accounts and working with the Auditor General and her excellent work. And she's raised the flag on a number of things that have spurred on change. One of which is getting clean water to our Indigenous communities. She had a great report condemning the government for their repeated failures. So when we look, to summarize, when we look at the issues here, we have a significant failure by the Bank of Canada. All that we are asking for, all that Bill C-253, the great bill by the member from Regina Capel, all it's asking for is that we have accountability and transparency over an institution that has impact on all 37 million plus Canadians, that can have a significant impact. And we've seen it raise the food costs, it raise the cost of everything, and make life harder. All we're asking for is accountability and transparency, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed and very surprised that this House wouldn't all support this bill, especially Quebec. Why they wouldn't want additional accountability and transparency from the federal government seems just strange.
Continuing debate. Seeing none, I recognize the honourable member for Regina Capel before his right of reply. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his support of this bill, and I'd like to just quickly address some of the fallacies that came out of the government party. Listening to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leaders. It is Regina Capel, yes. I can't remember which Winnipeg riding the honourable member is. But Winnipeg North, okay. Yeah. It's been a tough year for Regina-Winnipeg relations from a Saskatchewan point of view, given the Blue Bombers and Rough Riders. So thankfully we'll talk about something that should unite us all here, and that's accountability. Accountability should be the one thing that all members of Parliament here embrace. And I can never understand. Only a Liberal would think that increased accountability somehow undermines confidence in an institution. Only by showing Canadians more of what goes on behind those closed doors, only by showing Canadians more about why the bank took certain decisions, why they acted when they did, or most importantly, why they didn't act when they didn't. Only a Liberal would think that that somehow undermines the confidence in an institution. But it's not surprising, because that's how we've seen this Prime Minister act with everything from access to information requests, redactions, and the refusal, even taking the Speaker of the House of Commons to court to cover up the scandal at the Winnipeg Labs. But we're not talking about that scandal today. We're talking about the economic vandalism that has gone on since March of 2020. Ever since the Bank of Canada decided to create money right out of thin air, to purchase government bonds, depositing that brand new money, not backed up by any growth or any increase in production, into the bank accounts of the large financial institutions. So they bought the IOUs from the government, they bought them from those large financial institutions, flooded those institutions with large amounts of currency in terms of digital assets, digital currency, and of course by increasing the money supply in other ways, including by printing cash. Yes, running the printing presses, Mr. Speaker. And as my honourable colleague pointed out, fallacy number one, they say accountability undermines confidence. We all know that to be false. Accountability strengthens confidence in institutions. Audits are already being done there, as my honourable colleague pointed out. Yes, those audits are being done, but that is a different kind of audit than what this bill calls for. I wish the honourable member for Winnipeg North had taken the time to read that part of the legislation, where it's not just about bringing in auditors like KPMG, it's about bringing in the Auditor General, who does performance audits and value for money audits. And while we're talking about value for money, Mr. Speaker, did you know that the Bank of Canada, under this Prime Minister's tenure, for the first time in Canadian history, is losing money. That's right. The state bank, the institution that has a monopoly on creating money in Canada, is losing money. That happened because when they bought those government IOUs, when they bought those bonds, they did so at a time when interest rates were low. They gave the new money as credits into the bank accounts of large financial institutions, and they have to pay interest on that. So now that they're raising interest rates, they're losing money on the money that they receive from the government because they have to pay even more to those large banks. Like, can you imagine TD Bank, Royal Bank, these large financial institutions that have these credits from the Bank of Canada are getting paid more from the bank than the bank is receiving in interest payments from the government. And all that money just washed through the system. And the people, of course, who get the money first, they are the big winners because they can go out and buy large amounts of assets. And when prices rise, they can sell, and they make the difference on the spread. You talked about, my colleague from Winnipeg North said, for the first time in Canadian history, people are raising questions about the bank. Not true. His former boss, his former leader, Jean Chrétien, campaigned on firing the Bank of Canada governor in the 1993 election. And this is the point I want to make today. Institutions are only as good as the human beings who run them. And human beings are not perfect. We are all capable of making mistakes and making errors. And when you have someone who has so much power in this country, literally the ability to affect the value of the money that Canadians have worked so hard to earn, when they make such monumental mistakes, they have to be held accountable. And this isn't about punishing someone for a mistake. This is about replacing the Bank of Canada governor with someone who knows how to keep inflation low. That brings me to my final point. My colleague from Winnipeg North said that there's been no failure at the Bank of Canada. Tell that to the hardworking families who are using food banks for the first time because inflation has gone up so high. Tell that to students who are living in homeless shelters because they can't afford to make rent. If that is not a failure in managing our monetary system in Canada, I don't know what it would take for a Liberal to think it's time to take action.
The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, move that the Bill C-253, an act to amend the Bank of Canada Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to please rise and indicate it to the chair. Well, that's a whole different thing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded vote on this one.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands referred until Wednesday, October 19, 2022, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. It being 7:18, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House now resumes debate on Bill C-31 at the second reading stage. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, and of the amendment standing in the name of Mr. Genuis.
And I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in my place today to debate Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. When the Liberals introduced this legislation in September, they would have Canadians believe it is a bill that aims to partly address the affordability crisis that many of us face. But we should not be misled or misguided by their political spin. This bill is less about addressing the affordability crisis and the soaring cost of living than it is about Liberals just playing more politics at the expense of our economy and ultimately the well-being of Canadians. You see, the Liberals are only being sustained in power right now through the support of the NDP. And the NDP are only supporting this weak Liberal government to advance items on their political agenda that they cannot advance alone as a party with only 25 seats. One of these items is dental care. In fairness to the NDP, they are calling for the development of a comprehensive national dental care program, and this Liberal program falls far short of that. So what is Bill C-31? It's a temporary measure the Liberals came up with that they are using to buy time and appease the NDP so they can keep the NDP Liberal coalition alive and remain in power for the indefinite future. It is a program designed to make the government look like they're doing something when they did very little all summer to address the real concerns Canadians face. Right now, Mr. Speaker, 70% of Canadians currently have a dental benefits plan. In my province of Ontario, there are currently dental plans for low-income seniors and for those on social assistance, programs for children under the age of 17. At a time when the provinces have been asking for increased health transfers, and they have been asking for 3 years now, when will the Prime Minister meet with them to address their concerns so they can enhance existing programs and services such as these, which are currently being delivered to Canadians? Speaker, after 7 years of Liberal governments in Ottawa, Canadians are realizing they are not better off today compared to when the Liberals first took power in 2015. This is especially true when we consider how badly Canadians are hurting today on matters of life necessities like housing, food, and energy. Costs have skyrocketed on all three essential life necessities, and these costs are largely being driven by federal government policies that are focused on excessive spending, increasing taxes, and creating new taxes to pay for these bad spending habits from a bloated and growing government bureaucracy. When it comes to housing, young Canadians have done everything they were supposed to do to achieve success and live the Canadian dream. They earned a degree and they are working hard, yet many are still living in their parents' basements in a small 400 square foot apartment because the price of housing has doubled since this Prime Minister took office. Our housing bubble is the second largest in the world. Recently, we learned that the percentage of Canadians who own their own home is at its lowest level in over 30 years. When the Prime Minister took office, Canadians were paying 32% of their income on average to maintain a mid-sized home. Now the average family has to pay 50% of their income just to keep their home. A one-time payment of $500 will do nothing to address the real issues of housing affordability many Canadians face. In fact, more than 6 out of 10 renters will not qualify for the Liberals' inflationary spending checks. Many of the inflationary issues and concerns we face are of this government's own making. We have pointed out for months that the Liberals' out-of-control spending would lead to an increase in interest rates. The government's responded by telling Canadians not to worry, to go ahead and take out big loans since interest rates would remain low for a long time and there would never be any negative consequences. Now we're seeing interest rates rise 300 basis points, or 3% in simple terms. In terms of food and food production, this Liberal government has increased farmers' taxes. This increases the cost of fertilizer and energy needed to produce food. Now they want to limit the use of fertilizer. That will require farming more land to produce the same quantity of food. Tractors and other equipment will have to cover a larger area, burning more diesel and other fuels. More food will have to be imported. Bringing this food from other countries to Canada will again require using more energy. For Niagara agriculture, this means it will cost more to grow grapes and local produce like peaches and cherries and make our local Canadian made wine even more expensive. In terms of food consumption, these higher production costs get passed along to the consumers like you and me when we go to the grocery store or local farmers markets to buy our food or to feed our families. Food prices increases are already hurting many Canadians. For example, here are some of the headlines reported by the media that indicate this growing problem. Quote, inflation, child hunger, a major concern in Canada amid skyrocketing food prices. Niagara Falls families straining under the weight of soaring prices. Food banks facing unprecedented demand in Niagara. GTA food banks say they're facing the highest demand in their history. Nearly 6 million people in Canada experienced food insecurity in 2021, U of T study says. End quote. The list of these troubling headlines goes on. Mr. Speaker, this does not sound like the developed and strong country our parents and grandparents fought through 2 world wars and built their hard lives through their work and labor. After 7 years of Liberal governance, the Prime Minister and his government have eroded and undermined our collective and individual wealth, massively indebted future generations, and repeatedly blocked and suppressed economic and financial opportunities for Canadian workers, businesses, and industries in all regions of our country. Since 2015, this Liberal government has become big and bloated. It has grown too large, its reach has become too wide, and its actions are becoming far too intrusive into the private lives of Canadians. They pick winners and losers based on their political priorities, and bad spending habits are entrenched. That is why they are desperate to increase taxes and create new taxes against hardworking Canadians so they can continue feeding their reckless big spending appetite. The bottom line is that Bill C-31 is just another big spending Liberal plan that only serves to keep the NDP Liberal coalition alive. Of course, they mask it using affordability language, but in reality, it does nothing to bring down the cost of life necessities like housing, food, and energy, including fuel and heating. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative leader said it best in his speech. Our role here in Parliament is to turn pain into hope, and Canadians need hope. Speaker, as I'm about to conclude, I wanted to share the comments of one of my constituents named Jessica, who had some real concerns about C-31. In her recent note to me, she indicated, and I quote, "The $600 benefit should not be going towards dental billing directly. As a low-income parent for myself and my son, I have looked into some quotes for the bundle of dental, pharmacy, and medical care, and I have seen quotes for, at least for myself, at about $100 per month. Unaffordable, though compelling. In other words, I'm expressing that having a benefit to get started up on my family's medical and dental insurance is the help our family needs and should be getting from the government rather than having the funds wasted on 1 or 2 dental visits when myself and my son could both get coverage, receive the $600 benefit even half annually, and have more medical benefits to keep us healthy. This is important to me as well as I approach middle age. Speaker, I am proud to support my new leader on his mission to make a real difference in Canadians' lives through supporting policy measures that will actually make life more affordable. Bill C-31 does not do that. It's not a bill that is actually going to help Canadians. It is a bill designed to keep the NDP happy so that the NDP Liberal coalition continues. Speaker, we need to get Canadians back control of their lives in the freest country in the world where the dollar keeps its value so that our citizens can have the life they worked so hard to build. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Wish I could thank the member for his speech, but I think his constituents, 30,000 of whom don't have access to dental care in his riding, would be a bit disappointed if I thanked him for a speech from the Conservatives, which basically dumps on dental care and expansion of the healthcare system, and dumps on the support for housing that is so essential to meet the housing crisis that people are seeing right across the length and breadth of this country, including in his riding. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' sum total of their contribution to the debate on this bill that helps people with dental care and helps people with housing is a kill amendment that would destroy the whole bill. And this is so disrespectful to the tens of thousands of Canadians in his riding and in ridings right across the country that need access to dental care. The NDP's dental care plan, as he knows, rolls out over 3 years. What it would do is help 30,000 families at the end of in his riding. By the end of the process, housing needs to be supported. Why are the Conservatives opposed to real measures that will help people in their ridings at this critical time?
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for his questions. First of all, again, the provinces have been asking this federal government for 3 years now to sit down, increase transfer payments so that they could properly fund the programs that currently exist. In Ontario, we have a program called Healthy Smiles. Children whose parents are on social assistance under the age of 17, not 12, 17, get coverage. Seniors, low-income seniors, are covered at 65. Did you know the Ontario government is currently undertaking a consultation program to provide benefit plans for those workers that don't have that? A portable program. Consultations go on till December. You know what? Why is it that the province of Ontario, Doug Ford, is getting supportive labor? Because, you know why? He's getting the results for workers. What this government needs to do is provide broad-based tax relief so that we get out of the way, put more money in the pockets of Canadians to assist them to provide the better future that they're all looking for.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a bit of a surprise for the member. You know, provinces have been asking for increases in health care ever since I was first elected back in 1988. For over 30 years, every year provinces want more money for health care, and that would be a wonderful debate to be able to have on the floor, possibly as an opposition day motion. My question to the member is, because it's a follow-up with the previous question, we're talking about a good portion of the bill. It's broken in two parts. The child care, the child dental care. There are children in his riding, as there are in mine, that have no coverage whatsoever for dental care. This bill is providing those children dental care. Some of those children, if they don't get this dental care, they'll end up going to hospitals where there'll be surgery done. We know that for a fact. I'm wondering why, or how does he justify to the member's constituents the fact that he's voting against a 12-year-old or 10-year-old having child dental care?
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, and again, to my colleague, currently in the province of Ontario, there are programs that currently exist to support those low-income individuals. Children under 17 in the province of Ontario can get coverage. Let me just quote again this email that I received from Jessica, from my constituent of mine. She says, quote, the $600 benefit should not be going towards dental billing directly. As a low-income parent for myself and my son, I have looked into some quotes for the bundle of dental, pharmacy, and medical care, and I have seen quotes, at least for myself, at about $100 per month. That's what she's looking for. She's looking for a program that can provide her health care coverage. You know what? Province of Ontario is currently undertaking a consultation plan to provide portable health benefit plans. You know what? Why can the province of Ontario do that where the federal government continues to fail? They're more interested in creating shiny checks where that you can provide to people and try to get credit instead of providing the broad-based tax relief that they currently need.
So here's where I stand and give my daily reminder that the shorter the questions, the shorter the answers, the more we can get in and everybody can participate in this great debate that we're having on this bill. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-31 is here at a very critical time for millions of Canadians. There are too many Canadians struggling with the rising cost of living and the challenge of keeping rents paid and food in the fridge. As the NDP critic for disability inclusion, I hear from the disability community of the realities of skyrocketing housing and food costs and how it's impacting them disproportionately. 50% of food bank users are now persons with disabilities. This is unacceptable, and this Liberal government has a responsibility to uphold the human rights of persons with disabilities to ensure they have an adequate standard of living. That is why Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit, cannot come fast enough for almost 1 million Canadians with a disability. Inequality is rising at exponential rates in Canada, and while grocery chains are bringing in billions of dollars in profits, everyday Canadians are falling further and further behind. Corporate greed is increasing. This crisis of corporate greed is driving inflation and is affecting everyday Canadians. And it affects some more than others. It especially affects persons with disabilities, single mothers, fixed and low-income families. These are long-standing issues, Mr. Speaker, but with the current greed inflation, crises are happening now all across communities in Canada, and people need help immediately. Mr. Speaker, many of them are renters. That is why the renters component of Bill C-31 is so important and why it needs to get out as soon as possible. This housing benefit is a one-time $500 payment for Canadians who qualify. Specifically, families who earn a net income of less than $35,000 a year. People are already asking me, Mr. Speaker, when will this come available? This payment will help 1.8 million Canadians with the cost of living, and it will make a real difference in their lives. It is something that the government should have brought in months and months ago. Too many renters have had to rely on rent banks throughout this pandemic.
Too many people have already lost their rental housing. They are living in cars, in tents, couch surfing. This is the reality in communities across Canada. And tents, Mr. Speaker, I spoke of this yesterday. Tents are now homes for more and more Canadians as they search for stable, affordable rental housing. And I wanted to take a moment here, Mr. Speaker, just to talk about payday loans. We have so many in my community of Port Moody, Coquitlam that are having to pay their rent through a payday loan. And we know that those interest rates are out of hand. And I just want to point out that there is a bill from my colleague here from New Westminster Burnaby on reducing those interest rates. They're criminal, Mr. Speaker, the interest rates for the most vulnerable that use payday loans. So the need to act, Mr. Speaker, cannot wait. We cannot have one more person lose their home because they cannot afford their rent. NDP are committed to ensure that this legislation gets through quickly so that people can get this payment by the end of the year. And let's not forget how Canadians got into a situation where rents are unaffordable. Conservative and Liberal governments have overseen the financialization of housing. Instead of protecting our social housing stock, they encouraged upzoning and gentrification in the name of density. Density dreams are for developers, Mr. Speaker. The financialization of housing is only working for the wealthy and is leaving people behind. Most impacted are renters in need of low to mid-income affordable homes. We are losing affordable homes at a rate of 15 to 1. For every new unit this government prides themselves on building, they have not protected 15 other renters that now find themselves evicted or demo-evicted from their homes. Truly affordable social housing has been sacrificed to create an asset class for pension funds and for the wealthiest people and companies across the globe. Even after C-31 passes, this government must immediately act to end the financialization of housing before more Canadians lose their homes, before more children are displaced from their schools and their friends, and before more seniors lose the services as they are forced out of the community in which they raised their children. The second part of this legislation is related to the cost of living as well, and it will have profound and long-lasting benefit for millions of Canadians. It is transformational, and it will make a difference for generations to come. It is dental care, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats have always known that everyone, no matter their income, should have access to basic health care. Yet ever since the Canada Health Act was first passed, it has been a project incomplete. It has been a vision unfulfilled. Aspects of our health were not included in the legislation that created universal health care. Things like our eyes, mental health, which we're recognizing this month, and dental care are integral to our concept of health and to our health outcomes, and they must be included in Canada's universal health care. Today, with Bill C-31, we take the next step to universal health care by adding the long-awaited dental care. 35% of Canadians lack proper dental insurance, and that number jumps to 50% when we talk about low-income Canadians. 7 million Canadians avoid going to the dentist because of the costs. It's shameful. It is something that has to change. Canada's most vulnerable face the highest rates of dental decay and disease and the worst access to dental care. There is something wrong here. It needs to change, and New Democrats are going to make sure it changes. The legislation in front of us begins with getting uninsured children of low and modest income families the care they need. Kids deserve it. The most prominent day surgery in hospitals among children is dental care. Shamefully, tooth decay remains the most common yet preventable chronic childhood illness in Canada because too many families cannot afford a visit to the dentist office. It has taken 50 years to protect all children with this dental care plan, yet we are here now, so let's make it happen. In closing, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are in a position to use their power to force this government to immediately make lives better for people by providing rent support now and essential dental care in the long term. But let's not forget why we're here in need of these emergency benefits. It is because of bad policies put forward by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. Policies that put corporate profits and tax protections for the ultra-wealthy before the social fabric of Canadians. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives turned their backs on investments in housing and in healthcare in favor of a private, market-driven model that is not working. In fact, it is hurting people. This decades-long lack of government investment in people is why we need Bill C-31. But make no mistake, it is just the beginning of building back necessary social supports so all people can thrive. And New Democrats will continue to lead that charge and to use our power to work for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For his speech, but I wonder, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side try to bless this government by not helping the Canadian citizen. I would like to remind all of them through you, once the pandemic started, this COVID-19, this government took care of every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast, took care of every business in Canada in order to let the people confronted this pandemic and live in decency. I would like to ask her regarding the housing problem. Does he know how much money is allocated to build the new houses? Does she know about our rapid housing initiative regarding also our day care program? This government is taking care of the parents in order not to be obliged to stay home and to go to work, not to stay home to take care of the children. Regarding the inflation, we know, Mr. Speaker, that it's a worldwide problem, and among the G7, the economic rating for Canada, thanks to this government, is still number one.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I'll just remind the member that it was because of the NDP that many of those programs that allowed, like CERB, allowed people to stay in their homes over the pandemic. If it wasn't for the NDP, people would be receiving half of what they needed to survive. I would also say I was actually looking at the Rapid Housing Initiative numbers today on an order paper question, and I can tell you that a number of Rapid House initiatives have not yet been built, and we see it manifesting on the streets of our communities. People are living in tents. It doesn't matter. We cannot fall back on the fact that this is a G7 problem. There are people in Canada suffering, and the government has a responsibility to put them into homes, to build homes, to have affordable homes available for them, and to pass Bill C-31. Thank you.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for her speech. I have my question is that does the member recognize the fact that inflation is hurting our economy and that inflation is directly related to government spending? The more we spend, the more we hurt people. The thousands of dollars of buying power that an individual, a single mom making $50,000, she would have lost thousands of dollars in real purchasing power. This would cover dental care. This would cover much more than one $500 rental payment. This would put her in a much better position. Does this individual recognize the power of our businesses and our workers?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a woman standing here in this House, I'm going to say that there is a real problem with gender inequity in pay. There is a pay gap in this country that is long-lasting. These are inequalities that have brought us to this place. It has to do with the fact that we do not pay people enough. We exploit women and their work. We exploit immigrants and their work, and that is the problem. We need to raise salaries in this country.
In comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the speech from the member from Port Moody Coquitlam. She's an ardent defender of her constituents. And that we know that there's a housing crisis across the country. We know that there are, in each riding in this country, about 30,000 people that don't have access to dental care. Could the member remind us about what the impacts will be in Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra as a result of this NDP bill getting through this House?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I want to thank my colleague for his question, because I did want to talk very quickly about rent banks. This is going to make a huge difference to renters in my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra. A rent bank came into being during COVID. A rent bank was necessary in my community, and the usage of that rent bank continues to increase. Same thing happening all across the country. We know in Ottawa, the usage of the rent bank has gone through the roof. This is going to stop people from having to visit the rent banks and stop having to go and visit the payday loans, which is just almost impossible to return. So I also want to thank the member for their private member's bill around interest rates at payday loans. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's a privilege for me to be able to stand tonight and speak to this bill. I'm going to speak slowly because I just decided to do this and I don't have anything to provide to the translators. So I promised them that I would do my best to make it as easy as possible for them to translate what I have to say tonight. I think it's really important that we go back to the beginning of this government, which was my first time in this House, and remember what happened as early as pre-COVID. We're tending to focus on things as they are right now, but how did we get here? We've heard over and over again tonight the word crisis. We're in a crisis. Absolutely, I agree. But why are we in the crisis that we're in today, where Canadians are suffering so much within an economy that is simply not functioning the way that it should? Well, we heard about sunny ways, how amazing life was going to be for Canadians with this new government. And there was, honestly, it's true, a real sense of hope in Canada when this government came to power. However, 6 years later, is it 6? 7? 7. 7 years later, we are in a situation here where this government, when it runs out of answers, goes all the way back to 2017 to talk about the amazing things that it did. It brought in a Canada child benefit that they claim lifted all of these children out of poverty, no longer gave money to the wealthy, and that it was just an amazing service that they've given to Canadians. However, what they don't talk about is how many of those that they raised out of poverty were also being raised out of poverty previously, and also the fact that the way that they run this program, where they pick winners and losers, costs a lot more. The way that this government functions bureaucratically costs Canadians more. And I would talk to people as I walked along doing door knocking, you know, they would say, I get that child benefit, but you know what? I have to give it all back. At which point I say, well, do you own your home? How many cars do you have? Do you both work? And yeah, in that circumstance, you know what? You don't need that money. Set it aside, and when it comes time, pay it back to the government through your taxes. However, what if something happened where that family lost their means of income in the course of that year? Let's say they worked in the oil field when this government came into power, and all of a sudden their jobs are gone. Well, the way this program is set up, they would have to wait till the next year after they filed their taxes to show how desperate they were, and then be reinstated as far as the child tax benefit, or the child benefit. And with the way it was run, if you hit the end of that year and things are bad, you have that money. Or the circumstances around lowering the taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthy. I think there's reasonable reasons to go that route to some degree. But yet they claimed it was revenue neutral, and we know that it wasn't. We're talking millions of dollars in difference that they did not make up by doing that. So already we were in a situation where this government was not managing money well, not managing the funds from Canadians' money well in the way that they were providing their programs. And that was all pre-COVID when they signaled to the world that Canada was not going to be open for business anymore. All kinds of small businesses, medium-sized businesses that were involved in our oil and gas industry left this country in an instant. And I'm sure that the members on the other side of the floor must understand that when you do that and you all of a sudden create chaos in the source of funding for our economy, it's not a good thing. And Canadians were left in very dire straits. We were no longer open for business. We lost the confidence of investors in this nation. As a matter of fact, this government had to buy a pipeline, or maybe chose to buy a pipeline because they wanted to control the future of our oil and gas industry in a way that was not beneficial towards a green economy in the future, because we are hampering our own country at a time when the world, and they know it as well, will continue to need oil for a long time. So we are saying to a world that needs our products that are clean and ethical and enable our people to earn a living, to pay taxes so that this government and government can provide for the true needs of Canadians, all of a sudden, it's not there. These measures that we're looking at today are temporary measures. They are like putting your finger in a dike. And I know Canadians are desperate enough to say that we want this, we need this, it's better than nothing. The frustrating thing is we never should have gotten here in the first place. This government promised a $10 billion over expenditure on an annual basis. It has never met that promise. And we are facing over $1 trillion, almost $1.5 trillion in debt as a nation. The largest debt, well, it's all debt, I think, combined throughout the history of our country, is where we're at today. Of course, Canadians are in a circumstance that is very, very difficult. I grew up in Saskatchewan, and as I was growing up, we had an NDP government. I got to tell you, I grew up during that time when things were really, really tough. Out of 11 of us, between my husband and myself, we each have, he has 4 siblings, I had 5. Everybody but 2 left our province. There was no work. There was no income for our government to do the things that it needed to do. And we were in a situation where the government knows best. We want to provide for everybody. And they shut down productivity in our province. People left because there was no work. There was no encouragement to become small businessmen or women and make a difference for your own family by becoming productive on your own. So these measures that I'm seeing here now, you know, you're trying to put a stopgap in a situation which is really, really bad, which is also what happened during COVID as well, because people were not allowed to work. Small businesses in my communities could have maintained their ability to be active in their communities. They could have continued to pay their employees and produce their products in a way that worked within that environment. But this government just shut everything down. And yes, they provided in that circumstance, but they created the problem as well. I only have 2 minutes left. Wow. Okay. Too many things to say and not enough time to say it. Let's see. Well, I'm just going to say I experienced that. I also experienced having a small business in the early 80s. You know, it says here that this is the worst inflation in 40 years. Do you know what was happening about 40 years ago? I experienced losing our business, as did many businesses, because interest rates rose to 22% overnight because of the fiscal approach of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And here we are today. I don't know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I just want to put a shout out for the fact that, yes, large corporations should not be, as the NDP are saying, receiving benefits from the government. And yet, I know that this Liberal government handed out incredible money for fridges for a large corporation that these people spoke against, and now here they are supporting them in this. I want to speak for corporations that put incredible amounts of tax dollars into our provincial and federal governments, that provide amazing community resources. I know, I live where there is one, and they provide benefits to their employees that are unmatched. And we have a lot to thank those corporations that do good work and are fiscally and environmentally responsible, and we should not be painting them all with the same umbrella. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to remind the Honourable Member that if there were restrictions in Saskatchewan or Alberta for that matter, most of those were provincial, that the provincial government stepped forward and they did things to protect the citizens from catching COVID and overwhelming our already overwhelmed medical system. But I would like the minister, or the member rather, to reflect on the dolphin effect that Alberta and Saskatchewan and perhaps to a certain degree Newfoundland and Labrador have gone through by depending so much on oil. There are times that are really, really good, and other times that are just absolutely atrocious for those provinces. And, you know, we're seeing today that OPEC and Russia are getting together to cut the amount of oil they're producing to keep the prices high. You know, it seems that we're under the thumb of some gangsters here by depending a heck of a lot on oil and oil revenues. So I would ask the Honourable Member what she would propose to the government, whatever government we end up with in Alberta, and the government of Saskatchewan to kind of protect themselves, target harden themselves from the variations in revenues that they've seen from the oil patch.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond to the first part of what you said, that it was the provinces that brought in the mandates that made it difficult for businesses and whatnot. I'm sorry, but I hold this Prime Minister and this Liberal government fully responsible for everything that has happened in this country, because when it first hit and we didn't know what we were dealing with, our borders were not shut down to China, and thousands of people from Wuhan and China in general came into this country. Absolutely true. You're welcome at any point, you're welcome at any point to share with this House the way you were supposed to, what helped you to make the decisions that you made. And every province responded to the
make any decisions. I'm sure she meant the honourable members over there, so just speaking through the Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, you did make a couple of good decisions that I really appreciated, I will say, and even as far as bringing the member to the bar and facing what you faced. Anytime you want to share with this House the information that you can't. Anytime the government is ready to share the information that this House called for so that we are aware of what was done to make the decisions that were made is fine with me. I'm open to that, and I would appreciate hearing what it was that should have been shared with this House in the first place.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're debating Bill C-31, and what is Bill C-31? We're talking about providing families whose income is less than $90,000 to be able to access dental support to children 12 and under as a first initiative. And for those who do not have access to this, this is absolutely critical. We're also talking about providing low-income individuals and families a housing benefit of $500, although albeit at one time. Now, the Conservatives are against these measures. They're against for families who need dental support to access this dental care plan. So my question is, in the member's constituency, has she talked to any of the families who are in need of dental services? And has she told them that the Conservatives intends to saying no for them to access dental care support?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville in 40 seconds.
40 minutes?
40
Sounds
minutes.
good.
Yes.
Okay. I can assure the member that this is definitely something that we have discussed in my riding. And truth be told, the majority of people in my riding have dental care programs, and those that do not, and I've experienced this as well, because when that previous Prime Minister was in place, we went through a very hard time. We lost our business. We had $500 to our name, 3 small children, and had to totally retool for our future. And there was programs available for us. There are programs available for seniors who are within the province to assist them as well. So it's not that I don't believe that these children should have the support that they need. I just believe that we should be focused as a government on those that truly need assistance and not thinking of the larger scale programs where everybody falls under the same umbrella and no one is left to put the taxes in the place where you...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank you and the support staff and all the members in here for burning the midnight oil with me. So I appreciate it. I'll try to keep you informed, if not entertained there. So thank you very much, and thanks again to the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South for sending me here. It's an honor every day. Today, I rise to talk about Bill C-31, which is an act respecting the cost of living measures related to dental care and rental housing, otherwise dubbed as a so-called affordability bill. But before I start talking about the substance of the bill, and I will get there, I promise you, I think it's important to outline some of the context of which this legislation comes to the House. And so we are at an affordability crisis. There can be no doubt about that, and I think all 338 members would share my opinion of that. We have inflation that's hit over 7%. We are facing an environment that has been created. This is where some of my Liberal colleagues may disagree with me, Mr. Speaker, but we are in an environment that's been created by the Liberals' tax and spend agenda. The government's profligate spending has led to more printing of money. So what happens in broad terms is, so the government spends and spends and spends, but it doesn't have the money to back that up. It doesn't have the tax dollars to back up their spending. And so what they do is, it's printing money. The fancy term is quantitative easing, which involves the buying and selling of bonds by the government, basically to themselves. But the reality is that it is printing money. And what happens when inflation increases is that it hurts Canadians, of course, because everything becomes more and more expensive, which creates more and more pain for Canadians. But you know what the truth of the matter is? We'll certainly hear the members of the NDP talk about the price gouging and the profit taking. Well, there's one organization that has taken more profits than all corporations combined. That is the federal government. If you want to talk about profiteering, that starts and begins with the federal government. The revenues, they overfloweth because of the inflation tax. Every week, this government hits new revenue hikes, new revenue increases, and this is coming off the backs of Canadians. If you just look at an individual who, Mr. Speaker, who is making $50,000 a year, that individual has seen their purchasing power increase by thousands of dollars. They have seen a pay decrease of thousands of dollars. And I can tell you this story is hundreds and hundreds of years old, even thousands of years old. Every time the government goes about this track, right back to the Roman government, when they started printing money, or in that point, reducing the amount of valuable material in coins, when they start increasing that, what always happens is the people get hurt. And that more spending, the rules of supply and demand kick in, money is worth less, it's harder for everyone. And who it hurts most, it's not the wealthy. The wealthy are actually doing quite well, Mr. Speaker. They have seen their $1 million houses become $2 million houses. They've seen their businesses, their stock portfolio, potentially increase in value, although even that's being hit now by this Liberal government's poor economic stewardship. But it's the most vulnerable. I mean, if you are earning $20,000 a year, if you're earning $30,000 a year, food prices going up by 10% is a much bigger deal for you than if you're earning $100,000 and you just have to reduce your Netflix subscription. But that's a difference between a single mom being able to feed her family and not. And I will tell you that if you want a true rental and dental building, it's called eliminating the carbon tax. That will provide Canadians with much more tax relief than will provide much more dollars and to the most vulnerable than this rental dental bill ever would. We have to understand the very basics of this. Well, food inflation has increased the cost of food by $1,300. The rental bill will provide $500 for rent. The math is simple. So the fact is that the reality is monetary, the continuing to spend money which is funded by the Bank of Canada will just continue to, it'll create a disillusionment. Because what happens is when the government spends money initially, there's an initial excitement and exuberance, really, that when that money hits the bank accounts of Canadians, they're excited. And this has happened many, many times throughout history. But what happens is that exuberance quickly turns into a deep sense of disillusionment as they realize that actually this is just a nasty trick because the cost of everything has increased. And once again, the main beneficiaries of this is the government. Their revenues continue to increase while Canadians continue to suffer. The only true path, Mr. Speaker, to addressing this affordability crisis and to really increasing the prosperity of our country is by increasing productivity. Because it's just voodoo to say that if you print money, you're worth more. That's not how this works. How a country actually increases its value is by producing more goods and by producing more services efficiently. And how we do, because that actually increases the real wages, that increases the real prosperity, and dare I say it increases the real profits. And we see that impact on Canadian wage earners because Canada's wages are lower on average than the United States, than Switzerland and Ireland. And you know what else is lower, Mr. Speaker? Their productivity. Productivity per hour in Switzerland is $60, ours is $50. The US, $65, ours is $50. In Ireland, it's $84. And it's no surprise because that has a real impact. We need to make Canadians more productive. Do you know that we are last in the OECD, the very bottom of capital investments? It's because private sectors are the private sector economy is slowly getting pushed out by this Liberal government. They just simply do not have the funds to invest. And that has very real consequences. So in Canada, we are investing 43 cents on every dollar the U.S. is investing in capital investments. That makes every worker less efficient, less effective. It makes our country less productive. And you know what? Through the private sector, we create opportunities for people. We create great jobs. We allow people to spend their money as they best see fit. And you know what? 100 times out of 100 times, Mr. Speaker, I will put faith in the Canadian to make a decision over their own life than any bureaucrat in Ottawa. Because Canadians know how to control their money. Farmers know how to be stewards of their farms, which is exactly the opposite of what the Prime Minister said. And let me tell you, my farmers are not happy about that comment. But let's get back to every day here. So we're coming up on Thanksgiving. We want to know what the impact of this Liberal tax and spend agenda is. Well, the cost of turkey is going to be up 15 to 16% per kilogram. Potatoes up 22%, 13% on the increase of butter, 13% for cranberries, 12% more expensive for bacon. Chicken is at 10% and corn is up 6%. Like I said, if you're a wealthy family, this will not have a significant impact on you. But if you are a family just trying to get by, just trying to have a nice Thanksgiving with your family after the 2 years of suffering we've all been through COVID, and you're trying to put food on the table, this will have a real impact. And in fact, we have seen that. We have 20% more Canadians going to food banks from 2019 to 2021. Fully 20%. We have seen that over 20% of Canadians as well are changing their diet because they can't afford to eat the way they used to. 8%, Mr. Speaker, of people are skipping meals. They're avoiding eating food because they can't afford eating food in this liberal economy. So certainly, we want to see in this Conservative Party every child have dental care. We want to see every person housed. But we believe that that comes from the workers of this country, from the businesses of this country, and the more inflation you get, the more that you will impoverish Canadians. That is just what the history says. We have true compassion for people. We want to make sure that businesses are successful, that workers are effective, that families can have a great Thanksgiving, and that Canada remains affordable and Canada becomes the freest country in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious by the way the member opposite ended his speech there. He suggested that the Conservatives support dental care, but dental care comes from the workers of this country. Is he suggesting that families who make under $90,000 are not working hard and then therefore don't deserve dental care? And in addition to that, how can he look Canadians in the face and tell them they don't deserve access to dental care for their children, but he can receive publicly funded, taxpayer-funded dental care for himself and his family? How can he say that people making under $90,000 aren't working to deserve dental care while he receives taxpayer-funded dental care himself?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. I always enjoy the member's passion. But I would say to her, how can she sit at her Thanksgiving dinner eating comfortably on public dollars while many of my constituents won't be able to afford to eat this Thanksgiving? And in terms of her facts, they're just wrong. In Ontario, 17-year-olds, 17 kids and over in low-income families have publicly funded dental care. That already exists, and that's her province. So if we want Canadians to have true prosperity comes from Canadians. It doesn't come from the federal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a curious thing. The member actually says that he wants to see families who need dental care have access to dental care. Well, there's a simple solution to that. All he has to do is vote for the bill. Like, you know, it's not rocket science to figure it out, because this bill ensures that families whose income is less than $90,000 and who do not have access to a dental care plan would, in fact, get it, starting with children under 12 this year, and then next year, seniors, people with disability, and people 18 and under would be able to get it with full realization the following year after that. So it's not that difficult to figure it out, how to realize what the member wants. So why doesn't he just vote for the bill? And on the question around affordability, the NDP has been advancing this, and that is to say that we actually tax wealthy CEOs and big corporations who's been having and getting a giant windfall in profitability. So why don't we do what the UN Secretary General suggested, and that is to put in place this windfall tax as the NDP is suggesting? Because if that happened, we can ensure those individuals who are not able to put food on the table will get the support that they need.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the member's passion, but the reality is this, Mr. Speaker. The more tax, the more we spend, the more we tax, the more money we print, the tougher it gets for Canadians. The 10% food inflation will mean that children will go hungry tonight. That's what those policies lead to. They lead to the impoverishment of Canadians.
Member, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and highlighting some of the economic problems that Canada faces, including our lack of productivity when compared to our G7 neighbours and trading partners. And it made me think of a speech that the former Minister of Finance of this government, Bill Morneau, gave, saying that the fundamental problem of this government is its focus on wealth redistribution rather than wealth creation. I wonder if my colleague could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
For sure. Thank you for the tough but fair question, Mr. Speaker. And there is no doubt that when we increase the size of the pie, everyone benefits. And the reality is that when the pie shrinks, it's the most vulnerable who suffer. Like I said, 10% food inflation, 7% inflation in general. That's hurting the most are people who are on fixed incomes, those folks who are wage earners, those who are trying to climb up the opportunity staircase, and they are being brought down by the corrosive impacts of inflation. That's why we need to get this tax and spend, this NDP Liberal government under financial control.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to once again rise in the House of Commons. It's great to see many members of Parliament returning to be in person into the House of Commons once again. It's great to see. It's great for the camaraderie that the House has. It's great to be able to connect with other members, both within our own party, but also from the parties across the way. You know, Mr. Speaker, throughout the summer, I did hear from many people who are worried about the cost of living, which is what brings us to the bill that we have here today. And many people are doing the very best to survive. You know, and I'm sure all members should be aware by now that this is not only a regional problem, it's not only affecting my riding, it's affecting people all across the country. As a result, Canadians are worried about what's happening right now with their economy and where it is headed. It's been a really difficult year for a growing number of people. We have seen our inflation rate reach levels not seen since almost 40 years ago, which, Mr. Speaker, would be before I was even born. So back in the early 80s, mid-80s, my parents had to deal with buying their farm at around 18% interest rates. And we are already hearing some rumblings of a recession, which would take us back to that time once again. I know many people are not too excited about the prospect of even 8% interest rates, let alone 18%. For a lot of younger Canadians today, and in particular a lot of young farmers, a lot of young ranchers in my riding, it's already hard to imagine ever getting ahead, finding opportunity, or achieving a dream as simple, even, Mr. Speaker, as owning a home. Now they have to deal with everyday essentials that are basically unaffordable, never mind trying to think about the future for themselves or their families, if they can even start a family, that is, in the first place. Now, in response to this situation, we have Bill C-31 in front of us today. But sadly, there is no sign that the Liberal government will acknowledge the full scale of the problem. They also don't want to talk about where problems are coming from or admit that reversing their failed policies is part of the solution. Since taking power over 7 years ago, this Liberal government has been short-sighted with promoting and developing our industries. Strengthening our economy simply has not been a priority, and some of our strongest assets, such as the energy sector, have consistently been punished instead of supported. This left us in a vulnerable position where we were unprepared for whenever a new crisis would eventually come along. Now, as a result, Canadians continue to suffer the consequences of these bad decisions. At first, the Liberals are simply ignoring the issue for a while, but they can't say, Mr. Speaker, that we didn't warn them. Once it was clear that our national economy is getting into trouble, the Liberals went right ahead with their same old approach. As much as they try to pretend otherwise, big spending is not going to make our troubles disappear. It actually adds fuel to the fire at a time when the flames are out of control. That is what Canadians are seeing and living right now with their cost of living. Last year saw inflation rise quickly and stay high above the target of 2%. After the Liberals couldn't ignore it anymore, they decided to downplay it. Don't worry, it's just temporary, they would say. And that's basically what the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance said back in January when I asked about their projections at the time, and I'll quote the Minister. Inflation is currently higher than what we were accustomed to over the last decade. This is true in Canada and in many other countries around the globe. This is a matter of concern to the Bank of Canada and the government. However, most observers around the world view the factors keeping inflation elevated to be temporary. As a result, the Bank of Canada expects inflation to ease back and to reach its 2% target by late 2022, unquote. That was their prediction on the record, and they have not really reconsidered it since then. Even though that clearly did not turn out to be the case, Speaker, you will not hear the Liberal government take any responsibility for what Canadians are going through today. To this day, they will never dare to admit that they have contributed to it. Anything or anyone else is to blame except for themselves. After the budget, I asked again if the government had any plans to control inflation, just in case they were wrong in saying it might not actually be that big of a deal. But once again, there wasn't much of an answer. Besides mentioning the Bank of Canada hiking interest rates, they pointed to the type of proposal we find in Bill C-31, along with national childcare. Over the summer, while Canadians faced worsening challenges, the government finally realized that it might start to affect them after seeing some signs that they were losing public support over their approach. So they tried to generate some new excitement in the media about how they were putting together a plan to help with the cost of living. But so far, the Liberal plan appears to be changing nothing from what they were doing before. There is no readjustment in sight. That means they are attempting to help with affordability in limited ways without fighting inflation, which, Mr. Speaker, should be a non-starter. If you look at C-31, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that the Liberals propose to handle inflation with new programs that require a lot more inflationary spending. By definition, that will not make things better overall. It might be the political price for a coalition with the NDP, but paying it will end up costing Canadians who will continue to struggle with affordability. That is because none of this amounts to a full-scale plan or serious effort to fix the root causes of something that is impacting all Canadians. And if that continues unchecked, it is easy for the problem to stay with us and get worse. After spending billions of taxpayer dollars, it can help the effects of inflation persist and cancel any net benefits to affordable living. If that happens, what will this government tell Canadians then? Even with affordability, the Liberals are missing the mark. They are well aware that food and fuel are two of the biggest things driving inflation, and they want to make things worse in both of these areas. When Canadians started to see the highest gas prices ever at the pumps, Conservatives voted for a temporary suspension of the carbon tax, but this Liberal government refused to do it. We are dealing with food prices rising at the fastest pace in 40 years. At a time like this, I have to remind the government that it's our farmers who grow and raise it in the first place. The same carbon tax is hitting them year after year, and the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc are all comfortable with tripling it going forward. Instead of changing direction, they are doubling down, even tripling down, Mr. Speaker. They deny that it's doing any damage because the rebates are giving people more money back than they pay. At least that's the government's idea of affordability. But many Canadians know that's not happening for them, Mr. Speaker, especially in small town, particularly in rural Saskatchewan, and especially, Mr. Speaker, for our farmers. I've seen a bill from a farmer that shows the added cost of $1,100 in 1 month just in carbon tax. It definitely does not match the annual rebate given for my province. The Liberals are also bringing another attack on agriculture through an unrealistic target on fertilizer emissions. When asked multiple times, they have not ruled out a restriction or a ban as seen in other countries. That type of policy would be disastrous for producing food, and it should be unthinkable when the world is really trying to avoid catastrophic shortages. It should come as no surprise that they are not interested in prioritizing people's needs over their political projects. The real concern for achieving affordability has been noticeably lacking. How can Canadians believe the same government's claim that their new programs are supposed to be the answer? It sounds more like an excuse. And their past record, Mr. Speaker, speaks for itself. Even with childcare, as another recent example, the government's plan is designed for specific circumstances involving daycare. What are they doing for any families who want to live on a single income and take care of children of their own in their own home? The Liberals are the ones who removed income splitting, which helped these families afford whichever decisions were right for them. With the way it has been handling everything, the government's failed priorities have added pressure in the lives of these families and excluded different options for them. Meanwhile, they're not addressing the larger problem behind the costs that all families have to deal with. That can only be done by actually fighting inflation and strengthening our economy as a whole. We are demanding something better for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We cannot pretend the Liberals are offering any lasting solutions by simply repackaging their platform, a platform that consistently, Mr. Speaker, has been proven not to work. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the member for his speech. You know, all week long, for weeks, we've been hearing the Conservatives talking about triple of the carbon tax. You know, in my province of British Columbia, the price of gas has gone up about $1 a litre this year. The whole carbon tax, even if we got rid of the carbon tax, the whole carbon tax there is just, 10 or 11 cents of that. So it's 1% of the greedflation we've seen from the oil and gas companies. The increase that's going to happen this year is 2 cents a liter. 2 cents a liter. You know, that's, again, 1% of the price we're paying for fuel across much of the country. Today, the price of gas was supposed to go up 10 cents. If we got rid of the carbon tax, we'd be back to where we were yesterday. This will not solve the problems for Canadians and inflation that Canadians are really feeling. I'm just wondering if he can comment on that all this talk about the carbon tax will do nothing, absolutely nothing for most Canadians. They need real help, and that's what the NDP is delivering tonight in C31.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker, but I would submit that going back to yesterday, where there is no carbon tax, that would mean that groceries, that food, that heating, that energy, that gas would all be cheaper. It'd be more affordable for Canadians. And that's the crisis that we're going through here right now, is an affordability crisis. And over the next number of years, as the carbon tax goes up, but also as the clean fuel standard kicks in, which is also going to provide another couple cents per liter, and going forward, it will also increase. That's another burden on Canadians, but also on consumers, but also on how we transport our goods across this country. Those are things that we cannot afford, that are pricing Canadians out of the grocery store, out of their homes, and into a situation where they have to choose between heating or eating.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a very simple question. The member spoke quite a bit about inflation being caused by government spending. So can he then explain to the House why he's voting in favor of Bill C-30, which is to spend money on giving people more in GST rebates?
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, well, it's quite simple. It's a tax rebate, Mr. Speaker. You know, as somebody who, when I first entered the workforce, I received GST checks. And I remember what that was like. But that was taxes that I had paid to the government that were coming directly back to me. Just like a tax return, when we all file our taxes, it's money that's coming back to us that we paid to the government. The more money that we can leave in people's pockets would be better, though, Mr. Speaker. But in lieu of the government actually cutting taxes and reducing taxes, a rebate on the taxes that Canadians have paid is something that we will support.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
To sort of build on that, I really find it confusing, because ultimately when a government pools its money equally and equitably, when all people pay their fair share, including billionaires like Weston, who is worth $10 billion American, just personal value and worth, when they pay their fair share, they create public services and social services that ultimately extend that equality, that create more of that equality. And that is money back in people's pockets. They don't have to spend it on going to the doctor. They don't have to spend it on going to the dentist. They don't have to worry about their pensions and saving for that in a private way. So I don't understand why the member opposite is not talking about what those public services provide in terms of back to people's pockets.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands in 50 seconds or less.
50 seconds. Sounds good, Mr. Speaker. Well, the $12 million handout that the government gave to Loblaws, for example, I mean, that was something that should never have happened. As far as I know, the NDP supported that measure. So we don't want to see big handouts to big corporations like that. But, Mr. Speaker, what's most important is that oil companies, for example, in a small town Saskatchewan, they are passing along their profits, but they're investing in the communities where they operate, but also beyond that. The hospitals, the care homes, the schools, those are paid for by revenue dollars that are brought in by oil companies. The government is making record profits right now on the backs of what, Mr. Speaker? On oil revenues that have been sky high over the summer. So we need to remember, where does that money come from? It comes from the people that are providing jobs and providing energy to this country. But as the government and the NDP want to phase that out and eliminate that, they are eliminating billions of dollars of revenue to the provinces, but also to the federal government. These programs would not exist or even be optional if these companies disappear.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's as usual, it's an honour to rise here to speak, and tonight it's especially an honour because rarely do we actually debate life-changing bills here in this Parliament. We talk about a lot of important things, but we don't often talk about bills that will literally change the lives of not a few Canadians, but millions of Canadians. And C-31, Bill C-31, is one of them, because the main part of Bill C-31 is an interim measure to provide dental care to millions of Canadian children. And it's a down payment on the full dental care program that the NDP has put forward that will provide dental coverage like 2/3 of Canadians have and 1/3 don't. But those people making under $90,000 a year, by the end of the 3-year program, will have dental coverage just like most Canadians. And this is a down payment on that. And it is truly life-changing. I want to tell a story of my friend Joan. Joan, I talk to Joan every month or so to catch up. And when she heard about the agreement between the NDP and the Liberals, and part of that agreement was that the Liberal government agreed to implement the NDP's dental care plan, when I phoned her just to catch up, she just said, "I have to talk about dental care." And I was a bit taken aback. Usually we don't talk about political stuff. And she said, "You know, I grew up in rural Alberta. We were a poor family when I was a kid. We couldn't afford to go to a dentist. So like most kids in those days especially, she got cavities. Her friends who had parents that were more well off got to go to the dentist and have those cavities filled. Joan's parents couldn't afford that, so they didn't go to the dentist. And eventually, her teeth were in such bad shape that she had to have many of them taken out and replaced with ill-fitting dentures. And she's a kid, getting dentures. And it resulted, she was just painfully shy about how her mouth looked, how her teeth looked. And that shyness has followed her the rest of her life. She's still very uncomfortable in social situations. And she was very emotional when she was telling me this story. She said, "Not having dental care when I was a kid changed my life for the worse. It made me shy. I wish I wasn't. And if only I could have had that dental care when I was a kid, it would have, as I said, changed her life." This is life-changing legislation. So every child in this country should have access to dental care. And so many of us here just take dental care for granted. We all, as MPs, have a dental plan. Many of us had jobs before we went into politics that had dental plans. We've had dental coverage for some time. But 1/3 of Canadians, 35% actually, don't have access to dental care. And there are 7 million Canadians who avoid going to the dentist every year because they can't afford to. 7 million Canadians. We're not talking about 1 or 2 people here and there. This is thousands and thousands of people in the ridings of every one of the people here in this chamber. And that proportion rises to 50% of low-income Canadians can't afford to go to, or don't have dental coverage, and a majority of seniors. And this costs, this not only changes their lives, but it costs our healthcare system a lot of money. In British Columbia alone, it's estimated that visits to emergency by people needing emergency dental care who can't afford to go to a dentist cost the province about $155 million per year. That's in British Columbia. So you can multiply it by 10, $1.5 billion a year across Canada as a rough estimate. So the NDP, of course, we're very proud of the fact that Tommy Douglas brought in our healthcare system in Canada, our universal healthcare system, and when he did, he fully imagined that it would cover all forms of health care, including dental care and pharmacare for that matter. But that didn't happen. And so when the NDP proposed to fix that in the previous Parliament, we brought in this dental care bill, and both the Liberals and Conservatives voted against it. But now, in this minority Parliament, the NDP, we've used our power here to make this happen. Finally, we will have dental coverage for all Canadians. This dental care plan won't be a universal plan. Not every Canadian would get it. It would be only for those who need it, who don't have dental care now, and who make less than $90,000 per year. But it would give everybody that can't afford to go to the dentist the ability to go to the dentist and have their teeth cared for like most of us do. And so why is this important? Well, as I said, dental care is essential to overall health. Just going to go through some of the details of this. So it's estimated that 500,000 Canadian children will benefit from this bill here today. And it will provide payments of up to $650 per child per year for families with that net income of under $90,000. And that will be prorated. So if you make under $70,000, you get the full amount, and you would get something up to $90,000. Then I'd like to give some quotes from people, experts in the field, as to how they see this plan, what they think of it. First is from Lynn Tompkins, who's the president of the Canadian Dental Association. I talked to Dr. Tompkins back in August, and she says, the Canadian Dental Association welcomes the federal government's commitment of a multi-billion-dollar ongoing investment in enhancing Canadians' access to oral health. It comes after years of CDA encouraging federal investments in dental care. All those who've advocated on this issue in the past, whether on behalf of CDA, provincial and territorial dental associations, should be proud that their hard work has led to this once-in-a-generation opportunity. So everybody here, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We cannot miss it. We cannot let it go by us. And the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, they say, after months of hard work, meetings with parliamentarians, the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, representing the 6th largest regulated health profession in Canada, was excited at yesterday's announcement about the Government of Canada's proposed new legislation, Bill C-31, to deliver targeted supports to Canadians as part of its affordability plan. Brandon Doucette, who's the founder of the Coalition for Dental Care, he's a dentist from Nova Scotia, said, by the end of this year, we would have one of the most important additions to public health care since Medicare's founding, if the federal government delivers on its promise to create a public dental program for low-income Canadians. And I see we're getting low on time. I really have to mention, Mr. Speaker, that, and I don't want to sound too much like KTEL here, but there's more. This is just one part of C-31. The other part is another important pillar in affordability, and that is the rental benefit. And that would be a $500 top-up, a one-time payment that would go to individuals with net incomes of up to $20,000. So these are low-income Canadians, or a household net income up to $35,000. This would help 1.8 million families across Canada. So I'd just like to add, there's two parts to this bill. The dental care, I think, is the most important, but also people are struggling with their rent. People are struggling to find places to live. this would help them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for his thoughtful comments. I'm happy that he talked about the rental aspect of this legislation as well. I was talking with a constituent of mine. We were trying to understand how significant the $500 one-time payment is. This same family had purchased a new home, but they were budgeting at the lower interest rate. In the meantime, interest rates have gone up 2.5% to 3%. That made a difference of $700 a month in their monthly payments. That's an inflationary cost. And I wonder if the member could comment on that, the importance of managing inflation to get it under control and how beneficial that would be to working class people and also poor families who need dental care.
Well, member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, inflation is hurting Canadians. And there's all these aspects to inflation. We've heard a lot about the price of gas. We've heard a tremendous amount about the price of housing, the impossibility of owning your own home if you are a new home buyer in Canada. And the skyrocketing costs of rent in my riding, it's almost impossible to find a rental accommodation of any sort, let alone afford it. So I agree the top-up that we're talking about here helps those people who are really in need of that help. These are people who are spending more than 30% of their income on their accommodation, on their rent. And if you would tell them, well, $500 isn't enough, well, they would say it would be a big help. And yes, we need to tackle the housing situation. The NDP wants this government to build 500,000 units of affordable housing to catch up to where we should have been had the federal government not got out of the affordable housing game back in the 90s. So yes, there's a lot for us to do to tackle housing, to tackle inflation, but Bill C-31, I think, is an essential and really very impactful, beneficial bill that would help millions of Canadians that are struggling with their costs today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can weigh in on his thoughts as to what is causing inflation. Conservatives are railing on about inflation being caused by government spending, ironically government spending that they voted in favor of. But nonetheless, I'll park that for a second. They did, $400 billion worth. But my question is if this member can give us his insight as to what he thinks is causing inflation. And does he agree with the Conservatives' principal argument that we shouldn't be spending money such as on this very important piece of legislation because it's just going to add to inflation, despite the fact that economists resoundingly say it won't?
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I won't go into the whole spiel on inflation. I don't have that much time here tonight. But when we look at the extraordinary profits of oil and gas companies, the extraordinary profits of the big box grocery retailers, it's clear that they have taken advantage of a situation where, because of factors coming out of the pandemic, because of the war in Ukraine, that prices have started to rise. They've taken advantage of that and added their own excess profits on top of that. And that's one of the biggest factors in inflation. Perhaps, some of the government spending did cause inflation. You look at around the world, Canada's fairly in the middle of the pack when it comes to how bad inflation is. But what I can say, what economists have been saying about these measures that we're talking about here tonight, dental care for people who need it, housing top-up for low-income families struggling to pay their rent, the GST rebate that's been doubled, those kind of targeted programs do not cause inflation. And so we don't, if the Conservatives are concerned about inflation rising because of this, the experts will say they're wrong.
Resuming debate, la prise du débat, the honourable member for Mission-Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise again today on Bill C-31. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, let me just make it clear that I will be voting against this bill because the cost of this NDP Liberal government is driving up the cost of living. The more this government spends, the more things will cost. And just in reference to the commentary I just heard, Derek Holt, Vice President and Head of Capital Markets and Capital Markets Economics at Scotiabank, said, "It seems sensible to assume that this will add to pressures on measures of core inflation. Any belief that it will ease inflationary pressures must have studied different economic textbooks." That's in reference to the government spending we're talking about here tonight. The senior economist at the Bank of Montreal said, "We're not going to deny that there are households seriously in need of help right now in this inflationary environment. But from a policy perspective, we all know that sending out money as an inflation support measure is inherently inflationary." So, Mr. Speaker, I would disagree with the previous speakers that the bill before us today will not impact inflation. I believe it will. And that is one of the primary reasons I will be voting against this bill tonight. On the dental plan, the first part of this bill, I looked at it in the context of British Columbia, and I was on page 4 of the legislation. It says that on Clause D, that they make the application in respect of a person who has received or will receive dental care services, the cost of which have not been and will not be fully paid or reimbursed under a program or plan established by the Government of Canada or of that of a province. So we've heard a lot tonight about the top-up being $650, but I'm wondering how far that will actually go for children under the age of 12 that could be eligible for the program with parents with an adjusted income of up to $90,000. In the province of BC, you can qualify for dental insurance. For example, if you're on income assistance and you get $2,000 over 2 calendar years and an additional $1,000 for anesthetics. So I really do hope when this bill is studied at committee that provisions on page 4 under Clause D are looked at very closely in the context of what impact this will have, if any, for the people of British Columbia. The second part of the bill, I will acknowledge, $500 does go a lot of way for many people. One of the concerns I have about this is how will this help people that are homeless? Will they be able, if they didn't file their taxes last year, will they be eligible for this money? I don't know. I was thinking about when preparing for the speech of a man named Daryl. I met him at the Truth and Reconciliation event the other day. And it got me thinking that Daryl suffered at St. Mary's Residential School where we had the event. Daryl's homeless. He does have a community. He is supported by the Friendship Center, but he still does live on the streets. Daryl's not going to benefit from the support being talked about here tonight. And I would be remiss as well as it relates to affordability that the average price for a one-bedroom apartment in Vancouver right now is $2,600 per month. That means the $500 won't even cover a quarter of what someone has to pay to live in the most populous city in the province of British Columbia. And that makes me wonder if this will have the economic impact that the government and the New Democratic Party believe it will have. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will have much of an economic impact, although I do acknowledge for some, making up to $35,000, that it will help them for 1 month. But it won't address the structural challenges impacting the Canadian economy, which allow for prices to rise on a month-to-month basis right now. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think the Government of Canada could be focusing on some other measures that would actually help address inflation and the cost of living. I mentioned Daryl earlier at the Truth and Reconciliation event. What about Indigenous solutions? The Auditor General has written many reports about the poor service delivery from Indigenous Services Canada that Indigenous people have to deal with on a regular basis. The other day, I went golfing with my friend Joey from Skalitz First Nation, and he talked to me about how there's an ever-evolving door of representatives from ISK that his band has to deal with. Why isn't the government right now focusing on helping Indigenous people build more homes and make it easier to build more homes with Indigenous Services Canada? That could have a real big impact on addressing the affordability challenge and the disproportionate number of Indigenous people who lack sufficient housing. That would have a real impact in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. During the last election, the Government of Canada talked a lot about the Housing Accelerator Fund. In fact, it was one of their premier promises. It talked about by 2024, 2025, that the Government of Canada would build 100,000 new homes by addressing some of the challenges that municipalities face. In other words, red tape. Here in this House of Commons, the opposition talks a lot about red tape because it impacts so many of the people we represent. David Eby, who's running for the leadership of the New Democratic Party in Canada, actually agrees with the official opposition and put forward a plan that cuts red tape across municipalities in British Columbia. And even the Government of Canada agrees that cutting red tape would address affordability. So why aren't we talking about something that's going to decrease the biggest expense that people are facing? And that's the cost of a home and building homes. So I asked the other night of this government, how many homes under the Accelerator Fund have you built so far? And they couldn't say a single one. This government needs to build more homes and allow and work with the provincial governments to cut red tape at the municipal level so we can give people what they want. The third thing we could do to address inflation, Mr. Speaker, relates to agriculture. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon has some of the best agricultural soil found anywhere in the world. We grow blueberries, we grow wine, we produce more milk per capita than almost any other riding in the country. We have a thriving poultry sector. We grow a variety of vegetables as well. We're one of the key agricultural areas in all of Canada. The other day I was at the Agassiz Fall Fair, a celebration of Canadian, especially British Columbian agriculture, and farmer after farmer that spoke with me said they are scared. They want to increase their input costs, which include insurance, because that costs them money. But they said if the government does what it plans to do, they're effectively going to be out of business in some cases. So the government needs to provide business confidence to our agricultural producers to give Canadians what they want, and that's locally grown, nutritious food that will reduce the cost that people are feeling at the grocery store right now. We are so thankful and so proud of the agricultural produce in the Fraser Valley and Fraser Canyon regions. And this government needs to stand behind our farmers, get out of the way, and say that they're not going to increase the fertilizer costs that will impact the rate of production we're seeing. Canada has a special role to play right now in addressing the global food crisis. Let's stand with our farmers. Let's help the world feed itself with nutritious Canadian food. The fourth thing we need to look at, Mr. Speaker, is supply chains. It was just last year that British Columbia was effectively cut off from the rest of the country. Highway number 3, Highway number 1, the Duffy, the CP rail line, and the CN rail line. We were cut off. The Port of Metro Vancouver had a huge delay after that. What is this government doing to look at the structural transportation challenges which add additional costs to the movement of goods and people in this country? Every parliamentarian would stand behind faster transportation and the faster movement of goods. Let's work together and address that key problem. And the fifth thing that we need to address, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of government spending. It goes up and up and up, and people want some accountability. Under this government, the public service has grown by 24%, yet the service delivery has decreased substantially. And all of our offices feel that with immigration, CRA, CPP, whatever it is. Let's work together, let's improve accountability and hold our public servants accountable to do the job that they're paid to do, and let's work together to see that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
There's so much incredible misinformation in that speech, Mr. Speaker. I just don't even know where to begin. But I would point out to the member that at the beginning of his speech, he said that spending government money, in particular in this program, would have an inflationary impact. He then later went on to talk about how giving people $500, and he said it twice, would not affect the economy. So which one is it? Is it going to have an inflationary impact or is it not? Because that's what he said. He should review the tape. Maybe he misspoke. But more importantly, he talked about housing and saying that the federal government should work with municipalities to cut red tape. I worked at the municipal level. I know the way that it works. He knows the way that it works. Every member in this House knows the way that it works. Municipalities are their planning acts and their abilities to change zoning and so on and so forth is 100% under the jurisdiction of provinces. He knows that. Where does he actually come to this place and say that the federal government should work with municipalities to remove red tape? It makes no sense.
Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Well, it makes perfect sense, Mr. Speaker, because the federal government holds the spending purse. And it is the federal government that plays a large part in funding every single major infrastructure project across this country. So if the federal government wants to say to the city of Vancouver, to the city of Surrey, if you want to have a SkyTrain, you better increase the zoning to allow for affordable homes around transportation nodules. And regarding the $500 rental subsidy, yes, that will have a big impact on people's month to month. I understand that. I've been working since I was 12 years old. But collectively, will that impact? Mr. Speaker, the member from Kingston Thousand Islands continues to heckle me.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is going to respond to that point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I only represent 2 of the Thousand Islands. The other 998 are primarily the responsibility of the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. I don't know why he would say Kingston and the Thousand Islands. Just for
Okay. And just to clarify, I saw the member for Kingston and the Islands. I don't believe he was heckling you. He was talking to another member across. I want to remind the honourable members, when someone's speaking, please be polite and be respectful. The honourable member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
To the member from Kingston and the Islands, Mr. Speaker, collectively, the measures before us today, as outlined by 2 of the big banks in Canada, will have an inflationary impact on the economy of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First off, on the issue around ensuring and helping municipalities move forward in getting zonings and rezonings dealt with, the NDP was able to force the government to bring forward the Accelerated Fund, and part of that funding is, in fact, going to be dedicated to municipalities and local governments to help with that. So that work is actually going to be underway, although the program is not fully developed and more work will be done. Now, with that being said, the member actually talked a lot about housing and to address the housing crisis. So my question to him is this. One of the issues that's impacting the housing affordability issue is the financialization of housing. And yet the real estate investment funds, trusts, are in fact getting tax preferential treatment. In fact, they get government support by way of insurance coverage and mortgage coverage. So would the member agree that the government should stop the taxation preferential treatment for these corporate landlords?
Honourable member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
I can't speak to the specifics of the financialization and or corporate preferential tax treatment outlined by the new Democratic member from Vancouver, but I can say that the rate of home ownership in Canada has decreased to a level that we have not seen in a generation. And all political parties, and especially this one, wants to restore and maintain the hope of young people to have a reasonable chance at owning a home. We want people to be able to get a university or a trades education. I want people to have the dream of being able to save up for that home and have a reasonable chance at getting for it, and that is being eliminated at a faster rate than we've ever seen in the history of Canada, and that is troublesome for our democracy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Now we do have time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for Prevenche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Mission-Matsqui for that excellent speech. And can he just briefly tell this House how hypocritical it is of the government, on the one hand, to want to spend all this money on rent relief and control, and then on January 1st, they're going to add significant payroll taxes, not only to the employers or employees, but to the employers. And they're also going to triple the carbon tax April 1st. So on the one hand, they give us, and on the other hand, they take us away.
The honourable member for Mission-Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, a very short answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague from Prevenche. You know what? One of the things the government can do is they can stop raising taxes. People can't afford food, they can't afford gas, and they can't afford heating. Why won't the government just change the personal exemption rate from $13,800 and increase it and stop all of this wealth redistribution? Let people keep more of their paychecks. That's the best thing we could do to help Canadians struggling right now, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I just want to a quick shout out. I often don't spend holidays away from my family, but I'd like to thank the Ottawa Jewish community for the warm welcome and the meaningful prayer and introspective services that I took part in today. I'm back at work, though, so on to the legislation at hand. What happens, Mr. Speaker, when young people do everything in this country that they were asked to do? What happens when they do everything that they are told? What happens when a 35-year-old who did everything that they were supposed to do, they earned a degree, they got a job, they worked hard, and yet they live in mom and dad's basement or in a 400-square-foot apartment because the price of housing has doubled since this prime minister got into office. Young people have done everything that they were asked to do, and they end up trying to keep their head above water in a housing bubble that is the second largest in the world. And for families lucky enough to own a home, they were paying 32% of their income to maintain that home when the Prime Minister took office. Now that family has to pay 50% of their income to be able to keep it. Higher costs, higher interest rates, less money for exactly the same thing in this country. Canadians have done everything that they were asked to do. Mr. Speaker, this government told Canadians not to worry. This government told people that interest rates wouldn't rise for a long time. They gave Canadians the confidence to take out those loans. There wouldn't be anything to worry about. That's what they said. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing interest rates, the ones that the government told us would stay low, go up. We have the highest interest rates in the G7, rises of 3%. Mr. Speaker, it's worth repeating that Canadians did everything that they were asked to do, and the percentage of Canadians who own their home or who are about to own a home is at its lowest level in 30 years. No government has ever spent more on housing than this Liberal one. This government will tell us that. And yet, it's a failure on every metric. Mr. Speaker, measuring success by how much the Liberals spent and not by how many houses were built in Canada is where we are at. And yet, all of those dollars and all of those talking points, we have still seen the doubling of housing prices in this country since the Prime Minister took office. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, knowing all of this and presenting the House with Bill C-31 as a solution seems that the government weighed a political benefit of a proposal rather than an economic one. In fact, they've entirely forgot about the economics of this one. Mr. Speaker, the bill is the latest problem child of the NDP Liberal marriage, and it shines at raising Canadians' taxes and prices they pay on everyday goods. It struggles. It actually fails at producing an actual outcome to get people into the housing market. It doesn't allow them to keep their home or the certainty at the end of the month to be able to keep the lights on in that home. A flashy headline and an expensive tab for taxpayers is what got us into this mess. And surely members in this House know it's the exact opposite of what we need to get out of the mess. Maybe they don't know. The problem is it's just not housing anymore. It is the cost of everything. It's the cost of gas. It's the cost of groceries. It's the cost of home heating. They've cobbled together a piece of legislation that will only drive up inflation and which we will see every single dollar evaporate with the rising costs of that gas, of those groceries, and of that home heating. It demonstrates the government's out-of-touch planning for working families, for small businesses, for seniors, and for young people who have become victim of their incompetence. And economists agree. I'm not sure what the conversation is in this House during this debate, but the Bank of Montreal senior economist was quoted recently saying that the proposal was, we all know that sending out money as an inflation support measure is inherently inflationary. Those are his words. Scotiabank was clear. Their experts said any belief that the government's proposal will ease inflationary pressures must have studied different economics textbooks. The house that no one can afford is on fire, and the minister who introduced this legislation is painting the basement where the 35-year-old lives. C-31 is a political attempt to stay in power and not help Canadians, and that's a shame. There is an obvious fact to which many members opposite may not see as obvious at all. It's about the other back of the napkin math that is in this piece of legislation cobbled together on that napkin. The entire 80-page Liberal platform from just last year, not one of those pages mentioned developing a dental care program like the one that the government is proposing today. So we have to ask what the reasoning for members opposite to have that they have for introducing this legislation at this very moment. Has there been some sort of epiphany amongst the Liberal caucus? Have they suddenly been convinced that this is the silver bullet for solving the affordability crisis that they now admit is here? After 7 years of Liberal government and 3 elections, now is the time for a proposal we've never heard about before? Or is there another factor at play, which frankly, I think there is, like perhaps the fact that the government now relies on votes from the NDP to ensure its very existence, who curiously made dental care a centerpiece of their election platform just a short year ago. If this is the case, then the Liberals truly believe, do they believe that this is necessary? Is it the right thing to do, or is it a piece of legislation where $5.3 billion is just to prolong the messy divorce that we all know is coming? We should ask how a government who has failed not only to provide the details of this legislation, but we should ask why do we trust a government to create a new program when it cannot deliver the programs that it already has? This government can't pay its own public service. It can't get clean drinking water onto reserves. It can't get Canadians a passport without giving them an urban camping experience they didn't ask for. It can't assure Canadians Canadian travelers to get an app to travel across a border. It can't assure Canadians that when they go to the airport, they're actually going to leave on an airplane. And we're supposed to believe that it's going to deliver efficient, functional, national dental care to millions of uninsured Canadians that we've never heard of before? For those following this debate, and for those who will vote on this, dental care programs for low-income children exist in all provinces and territories, save Manitoba and the Northwest Territories, in addition to the 70% of Canadians who are already insured, who have coverage. This program is a political one, and it's designed to fail by a government who has failed to deliver the very basic services for Canadians. Upfront direct payments of $650 per year to any family they deem eligible, no questions asked, no strings attached, nothing in the legislation. Then it's up to CRA to follow up after the fact and verify that the money was used correctly. I'd like to know how the government thinks that CRA, which takes years to fix a minor tax issue faced by my constituents, will have the capacity to verify the proper use of a grant by hundreds of thousands of Canadians, given there has been much to be desired for in their ability to do just that with programs in the last 2 years. It is the wrong approach. We've seen it before, and we know how it ends. Economists have been clear about the impact of direct payments on the cost of living. And I know that members opposite understand that there's a cost of living crisis. They've just recently admitted it. On the other side of this House, Canadians will remember that they told us that interest rates would stay low. They told us that the carbon tax wouldn't go up. They told us that the problem was deflation, not inflation. We have record inflation. We have a plan to triple the carbon tax. And we have the highest interest rates since the 1990s. Mr. Speaker, it's a time for inflationary and high inflation, inflationary taxes, deficits to end, and give Canadians control of their own lives and put more money in their pockets. Reducing taxes, capping government spending, removing red tape is the best way to end the inflation crisis that we've watched this government impose on Canadians through their high spend, high tax agenda. No, not bigger budgets, not higher taxes, not more government. Mr. Speaker, this entire bill is an excuse for policy in hopes of being remembered in the next election when that rolls around. And it's just one more drop of gasoline on the inflationary fire. Canadians deserve a government that will put people back into the plan. And the Liberals have proven that they are not that government. And Conservatives won't forget that. Members on this side of the House won't forget that. And neither will Canadians. Putting people at the center of decisions starts with voting against this bill. And I hope that members understand the consequences of another broken promise, failed delivery, and worse, economic hardship for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member talks about the supply and confidence agreement between the NDP and the Liberals, though she just cracked the 30-year-old mystery or something. Yeah, I think it's pretty well known that the NDP, in order to come together with the Liberal Party to bring forward legislation on behalf of Canadians, just to form some stability, that was one of their requests in the process. And the government agreed to wanting to do that, to work with the NDP. Like, that's how parliamentary democracy works when you don't have a majority. I'm just curious if the member is aware of that, or if the concept of parties working in a minority situation is completely foreign to, or perhaps they're just upset that we didn't ask them to form that kind of alliance with us. Perhaps you can comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, I'm actually not going to comment on the condescending speech that I just got from the member opposite about how this place works. What I will comment on is that this plan, or a lack of a plan, or a lack of a dental plan, or a lack of any details at all, does one thing and one thing only. It drives the cost of everything up in this country, and Canadians are suffering. And it ought to be clear by now that they need to do something about it. They need to lower taxes, kill the carbon tax, kill the paycheck tax, and stop spending money that we don't have.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, and all Canadians know, that the members across the way, they don't agree with the way that we want to put forward policy. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're trying to create things that are long-lasting. We're trying to create something bigger than ourselves. So whether you're talking about healthcare, you're talking about dental care, you're talking about pharmacare, which we're going to keep working on. You're talking about long-term, affordable, truly affordable housing. You're talking about childcare, which after 28 years of working on it, the government finally did. All of these things, they are long-lasting. Tax credits don't do that. All of this idea of putting money back into people's pockets through tax credits actually dissolves things like what the government or what the Conservatives are trying to do right now, to dissolve the pension plans, to dissolve programs like EI. But those are things that workers need. That's what long-term planning is about. We're in a series of crises now because there hasn't been that long-term planning. I understand that that's a difference that we have. However, I would ask the member across the way, is she not here to ultimately create something that will benefit all people equally, which social programs do?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question, and I realize that it's not her position to have Canadians spend more of their money, to have Canadians with more of their money in their own pockets to make the best decisions for themselves. But there is no dental plan here. So frankly, I wouldn't want the member on my negotiating team because she didn't negotiate a dental plan. There is nothing in the legislation that she is suggesting is in the legislation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What we have in Bill C-31 is, in fact, a path for the dental plan. We're talking about giving families whose income is less than $90,000 who do not have access to a dental care plan, and for children under 12 to be able to get that support. Next year, seniors and people with disability will also get it. People 18 and under will also get it, and then until we get the full realization of the plan. So I'm sorry, from the member who says that this is not a dental care plan is simply wrong. Why is the Conservative so against people who need the supports from getting it? Why would they vote against children from getting dental services that they desperately need?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you. The dental care plans for these low-income families exist. They exist at 70% across most of the country. And if the member opposite read the legislation, she would realize that there are no details in it and there is no dental care plan. And I expect her to yell from behind me, but that still doesn't change the fact that it's not there. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Anybody else interested? Well, there you go. Before I make this call, I just want to wish, since I won't be here tomorrow, I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and a good writing week. Because tomorrow I'll be attending my son's graduation from Nova Scotia Community College as an LPN. So I want to wish him, of course, a best in his future career, and I want to thank everybody for their interventions this evening.
As there are no more members rising to speak, pursuant to order adopted today, the House is now adjourned until the House resumes tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to 24(1) of standing orders.